Well, I've received my orders from Spong Towers to start the stream without him. Didn't say why or how. But here we are. And let me just, because I was completely unprepared for this, let me just do this and this and this. And so I don't feel so alone. Here's
Greetings,
Justin.
Here's me.
Without
He
his
broke
RDA
He broke
yet.
something else, I think.
Oh, I don't know. He just literally popped up and said, "You start it, all right?"
I know I was there.
So, it's Mr. Evans.
Bonjour.
How do?
Bonjour.
How are we all?
Yeah, fine.
Well,
Yeah.
Bit cooler now. Not,
Yes.
put the t-shirt on. Didn't want to scare off the ladies.
yeah,
So-
no, that's my job.
The ladies.
Yeah, no, that's my job.
So, yeah. Oh, excuse me. Anyway, how is everyone?
All right. Yeah.
Good.
Doing well.
Not too bad.
Good.
Just
good.
going back over my externals.
Ooh,
421 gigabytes of shit so far I've got rid of.
Jesus.
It's just
Hang on a
Been
sec.
there.
So I can hear shouting. Oh, yeah. It's mother-in-law.
how is mother-in-law? Not good.
Frustrating. No, well, yeah, she's well, but she is she has dementia and Parkinson's and is behaving accordingly.
Yeah.
Much to the frustration of my wife, but she's in a care home. She's paying stupid amounts of money for 24/7 care, and yet when she needs something, she'll ring up Jackie.
Force of habit, isn't it?
Isn't it?
She knows who feels safe, I would imagine.
Yes. Well, with any, I think the Parkinson's meds are making it worse, and so we're trying to wind that down because. Sorry, I'm just trying to listen to two things at once. Because she's 90. By the time the Parkinson's gets to be something that really would affect her, she'll be dead.
Yeah.
It's a horrible thing to say, but she'll outlive it.
It's the reality of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know?
So anyway, there you go. And she's got this phone, you see. So she used to have Samsung Galaxy, just a touchscreen phone, and that began to become not just because of anything, but just the fact that she's old and her fingers don't work and her fingerprints weren't scanning, and of course you need all this kind of stuff, and so we tried to make it as simple as possible for her, but it got to a point where we said, no, we need to get you a different phone. And there's a company called Doro, and there's lots of others, I'm sure, but Doro do a whole bunch of how should we say, old people's phones.
Yeah.
And they did this one, and we looked through a whole range of them, and it's just really simple. It's got a nice little colour screen on it, but it's very basic. It's even got an emergency button on the back and all this kind of stuff. And we showed it to her, and she said, "Oh yeah, that looks good." And so we got it. But now even that has started to become a little bit too complicated. Like it's asking her to move arrow buttons, and she can't find the arrow buttons, but they're there, right in front of her. But she's looking on the screen for them. We said, "No, you don't need it. This isn't touch screen at all." Just
Yeah.
So we're now looking at this one where it doesn't even have a keypad on the front. It just has A, B, C, and in a little place next to it, you write the name of the person whose number is stored against the A, the B, and the C, and therefore you limit who they can call. And she only ever calls Jackie or Jackie's brother or her sister. So that's it, really. So we're looking at maybe, but we're trying just to say, look, wean her off the bloody thing. You know, but the thing is, if you took it away from her, she'll get this thing like she's being isolated, she's being cut off from the rest of, which has already come up, by the way. So, yeah, it's all good fun.
It's hard work, isn't it?
It is very hard, and you'd think the only kind of relief is, I mean, Jackie's on the phone to her now, trying to convince her about something or other. I'm not entirely sure what. When that conversation ends, and it will eventually end, it'll end generally with, you know, as good-natured and fine. She'll hang up the phone, and before she would be worried about what was going on because she was at home alone.
Yeah.
But now she's in a place where she's cared for. It's, you know, you can have these things. It's frustrating, but at least when you hang the phone up, you know that she's looked after, and that it's so annoying. But this is, you know, it comes to us all, I'm sure.
I'm afraid it does. You know.
So, I had this thing the other day. Because she's been widowed for over 20 years, well over 20 years. She's been in complete control of her life for all that time, and she was probably very much in control before that, but she has definitely been in sole control. And you try, because we're trying to obviously sort her finances out. So Jackie and her brother have lasting power of attorney, and they're doing all the relevant things, and they're just trying to make sure that what money Sheila has is in the right place, doing the right thing in her best interests. Because she's old school, she's got a little bit here, a little squirreled away there, a little squirreled away here. So we're just trying to put it into something that's going to do the best for her. And so they try and explain this to her, but she doesn't trust them, which is just another part of the dementia thing. Because she obviously does trust them. She obviously does.
Sounds extremely familiar.
Yeah. And it's a dementia thing, because 20 years ago when she went to the solicitor, well, not 20 years ago, but maybe 10, she went to the solicitor with Jackie and her brother and said, I'm going to give you lasting power of attorney should I end up going a bit doolally. So it's all, you know, it's all got put into place, and now it's being used. Of course, she doesn't trust that they're doing it. Where's this? Where's that? What are you doing with this? I'm going to run out of money. No, you're not. You're not. And then she says to Jackie, right, I want Rob to come down and explain it all to me, because he'll be able to tell me, he'll be able to put my mind at rest. So the thing is, although I kind of know what's being done financially, it's Jackie and her brother, and I'm kind of leaving them to it. It's their mum. I'll help wherever I can, but I don't know all the ins and outs. So I said to Jackie, I said, look, tell her that, you know, I'm more than happy to sit down with her and say everything is okay. I might not be able to go into huge amounts of detail. And then she gets upset because she thinks I'm now upset because I wasn't given lasting power of attorney. I don't care. I'm actually glad I don't. Because it's one of those things for me to worry about. But, it's just, it's frustrating.
Yes.
But there you go.
It's this mistrust thing. This situation with my mum, where she had that fall last year where it took us 7 hours to get her up. She's not been the same since. And then in the last, how long is it? 2.5 months. I've been accused of all sorts of shit. So stopped seeing her. Haven't seen her, haven't spoken to her. And then the last thing that I heard was, you made me feel like your father. Well, if you know my history, and I think you're aware of some of it, that's the biggest fucking slur anybody could sling at me. So it's just like, no more. Walked away.
And that's the thing. I mean, with Sheila, she could say 100 things, and you could just say, yeah, that's the dementia talking. And I know Jackie gets upset, but I keep saying to her, look, she says these things and she implies these things, but it's not her. It's not her doing it.
No, that's right.
So,
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. Hey.
Oh, the joys.
In it.
So, you got any new toys inbound?
Possibly.
Any that you can talk about?
Yes.
Don't risk it if you're not sure.
No, yeah, there is one which is a purchase of my own.
All right.
Here he is.
Hello.
I was coming up to start the show, and the phone goes, and there's a very frantic musician on the other end.
Not me.
He's about to do a dress rehearsal and had an issue with their synth.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
I just need to sort this mother-in-law thing.
Right.
Did they turn it on?
Yeah.
They
no,
did. That was the issue.
No, it was in a very old bit of analog that was not responding correctly, and they were getting a bit panicky because.
As is their wont.
Well, yeah. So I had to talk him through it.
Did Fiona have a good birthday?
Yes, she did. She got her flowers and her chocolates and bits and bobs. She wasn't expecting them. Yeah, very happy bunny.
Good. Good.
But
Come on, we've been waiting for this because Friday night you said I need a pub because I need a rant. Go for it.
oh no, that was just a thing. No,
No, it was another Rev 2. That was what it was.
I'll tell you what, Wagyu, you're on the money, but it wasn't a Space Echo. But yeah, it was Coldplay. Yeah, doing some rehearsals. Yeah, it was actually it was an ABX, and they it had all gone a bit awry.
Gone a bit left field.
Yeah, so we got it sorted anyway. It's all done. So
Few buttons missing on its remote control.
so it was making a funny noise. Well, stop sitting on it.
Take the knife out the keyboard.
Yeah.
Exactly.
If you're going to lean on it with your elbows, yeah, it is going to.
It's kind
So-
of going to do that.
Yeah, so Wagyu was right on the money there with that. Yeah, no, I didn't need it. Well, you know when you get these little TikTok videos?
Yes. Well, I don't use TikTok. But
Well,
yeah.
no, I'll rephrase because I don't use TikTok either. TikTok-like videos, but
Oh, the
they're
short-
on
Yeah, short
YouTube.
video.
Yeah,
Yeah, like what I'm wearing. Shorts.
yeah, exactly. And it was this woman saving. It was a sack in the river, and she jumped in the river and pulled out these two little puppies out of the sack, right? And I'm thinking, well, that's all very well and good, but what I want to see is the instant karma video. Is when somebody goes round the bloke's house who did it, and then beat him half to death with a fence post.
Yeah.
And then when he's screaming for forgiveness, hit him some more.
Yep.
But you never get that part of the video.
No.
And it's I go, this is the one thing I hate about the shorts, because you don't know what you're going to get. And you flick, and you go, oh, thanks, that's really cheered me up now. Like that, you know. So,
Speaking of puppies, what's she destroyed today?
well, apart from my arms,
Yeah, that was beautiful, that, isn't it?
oh, mate. Let me think, what did she do today that was funny? Oh. Yeah. Fiona put out, because the dogs drink a lot of water when it's this hot, and we got a lot of dogs. And she put the washing bowl out in the garden for them, right next to the decking. Puppy didn't see it. Walked off the decking. Head first, straight in the bowl. Just her ass sticking out of this washing up bowl.
Oh, bless her.
And then didn't bother getting out. Just laid in it. She thought it was fucking hilarious. So so she was very cool and had a drink. So
And a bath.
yeah, and a bath. Not that she needed one because she was playing with the hose pipe yesterday as well. So but it's always the same. Fiona goes, "Oh, I'm going to turn the hose pipe on the dogs," because Siri and Nelly adore it. It's the fastest jet we have, And what they want you to do is fire it straight in their face. They love it, absolutely adore it. Right? I'm in the front room, and today, I was in the front room this afternoon, and I was playing Gran Turismo with Robbie online, and for once I was in the lead. But I got the VR headset on, got the earplugs in, the works, steering wheel, the works. I'm there, boys. I'm there. And suddenly there's this like that. Oh shit! Nearly went off the road. And it's Siri, and she's decided that she's going to use me as a towel. And she's just rubbing herself all out, and I'm drenched. But I'm going to win this race. I'm going to win this race.
Wow, VR taken to the next level.
Yeah, and it's weird because although I was in a VR car, the detail is off the charts, but I'm in the VR car, and I'm looking inside the car for where the hell Siri is. Honest to God, I was going, where is she down by the fire extinguisher? No, where the fuck is she? And I went, no, you've got a headset on, twat. So I just get too into it. This is probably why I wouldn't play any spooky games with a VR headset.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd probably have to run upstairs and go and change underwear after a shower, knowing my luck. So, yeah.
Resident Evil is out.
Yeah, absolutely. I play Portal, but it's not available.
Oh, yeah, Portal's great.
Yeah, Portal was brilliant. It was groundbreaking, in fact. But, yeah, so, yeah, it's bizarre when you look down at the dashboard to see your fuel consumption, your tire pressures, and it's like, and it's there, and it's like, it's mad. Even now, I'm sort of going, what? It's quite bizarre.
Does that shit not play with your agoraphobia, though?
No, this is the beautiful thing, because out through all of that, I know that if I just flip the headset up, I'm back home. Yeah. So it means, because this was always the thing about the agoraphobia. I can go out, and I can travel away from my home, and as soon as my brain goes, it'll take you a little time to get home. So if you feel bad now, it's going to take you a while to get home. So you're going to feel bad until you get home, and then when you get home, you're going to feel bad for a little while as well. And it goes, and it plays on you, and it brings it on. Yeah. Even though you, at the time, you might have gone, no, I'm all right with this. Then your brain goes, do you remember what happens when you go?
Oh yes, I know that one.
Yeah. So this is why flying to another country, even if I made it to the airport, for instance, once I'm on the tube of this plane, not only do I have the agoraphobia kicking in, going, you cannot get off this plane now until it lands. I've got my claustrophobia going. This is a very small aircraft. Look at all these people, So I always used to make the joke about when people go, you got agoraphobia? I went, yeah, and claustrophobia. So I have to be in a room that's precisely the right size, sort of thing. But I had claustrophobia for years, from a small child. I was always a bit wary of, small confined spaces, but...
I never liked lifts. Still slightly. It doesn't stop me going in lifts, but...
Yeah.
And I'm always happier if I'm with somebody else. A couple of times I was in this Spanish hotel once, and I pushed the wrong button. So I go down in the lift on my own. I literally open the doors, and there's a brick wall in front of me.
And
it was like, what? I'm pushing every button to try and get the thing back up.
God, can you imagine if somebody'd been down there before and it just for a laugh had sprayed, there's no way out on the wall.
Oh, don't that fucking does really.
Count yourself lucky you never worked with me.
And then you go back up to the floor you started from, and it's like...
bollocks to that.
Somebody...
When I used to work at Argos, we had a goods lift. And it was one of those ones with the scissor doors.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And it was very rudimentary, and you could stop that or you could do pretty much anything you liked with that lift.
Mm-hmm.
And so I would go in there, right, and you could get 2 big cages of stock in there, and 2 or 3 people, and go up and down between the loading bay and the warehouse upstairs. And every now and again, you get some of the new kids, like the Saturday kids or the Christmas temps or something, and they'd be helping you out doing a delivery. And what you do, you didn't have to do anything special. You just put the stock in. They would get in. You would get in last and close the door, and then press the button. And the lift, it was old, it was, and it'd be going up slowly. And when you got to that point where you're in between floors, because there was no. You saw the lift shaft through the doors. There was nothing. So, and you get like halfway up, or maybe so, just like your heads are level with the doors of the floor above. And I'd just use my foot and just ever so gently just open the scissor door, so it would trip the thing, and the lift would go, ka-ching! And because it's got this weight in it, it was like this.
Yeah.
And people. The amount of people I scared the shit out of doing that.
We had when I worked at Boots for a while after I got married the first time, and I used to go in at R5 do all the deliveries and that, and we had a very similar sort of lift, but it was half height. You could crouch in it, but you couldn't stand up. Right. That was fun. Yeah, freak people out.
I've never been
take
on.
that up. Oh mate,
I've never been on, but I'm dying to go on a paternoster. I really want to go on a paternoster.
Yeah.
What's a paternoster?
Oh, that's the one where you step on, it constantly rotates.
Oh, right, okay.
It's constantly rotating. You just step in.
Yeah, but what it does when it gets to the top is actually go round and down.
It goes over and down. Yeah. So
yeah.
the feet
because if people go,
head.
they think it goes upside down, don't they? Mind you, Wags has got the right idea. I remember that in Aliens as well, when they put Bishop in that pipe and then weld it up afterwards, and he starts crawling through this tiny little pipe, and I'm watching that and I'm going, you go, which is quite weird when you think about it. You go, oh, you're worried about being inside the pipe. You're probably the safest place on the fucking planet.
Oh, get a portal gun. That'll get you out.
Outside of that, you got all those aliens waiting for you. Stay in the pipe, man.
Yeah.
I'm on one of the Brixton pages, and they've just put up a load of. This guy goes and does cave explorations and stuff all around here, and somebody invited him to go and walk through this tunnel, which has just been discovered. And he walked it. It's about half a mile long. It goes all the way under Brixton, and it's bricks, and there's fucking altars and candles and mate.
Oh,
One entrance goes all the way down to this fucking room. There's the what's the all-seeing eye scratched into the wall and.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, another place I went to. I went to the Hellfire Caves just outside Wickham, at High Wycombe. Yeah, that's a bit fucked up and all. Yeah, no.
Oh dear. Yeah, well. No, I must admit it's been quite a busy day considering I was taking a day off, which I ended up not doing in the end anyway. Ended up doing an OB8 because it was sitting in the shed annoying me. He goes, "You haven't looked at me yet, have you?" So, shut up. I'm trying to enjoy my day. Yeah, you have to do me tomorrow as well. So I pulled it out, took it down to the workshop, and I was listening to Andy's broadcast. You know, his the Synkrotron live stream that he did on Jam Tabber. I thought, right, I'll have that playing there, and I'll get on with the OB8, which was, completely dead. It didn't do a thing. You turned it on, it just went, what? No lights, nothing, right? And then about halfway through the stream, had it all done. All up and kicking, lovely. Apparently he was playing the stream in D. No, E. Tell a lie, he was playing it in E, because I had to calibrate it slightly. And it was there, so it was being done in the key of E. So I'm testing it, so I'm going, fuck it, I'll play along with them. So I'm playing along with it, adding little bits and pieces, and it was good laugh. So so that's done. So I don't have to do that tomorrow. Then I remember I've still got 2 to do tomorrow anyway. So.
Yeah, do you want a mindfuck, guys? It was 7 weeks ago we were up at Kent's.
Really?
No.
Yeah. What?
Wow.
Anyone know if it's worth getting a Twitch account?
I've got a Twitch account, never go in it.
We've got one, and I think we get
Do
occasionally
we?
one viewer.
What is?
They started doing a load of EMOMs through Twitch. That's why I got an account, but I haven't been in it for.
It's
It was
either
hard enough
people-
me getting into Discord.
Most of the people that have Twitch or use Twitch to stream stuff are people that stream themselves playing video games, or
Yeah.
people that stream themselves DJing, or people that stream themselves doing, and it's all monetization. And it's all you have to buy. There's a lot of money involved. It's just I mean,
Technically, the pub should be on Twitch because it's basically us fucking about for 5 hours.
Yeah.
Essentially.
could be.
No, you got
Oh,
to
no,
go on TikTok.
I was.
TikTok's the future.
Yeah, because it's funny. I thought Andy's stream was going to be at 1 o'clock. I don't know why I thought that. Because I seem to remember somebody telling me it was at 6 anyway. And
Yeah, Andy told you it was at 6 because he announced it on Randy's show.
that's right. Yeah, that's right. That's right. And then for some reason, it still ended up being. So at 1 o'clock, I sort of like looked on Andy's site, and it was like, oh, perhaps it's. Oh, wait a minute! Didn't they say it was 6 o'clock? So I just left it on the page and waited to see if anything happened. Because I noticed on my, particularly on, well, no, sorry, only on my iPad. If I click the notify me button, the fucker never notifies me.
I only get notifications on the iPad. I don't get one here.
It's
Or on
weird.
my
I
phone,
don't
actually.
get it on the iPad and get it on practically everything else in the house.
Yeah.
So there'll be this bing, 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 bing coming up all over the place. Even on the bleeding TV downstairs, and it go bing like that. On the actual iPad, nah, can't be asked, mate. So I don't know what that's all about. I really don't.
Yeah, I get them on my Garmin, probably because I got a link to my phone, but that's about it. I don't get anything on the iPad.
Yeah, mobile phone is something I just don't need. I don't think.
Andy's asking what I was up to on TikTok. So my
Oh,
TikTok
yeah.
story. I haven't been on TikTok for probably 18 months, right? So I did a really crap little promo for the album release on Friday, I think it was. Yeah. And I never bothered even looking. I never even bothered going into it. I did it on TikTok and I did it on Instagram. Never bothered looking at it till today. And I just thought, I'll go in and have a look at it, make sure, just because I haven't been in TikTok forever. I look at it, and it's got over 300,000 views.
Ian's a TikTok sensation.
Right? And
No,
I'm thinking,
300,000 on TikTok is like one person on YouTube.
well, yeah. So
Equivalent,
yeah, well. So I did my usual sort of random record of the day, and I thought I'll put that on TikTok this morning.
Yeah.
Okay, put that on TikTok. It's had over just under 600,000 views, 500,000 of those in the first 2 hours.
Good God.
Fucking hell.
So that's nearly 900,000 views, nearly 1 million views in 2 days. And I can't get any money out of it, can I? I can't monetize it because
And you didn't even have to show your dick.
And you didn't have to show your dick, exactly. Yeah.
God
And-
knows how.
I mean, what's really interesting is the second video. Because my random album of the day is a very obscure jazz album, right? By the I think it's Motown Trio from early 70s. The music was replaced, not by me. So I suspect that TikTok have done that automatically.
Right.
To some sort of almost hip hop track that I don't know.
Okay.
So you can just hear me and the music underneath all of this other stuff that's going on top of it. But yeah,
My God.
I tell you what, I've got something like 200 people following now on TikTok, which I only had about 30 before. It's just
I think we're missing a trick here. Don't you?
It's like I went to my SoundCloud a couple of months ago. I haven't been there for donkeys and donkeys. So I went to my SoundCloud. I couldn't remember what my password was, but got in the end anyway. And in the last 18 months, I've had one play of one track. I was like, cool. Did they say anything about it?
That'd be
No,
me.
apparently not. Apparently nobody. No. Now, see, right. Mr. Ollie is in the chat, right?
Yeah.
I watched he put up a video of he's put a VGA monitor thing onto his Game Boy thing. It's not my area of expertise. Honest to God, I never had any of those type of things. And I thought, fucking hell, that's clever. Really, really clever that was. Really brilliant. Unless Simon did it and he's just credit.
Yeah.
Because you don't know, do you? You never know. But yeah, it was fantastic. I thought, God, I could have done with that when they came out. Really good.
Waggle says, yeah, the TikTok views is not doom scrolling. I don't know what that is. Past for more than 2 seconds.
Oh, but yeah, people have it. Yeah.
So they're just seeing it. So, and they still count. I'm assuming that this must still counting them.
And TikTok is susceptible to bots.
I mean, I have to say,
well,
it didn't increase any. I didn't get any sales out of it for the album, which slightly bugs me. But
I see. Oh,
But
so
now
you
the
register?
Chinese own your Wi-Fi.
yeah,
Or your wife? It's
Or
one
your
of the other.
wife. Yeah.
Yeah. So literally, as you're scrolling, as it passes on the screen, that's registered as a view.
well, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Although, because Josh, my youngest, doesn't do TikTok, and I was telling him, and he went and had a look. It says Ian J. Cole is you need to sign up because he's I've become an influencer. That's why me thinking the TikTok influencer.
Ooh,
I'm trending. That was it. I was trending.
trending.
It's all bollocks.
It is.
At the end of the day,
Yeah.
unless you're buying yourself a new Mercedes, it's not worth talking about, really, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, Roberto, have you seen that new Audi?
New Audi.
The new Audi. It's based on a 1930s car.
What we talking, like in real life or in Gran Turismo?
In real life. Costs about £250,000.
Can't see
Looks
that.
like it was built in the 1930s. It was actually built this year. Got a
Wasn't-
V16
wasn't-
in the back of it.
Wasn't the Goodwood, was it?
Don't know. But if it was going to be anywhere, it would be there, wouldn't it?
Right, I'll have to go through Luke's posts because he's just done a photo dump.
It's silver, it's fecking
Yes,
huge,
yes.
and it has suicide doors, a nice, church window grille on the
I've-
front, big
I'm
arches.
Right, let me have a look because I'm fairly certain he's posted one of those.
I think they called it a type something or other, or whatever.
Okay, that's not.
£250,000, I'll have two.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find it.
Well, you can't actually, because there's only one, apparently, but there you go. See if you can find her.
I will have a look through his posts. I'm sure it because, like I say, he did a massive photo dump today from last week,
Yeah.
and I'm sure I've seen that.
Yeah, I think it's either, no, it can't be a straight 16, it'd be ridiculous. It must be a V16.
Hang on, right, that's all the Astons. It's going to take a while because he's put up about 400 photos.
Oh, God. Ow. Bee.
Oh no.
Yeah, you're right, Wags. They were very, very, very stylish. Well, the really expensive ones were.
Well, there's a picture of David Coulthard. He looks like a fucking set square.
No, that's his chin.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's in they not that I really follow F1 anymore, but they stripped what's his face?
I think I found it.
Lewis?
So was it an Audi, Ken?
Yes, dear.
Hang on. Save image.
What's
I'll
his
send
face? Won the Belgian Grand Prix.
Is this over this
George
altercation on the bend where?
No.
No.
No, this is happened today. His car was 1.5 kilos underweight.
Oh.
Whose
So-
car?
Russell's, the other Mercedes
really?
driver.
Yeah.
So Hamilton.
Maybe he'd had a big shit before he got in the car.
Yeah. Apparently, it was a mistake by the team. It obviously wasn't anything to do with the driver, but because he then gets disqualified,
Yeah, when he gets disqualified.
Hamilton gets the win.
Yeah, because there was a lot of controversy, apparently, because it was coming up on my Facebook every fucking 2 minutes, of where they met up. It was
in the last race, yeah.
yeah, Lewis and
Yeah, fucking Verstappen.
yeah.
Verstappen can't fucking drive a car properly.
I don't know if that's the
He's
one.
got-
but Rob
He's got
sent it
3
to you,
cars
Rob.
width to get through on the inside if he really wanted to. He just fucking he was too fast. He fucked it. He locked it up, fucked it, and took himself out of the fucking running. So
Yeah.
so
I wonder what that bloke in Gran Turismo thought of me actually just up his arse the entire 3 laps.
that was funny. We should do that.
I mean,
more
I was
often.
in this Audi R8 GT, and he's in this little family saloon thing. I'm
Mazda
right,
3.
Right, Mazda 3. I'm right up
Mazda.
behind him the whole way round.
We're hooning around. What was it? Was it Spa?
Oh, Spa.
I think it was Spa, wasn't it? We're hooning around that, and I'm in a Toyota Super Formula
Yeah.
in full-on JPS livery. There's another guy that's joined us. He's got the McLaren MP44 from 1988, which you can only buy for about 20 million credits in Gran Turismo.
Yeah.
And then this bloke joins up with a Mazda 3.
Yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
Oh, mate. They've definitely changed that chicane before the start-finish. That's not
Oh, yeah.
how I remember it at all. Because I come up to it and go, wait a minute, this is a lot tighter than it used to be. Oh dear, I appear to be in a wall.
Do you know, I fucking hate synth manufacturers who provide you images without
Yes.
a transparent background of a keyboard on a white background, because when you try to isolate that said image from the white background so you can put it on something, that you want to put it on, because white isn't really a great background to have, it becomes very fucking difficult.
Yeah, Type 52 sounds about right, actually, Carl.
I don't know that the one I've sent
Yeah.
Rob
Then
is.
you got to
is
crop
Oh, you
out all
sent
the
me something,
white. And,
yeah, I did. I don't think it's the one you're talking about. Oh no, 1984. Oh no, that's Quattro.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Let me have a sniff myself here. Sniff, sniff, sniff. Right. What keyword should we use? Find the fucking car. Yeah, that'll work.
That car.
Is that it, Kemp?
Oh, and let me come back.
Oh, I see what
No.
you mean.
No,
No,
no.
I've just seen it on Google. I have seen pictures of that elsewhere. I'm sure Luke's got a picture of that somewhere. I'll have to ask, I'll
Now,
have to ask him.
I got a picture of it, and it's only the back of it. Oh, fuck's sake, hang on a sec. Oh, no, it's a video. Okay, right, let's grab this.
I'll ask him. Hang on.
Consent. Yes, I give my consent to look at it. Right, here we go. I can call it up now. That's the Google search. Right, here we go. Ready? That. It's 2025. 2024. It's a V16.
Do you know what I get from that? Aston Martin
Pardon?
Atom. Aston Martin Atom.
Yes, there's a little bit of that. There's also a little bit of Dakota in it as well, actually. Yeah, a little bit of 1930s aircraft.
Mm.
But that was the thing, because a lot of the cars, you know, the fancy cars, looked like planes. And the styling of the planes was very streamlined. Made for some very, very beautiful cars.
It kind of reminds me of those Airstreamer campers.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Probably not Yuli's okay. Unless you can actually register it as being 1933 or something like that, and you can.
I'm such a dick. I asked Hayley if there was an Audi Type 52 at Goodwood. Fucking knobhead. No,
Was
she
that the
never
hot
went.
dog?
Oh, he's had a rough weekend. He I was doing some ancestry. Oh Christ, a little while back. Gets this notification up, and it's asking me about this guy. Do I know who he is? Blah 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 blah. And it was like, So I sent it to Luke, and he went, "Fuck! If that's who it looks like, I've got to tell my mum." So he asked his mum about it, and she went, "That's him." It was her brother. They were both adopted when they were young. It was her brother. He passed away 20 years ago. But she never knew where he was buried. And this fucking post said exactly where he is.
Oh.
And she's not been... It's one of those things, you know, she's never been right since he left and didn't know where he was.
Right.
And they're up there today.
Oh.
Blackpool, apparently.
Oh.
Yes. So I'm not expecting him to reply anytime soon, but I've asked him.
Yeah, me and Fiona were having a very weird conversation a couple of nights ago now about there was this thing. It's just been a lot. Well, we've treated it as a long-standing joke. I'm sorry, but the more years go by, the more I think, possibly. And that was, my nan used to say to me about when I discovered that I was in my mum and dad's wedding photograph. It didn't register with me at all at the time. Well, you don't. You see your wedding, your mum and dad's wedding photograph at 2. You know, yeah, cool. You know. But anyway, some years go by, and my nan was telling me about how mum had a boyfriend, a famous boyfriend, and it ties in with a letter that we found after Mum died, and I don't know. The bottom line is, there's a possibility that my dad wasn't my dad.
Mm-hmm.
Not the end of the world, you say? Agreed. Doesn't really matter. In fact, my dad died so long ago, I feel like I, never really had a dad, if you know what I mean. But, oh, this is mental. There's some, scented love letters, essentially, between my mum and Richard Todd.
Oh,
Fucking hell.
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No.
Wow.
Yes, exactly. And Nan had said, yes, he was an entertainer and all this sort of thing. She always skim around because she didn't want me to work it out, I suppose. I don't know. And I'm going, yeah, but she could have been going out with Richard Todd, because Mum was quite the looker when she was young, you see. And her bus route was going to Elstree.
Right.
And she used to meet them all, And then when she came off that bus route, the one she had used to go past the old television house. So the story I've told you before about when she found Tommy Cooper's script on the seat. He'd left it behind, and she ran into television centre to give him his script for the show he was doing that night, broadcasting live, and it was the spoon jar one, and and it was sort of like, maybe she used to go out with Richard Todd, but probably not my dad though.
Who knows?
But I don't look like my dad, if you know what I mean. Weirdly. So,
oh, that's it. People are going to be doing side by side.
Yeah, I'm looking at Richard Todd right now.
But I don't think I look like Richard Todd either.
Wasn't he half Irish as well? Wasn't he half Irish descent?
Dublin. He's born in Dublin.
Oh,
Yeah.
fucking hell, there you go.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there you go. See, so
Yeah.
something to
90
talk
when he
about on the
died.
bus, isn't it?
Yeah.
And
I enjoyed the Dam Busters. Good in the Dam Busters.
He only
Yeah.
died about 20 years ago. Wasn't
It says he died 2009.
he? Yeah. It's not an awful long time
No,
ago.
exactly.
Yeah.
No,
So,
good actor. I liked him a lot.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
I've often seen Richard Todd in films.
Yeah, me too.
Didn't know I was supposed to be calling him Daddy, but there you go. Yeah. But you wonder, and you go, maybe something to romanticise about. Oh yes, my real father was a film actor.
Well, there's five other kids, Kent. So you're gonna have to fight for the estate.
Oh no, I'm fine, thank you. We know how that can go sometimes, because they didn't pay him a lot of money back then,
No, exactly.
£6, 4p.
I'm going to say they wouldn't do residuals either, would they? So that every time it gets shown, they get.
No.
they
The
don't do
studios
any
were
of that
smarter
sort of
than that.
business.
Yeah. They own everything outright once it's in the can.
I had a story recently. You know the Channel 4 ident that when they first launched.
The coloured brick thing.
No, not the actual the audio ident.
4 notes.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah.
The person that wrote that,
your dad?
Sorry,
your
he's my dad. Yeah.
Was your dad?
It was Richard Todd.
Yeah. Channel 4.
Was your next door neighbour's dog's vet?
Yeah.
Bob Todd.
Channel 4 cocked up because he was getting payment every time it was played for years.
I heard about this.
Yeah. I mean, could have been even decades until they realised that they were still paying him.
Yeah.
And then they literally had to change the.
By then he'd
the
already
audio.
started his own space program.
Yeah.
Tracker Jack, you do look a lot like Father Ted Kent.
No, I've never watched Father Ted.
What?
I know.
Serious,
Oh my
dude.
God.
I know.
John?
It is on my list to watch. I've seen clips of it, and it looks hilarious.
Oh,
And
it is.
Yeah, we need to sit down and watch all of them.
Yeah.
These synths are small. Those are far away.
Yeah.
Feck.
Arse.
Sort of thing.
And instead of a mouth, it's got 4 asses.
Where's my brick?
Go on.
I've seen the scene where he's in the ladies' lingerie,
Yeah.
which is just absolutely hilarious.
So you're a racist now, Father.
Oh no, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Short-lived, but brilliant.
We need to. It's something we could watch over tea because we're currently watching The Bear. We've seen that. It's on Disney Plus. It's first 2 series have been really good. I've just watched the first episode of the 3rd series over tea tonight, and both Jen and I went, "What the hell was all that about?" So we'll see.
We watched Wicked Little Letters last night, which was
that's on.
incredibly good.
Is it
It's on
good?
Netflix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
So it was.
It's really. I mean, it's Olivia Colman.
Yeah, I know.
Straight
Well, actually,
away.
she turns up in The Bear.
Does she? Oh yeah.
Yeah.
She gets everywhere. She's
Yeah,
in,
as a chef.
She's in
In
Marvel
demand.
as well, isn't she?
In demand.
She is.
Is that a little Olivia?
I see the collective Marvel fan universes losing their shit over the announcement that Robert Downey Jr. is coming back to Marvel, but as Victor Von Doom or something, not Iron Man, obviously.
I stopped watching Marvel movies a long time ago.
Yeah, same here.
I mean, I did quite like one of the Spider-Man movies. I think I probably said it before, actually. When Spider-Man Long Way Home, quite liked that. I didn't go to the pictures to see it, but I did the auditorium at Pocklington Arts Centre when it was on, so I got to see it for free.
The thing that I like Marvel for is they gave us Guardians
of the Galaxy.
Yeah.
I used to love the love the comics as a kid. I used to have all of them. Loads of them. Not all of them, because you can't have all of them.
And Mr. New Zealander director doing Thor.
Oh, Taika with Tiki.
Yeah.
He's done Time Bandits, hasn't he, as a TV series?
Is he?
Yeah.
Is that starting? Because I saw something. I saw something about it being on.
No, I love the way he directs.
Have you seen Jojo Rabbit?
Yes.
It's really good.
It is good. It's not as good as I thought it was going to be.
No, I really like
but I thought it was okay.
Well, it depends on how good you thought it was going to be.
I thought it was going to be brilliant, and it wasn't. It was good, just good.
You set yourself up for a fall there.
There's another reason for watching.
Yeah. What was the Cobblers Fiona was watching last night?
Not the Olympics then, because Jane's watching.
No,
the
it
Olympics.
was loads of people. It was all these people saying the demon is coming, and then this woman feeds them cakes, and they've all got stupid grins on their faces, and all this. I don't know what the hell it was.
She put a camera up in my bedroom again.
No, the cake is a lie.
Very weird. Very weird. Yeah, she likes watching very weird anyway, so don't know why. But what was it I said to her last night?
Do Disney own Marvel?
Oh, I said, oh, do you know what? My
Yes.
fairy godmother came to me one night and
They
said,
own
"What do you
everything.
want? A brilliant memory or a huge dick?"
I can't
Do you know
remember what I
what?
said.
I can't remember what I. Oh, mate. What was the other one I said to her? Oh, yeah. I was at school. I was really bad at maths. So bad. I don't know how many. I can't count how many times I failed.
Oh, I love stupid jokes like that.
Yeah, you got to.
I'll tell you who's brilliant for that. Stuart Francis.
Yes.
Oh, God, he's great.
I've seen him live. He is fucking deadly.
Yeah. Francis and Delaney.
Have you
They're
seen the
both
clips?
Gary
One
Delaney,
line.
you have seen him as well.
Brilliant
Saw
one
him
live. But I
saw
think Stuart Francis is somehow better. He did this thing. He did this one where I think he was at the Apollo in Glasgow, and he come on. He said, "What was it?" He said something about. He said, "I hate all this sort of, comedians come on and they give this fake, over the top sort of friendly stuff." He goes, "So he's going. So I am so happy to be here at the Apollo in Gladwig, my hometown."
I saw him in Exeter, and I saw Gary Delaney in Timoth, and they were as good as each other. Gary Delaney is fucking deadly.
Yeah.
I've signed up to see a show at Edinburgh called The History of Electronic Music.
All right.
So that'll be
short.
interesting. That'll be, it's 50 minutes. So there you go.
Oh, pad it out a bit.
Yeah. And the other one I'm really looking forward to is The Sex Lives of Puppets.
Why does that sound familiar?
We're starting to get into Ian's head now, aren't we?
I don't know, actually.
There's something familiar about the Sex Life of Puppets. That rings a bell.
It might well have been doing the rounds, but
Yeah, I'm wondering if it might have been there before.
And it all started with Fist in the Sock.
That's no way to talk about Ollie.
What do you know about me and my first girlfriend?
Oh, God. Oh, I do hope Ollie's not watching.
And to a pinch of shit, he is.
Well, he was there a while ago.
He was.
Oh, here's a fun thing to do. Get a dog, name it Shark, take it to the beach.
Top Dog Simon's just come up. The what life of who?
Wait for the review.
Oh, shit.
Shark.
Do you know what? I think if Ollie just did 5 minutes sitting there having a conversation with Simon, forget like one of his regular things, just sitting there having a conversation, fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
Talking about the shit he is on here, probably.
Oh, mate.
Pardon me.
God, have I got anything that hasn't got dogs on it?
Yeah, Carl says that's my next TikTok video. It could well be.
I think a dog's been standing in this. Weird. Oh.
Do not fucking do that, please. That's scary.
What?
Start holding your chest.
Oh, it's wind.
I fucking hope so.
I was going to say, I thought you were frightened of the key at E.
He's a good.
Good. Yeah.
Depends how many you take.
So my missus tells me.
Yeah.
4, 5, 6, 7.
Don't do drugs, kids.
6 up here. I have 13 total.
Yeah, sell them. Make more money. Business first. Pleasure later.
Oh.
Ah, mate. I would have been a wonderful parent. Actually, thinking about it, I did. I practically brought up Scott.
Well, it's like when my lads went off to university, I said to them, both of them, I said, look, I'm not going to tell you not to do drugs. You know, you do what you want. But don't tell your mother. I said, but if you get police involved, your glittering career will be down the toilet.
Yeah, you have to go into politics. Yeah, well, that's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, you can put the word recreational in front of it, but I think it's all down to the control. Really.
Yeah, I mean,
well, go on.
I was just going to say that I didn't do. I think everybody, well, not everybody, but I experimented a little bit with drugs in my late teens and early 20s, and but mainly it was cannabis, Although I did inadvertently try heroin once. Yeah, and I smoked it and didn't quite know what it was, but I understand how people can get hooked on that sort of stuff.
Oh, Hayley's quite open about her history and with drugs and that, and the only thing she never did was heroin. She did pretty much everything else.
I didn't like losing control. I didn't like to be out of control, and I took some cannabis resin once. I watched a horror movie on my own and then took some cannabis resin and didn't go up. I went absolutely paranoid.
Yeah.
It took me about 40 minutes to get. I thought I've got to be with people because I don't feel safe on my own.
Yeah.
And the pub that everybody went into was literally across the road from my flat. it took me 40 minutes to cross the road for a start. And Jane and I weren't actually dating, but we were very friendly. And I just said, I went in and saw my friend Mark and Maggie, and I said, I've taken some stuff. I'm really not very safe. Will you just sit with me? And they did. And Jane came up and went, oh no, I can't see you. So I was, I was completely paranoid. And I was like that for the whole night. Really.
See, I always knew that if I ever got into something like that, I wouldn't be able to stop, which is why I never did it. Anything. I've got a personality that just doesn't know when to stop with things.
Yeah,
like
but
that.
you see, there are addictive drugs and there are addictive drugs. I mean, it's only defined by what some faceless bureaucrat decides is going to be illegal and what isn't.
Well, alcohol and cigarettes for a kick-off.
Yeah, I mean, I always remember Steve Earle, the country singer, saying, because he was a heroin addict for quite a while, and he said his personality, and you're right, Matt, about personality, his personality would have always been into drugs. It's just that because he was famous, he could afford better drugs. Really, Well,
I mean, when it comes to addiction, hello.
Yeah. I stopped smoking 20 odd years ago. I am still addicted to cigarettes.
Yeah.
I know that.
What, I don't have a strong coffee in the morning. I'll fuck you up. Do you know what? No, really, I'm a miserable bastard if I can't have my coffee in the morning. Fiona's the same, but with tea. But it's the same thing. Same thing. So there's addictions in all sorts of
Good God.
guises,
Mm-hmm.
Some people say, oh no, they were driven to become a heroin addict.
They jumped in the car and somebody took them.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they really, really can't drive that fucked out of their mind.
What can I say? I'm a coke addict.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's another one. One.
That is one thing I was addicted to. It was pointed out. I was drinking 4 or 5 litres of that shit a day in the 90s, and somebody said to me, "You don't have to drink a lot of that."
There's an awful lot of caffeine in it, isn't there?
And sugar.
I drink that stuff, which
Margaret,
is caffeine free.
Margaret will tell you it was fizzy drinks that killed Dom.
Was it?
Yeah, he drank gallons of it every single day.
See, I limit my fizzy drinks intake these days. I have no more than 1 can of Coke. I don't have a can of Coke every day, and I prefer to have the sort of caffeine free. But if I go out, and because I don't really drink alcohol that often, I would have a Coke, a Diet Coke.
Yeah.
So I would have a couple of pints of Diet Coke on a night out, which isn't good. I know it isn't good for me, but I can't find another soft drink that I actually really, really like. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
But I used to drink an awful lot. I used to drink fizzy water and fizzy drinks all the time. And I've stopped all of that now. I occasionally will have some orange Lucozade in the house, but it's infrequent. And I've got that in the house, but,
Yeah.
ideally every other day I'd have a can of Coke.
Yeah, I have to limit mine because I had a major problem with it for a while.
I've never been into
Well,
it.
that's why
Weirdly.
we buy cans, so I know you get, it's probably more ecologically friendly to have a big bottle. But if I open a big bottle, that means I have to drink it.
Yes.
Whereas if I have a can,
Yeah.
my next one might be in 3 days' time. I don't have to drink. I don't have to drink an open bottle, So that's why we buy 6 cans at a time.
Big Jab is lurking.
I still think it's better than having to buy 6 cans of beer.
We're on screen, mate, but we're technically lurking as well. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to say. They say, "Oh, this is good for you. That's good, or that's bad for you," and it's like everything's okay as long as you don't go ape shit on it.
It's about how much of anything,
Yeah.
you take.
Water's poisonous if you drink too much of it, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
sausages. Eat too many sausages.
Well,
So you
Go through the floor.
there was that
You've seen how
Chinese girl.
sausages are made. I take it.
Do you know what?
You mean they
I
don't
wouldn't.
jump around fields? And
No, not like that.
No, they do not.
Is Robbie making that fapping noise? Oh, wags, fucking hell.
Oh my god. You took something quite. Yeah, no, the way animals are farmed. Mind you, I'm not much of a meat eater, to be honest.
You hear that?
Yep.
That's the
Yeah.
local dickhead. We've got a kid on a motorbike, and he's a kid. That's the little 125,
It's his own Gran
And-
Turismo.
and that's what he does.
Yeah, we've had those steaming around Brixham today. You could hear them hitting
Yeah,
full
here it's-
gear, full chit.
Yeah. I saw him outside because we got a Tesco's just down the road, and about a month ago, he was stood there, literally revving the guts out of the thing. You know, and I'm thinking,
Well,
you're probably gonna blow your engine up, mate, for a start.
His rings will wear down, and
Yeah,
everything,
exactly.
won't
You know,
they? Yeah.
either that or he'll smash into something because I mean, he does drive like an absolute lunatic, and he'll probably, and at some point he will, he'll hit something
Or someone.
or someone.
Yeah, eggs are really healthy, but too many eggs, you die of fucking heart disease. So it's all about amount,
Portion
control and balance.
Yeah. A small amount of dark chocolate is good for you, apparently. I have a small amount of dark chocolate every day.
Mm-hmm.
Not a lot. I find if I eat milk chocolate, I sort of feel a bit bloated with it.
Yeah.
So
No,
I
it
don't
takes
often-
practice.
Does it?
Yeah.
It's about 80% dark chocolate. It's good for you, a little bit.
Fiona was going to go out shopping tonight, and she said, she goes, anything you fancy, different, you know. I went, do you know what? I haven't had spaghetti hoops, canned spaghetti hoops in years. I fancy that. She went, all right, I'll go and get some. She comes back in, she goes, I got this from Tesco's. She goes, got me club card. How much? I went, I think the last time I bought a tin of Heinz spaghetti hoops, it was about 42p a tin. She goes, £2.50. What? How do people on benefits survive?
Yeah.
Exactly.
What the hell?
Can't.
And that's with the discount. It's like, God.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm with you, Paul. I told her. Dark chocolate is a veg. It's one of my 5 a day.
Yes, it is. I totally agree with that. I've always said that as well.
With orange juice.
Yeah.
It's one of my other 5 a day. And
Chocolate and
Yeah.
orange, isn't that your favourite, Rob?
that's it.
One
I'm
of
not,
them.
I'm not that good on
I
chocolate orange.
I probably have 1 or 2 a year.
Oh, it depends on what type of chocolate orange it is.
Oh, it's got to be.
There are chocolate oranges.
Well, we invented in York, so,
Well, yeah, the Terry's one, but there's
Cherry's one, yeah. Cherry's.
Yeah,
Although
Cherry's.
Cherry's is long gone.
Yeah, but there are other types of chocolate, orange flavoured chocolate.
I'm
It's-
sure there are, yeah.
Oh my God, died and gone to heaven.
No, mint chocolate's mine.
Who makes flakes?
Cadbury's.
Cadbury's, yeah. How can it,
Dermatitis.
I don't buy any Nestle. I mean, I'm sure it's made a lot of difference to Nestle, but I've never bought Nestle sweets.
He goes, what
for
makes flakes? And I went,
30
dermatitis.
years. I missed that. Ken, what was that?
He said, what makes flakes? And I went, dermatitis. Oh, fancy some dermatitis bar? Oh, fucking yes, please.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so I haven't bought since Roundtree Macintosh or Roundtree's became Nestle. There's not much of a factory left in York anyway. They were one of the major employers. Them of the carriage works back in the 70s and 80s. Because of the poor practices of Nestle, especially with milk products in the third world, it's all well documented on the internet, so you can check it out. We haven't bought Nestle products for over 30 years. Still don't.
Ah.
So I still miss polos. I used to really like fruit polos.
Oh, I hated them.
Oh yeah, they were better than mint ones.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah. And I've been around the factory. As a kid, school kid, you used to be able to go around the factory, which was quite. And then you get a selection box at the end of your visit. It was great fun.
Only factory I've ever been around was the rum factory in the Dominican Republic.
I bet that was good.
Do you remember coming out of it?
I remember coming out of it. I don't remember much after that.
Wow.
Yeah, when they give you a tiny little tot, a 151, 151% proof. Fuck. Yeah, you don't remember much after that. We brought a bottle back, which we weren't meant to do, in '98. And at Luke's christening, my half brother said to me, "Oh, what's this? What's this?" He was about 16, 17. So what's this? What? Rum. I said, right. I put that much, I kid you not, in a glass. I said, now when you put it in your mouth, whatever you do, don't go, because, like brandy and whiskey.
Yeah.
And he did that, and it evaporated, and he inhaled it. And within about 2 minutes, he was like, in the corner. Pissed out of his neck.
No.
Oh, vicious stuff. Vicious stuff.
As Tracker Jack says, it's actually not easy because Nestle do own loads of brands.
Oh,
and not
Christ,
all of them,
Not all. You'd have to look on the bottom, the small print, to see it's actually owned by Nestle.
Yeah. I mean, Jane, because Jane does most of the shopping, she's well up on that.
Yeah,
she has a list of brands that we just don't buy. And I know it's making absolutely no difference to them as a company because we're only one family.
Well, it's for your own principles.
But it is about principles, yeah.
Yeah, no, it make nothing to their overheads at all, but it's not the point. Yeah.
It's probably enough to make Seaborn Rowntree turn over in his grave because the Rowntree family, well, they basically built a village for their workers on quite close to where the factory used to be, called New Ayswick. And while it was all owned by Rowntrees, there was never ever a pub there. There is now because it's been all sold off and that. It's
yeah. See, we never got those kind of school trips we could go around a factory. Because, the teacher would say, we live in Surrey, darling, there are no factories.
Yeah. I remember going around York District Hospital before it opened.
Yeah.
Yeah, the year before it opened.
Yeah, because all the interesting shit seemed to be going on up north. All we had down here was craft fairs.
Say craft work for a minute.
Yeah. We are the inbreds. Ding, 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 ding. No, it's sort of like one of those. I mean, school trips. I mean, fucking hell, I'm trying to remember one of them.
I think I went 2 or 3 times round Rowntrees. Every couple of years, and they may maybe take another class another year.
I mean, sometimes we might go up into town.
Yeah, and Carl's right. I mean, I went around Cadbury's with the boys when we had on holiday.
Yeah,
and it was still Cadbury, still owned by the Cadbury family at that point.
Yeah,
and it's quite sad what happened to Cadbury's to some extent.
Did it go to Ireland at some point?
I mean, it's sad what happened to Terry's.
Yeah,
so York was the chocolate capital of the UK to some extent.
Yeah,
You had Terry's and you had Rowntrees, and most people worked for those 2 companies. Or they worked at the carriage works on the railway.
Yeah.
Trying to remember any trips I took in school. Museum of Science in Boston.
That's a cool visit.
Yeah.
Like the one thing that I remember most is the electricity room that has the big, like the world's largest Van de Graaff generator. And they did this whole like show, demonstrating lightning and stuff with it. It was like super, super cool.
Well, I remember we went to the National History Museum in London back in the day before we'd had to give everything back.
Right, yeah.
So I got to see Tutankhamun. There you go.
Wow.
Yeah. And it was funny because I think at the time, if I remember rightly, the dinosaur that was in the foyer
Yeah.
was still 3 different dinosaurs and they didn't know it yet. Straight up. It was a dinosaur that didn't exist.
Well, I mean, my dad was the chief photographer at the Geological Museum.
Oh, nice.
So I spent, he sort of wangled a lot of school trips and sort of backstage stuff for us.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently a lot of his work's still there. First man in the country to photograph moon rock in '69.
Wow, that's cool.
Nice.
Didn't you already have his hands full? So. Sorry. I went to Griffith Park Observatory in LA and saw the Tesla coil operating,
Yeah.
which was very fucking cool.
Yeah.
I mean, that is cool, Rob,
Yeah.
actually. Yeah.
They had a couple at the Science Museum too.
Yeah, some say dinosaurs never existed. I know. The same people that think that if you dig down 2 feet, you fall into space. Ridiculous.
My claim to fame is that as a small 6-year-old, family friend was the lighting man for Sooty, and I got to meet Sooty.
I met Harry Corbett and
It was I think it was his son who was doing it when I saw it.
He said it was sooty.
He was Sooty. Come with me,
Would you
little
like to
boy.
be City?
Yeah.
No, he came to my dad's restaurant, Harry Corbett.
Yeah.
Matthew Corbett was his son, wasn't it?
Yeah.
He did
Yeah.
the TV.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lucky you didn't have to do the voice, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a clever move.
Right, that's that done.
You got your review done now?
Yeah. I think.
We just make up some shit.
Yeah.
He's
Pretty
just
much.
been writing down what we've been saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a weird
Well,
review
this
for
is
that
one
sense.
of the reasons why I don't write this stuff while I'm doing, I'm sat here, because I end up just writing what you guys say, or what I'm saying. Because my
This must be
mind-
the 3rd one in 2 weeks that you've done on a pub.
Yeah. No, I did all the writing before I came, and I'm just doing all
Oh.
the
Oh,
frilly
the,
stuff around the edges,
Yeah.
like headings and images and what have you. God, it's good. I cannot wait to get this one off my back. It's been painful.
What's this? Just
Very
reset Mac.
painful.
Yeah, I've got to reinstall everything. Oh, somebody didn't do a backup.
Time machine. Anyone?
Ding 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 ding. It should do that when you fire it up. It should play the Doctor Who theme.
Certainly should. Rob, you know when the Doctor Who, when it was at Synthfest about 3 years ago, maybe 4 years ago, might have been before the pandemic. I don't even know if it was before they were filming them, because I never went to that one. I know I would actually love to see it. It was how I can't even remember who actually did the talk. It was breaking down the Doctor Who thing.
I can't remember. Trying to remember.
It must have been before the pandemic then, because
Yeah, because I don't.
we lost 2 years really then, didn't we?
Was it the first one?
No, I never went to the first one. I was at the second one onwards.
Yeah, me too.
So maybe second or third one.
No, I don't remember. But yeah, I don't think they've. Can't remember when they started film, because I remember the first one I went to, which was I think the second ever.
Yeah.
That was the one that Mark Doty was at, and he did his presentation in the main hall, and you had to wear headphones.
Oh, because I didn't go to that.
It was the most stupid thing that you could do, is to have a talk
Oh, yeah.
in the middle of a room where you've got
Everybody's-
modular people going for like 7 hours straight. Yeah.
Hmm.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, I can't believe that update on GT7 now. The arse comes out
Yeah.
so violently.
The physics has changed.
Yeah.
I'd actually. It just took a little. I don't know whether it was because I haven't played it for a while that I was a bit out of practice, or whether it was just because the physics have changed. But
No.
by the time I got to like lap 3 on
Yeah.
most stuff, I was sort of keeping it where I would normally have it. So
Yeah.
No, that Mac 40 never used to have its arse come out like that, no matter how hard you stamped on it. Yeah. Because that first go at Spa ended up just facing the wall. Like, shit. On that first bend.
yeah.
Ah, well.
Right. I think
Therefore you are.
I can put that one to bed.
Where'd Matt go?
Oh, you got. I'm not.
Where?
Bit more coffee.
Oh. Oh, I see. Rather. Yeah, it's nothing like a bit of coffee.
Excuse me if I'm distracted. My missus is sending me pictures of her in new bikinis.
Is she wearing them in weird and interesting ways?
No,
Oh.
doesn't need to.
Ah. Yeah, when I was trying to set up the PlayStation this morning, Fiona come up to me while I'm innocently kneeling down on the floor, inserting USB sockets into USBs and all the rest of it. And she rubbed her ass on my head, right? And then she walked off, and I mean, excuse me, what was that? She goes, I was just twerking in front of you. And I went, oh. She goes, oh, blokes like that, don't they? And then begins to bend over and twerk vigorously. And the first thing that come into I really should stop saying the first thing that comes into my head. I go,
Oh,
excuse.
God.
I said, excuse me, madam, do you have a license to move that much goods in one go? She went, fuck off. Like I walked out.
Dear, oh dear.
Yeah.
Said anything like that to Hayley, I'll get drop kicked through a fucking door.
It's like, I said, you've got an arse like J-Lo. No, Jello.
See, I would never say that to my wife.
Well, the thing is, if you do, the playing field opens.
If I do,
And you can't accidentally say something that will offend them.
she'll never speak to me for about a month.
Really? Ah, no. No, I know what you mean, though.
Yeah.
But because she has free passage to say anything she wants to me.
Yeah, yeah.
And I said to her right from the go, you want to say something, say it. Boy, does she.
What was it? Was it your birthday last year? She said, I'm going to have some cake. I never said you can have any cake, so she picks the knife up.
No,
If I could-
yeah, no, right. They go, yeah,
Yes,
here
of course
you are,
you
darling. Yeah, of course you can, darling.
Oh God. That was one of the things I found in all this stuff that I've been deleting off this drive, is all these PSNs I've downloaded for some reason. I've obviously downloaded them for some smart ass comment that Kent's made or something. Just to clip him out. I forgot.
Yeah. It's like Fiona said, she goes, oh, I'd like to see that bit in PSN where you try to hang yourself. Because of that fucking guitar with a plank of wood nailed to it. Whatever the fuck it was.
Oh, that.
Yeah.
Oh, what was
Yeah.
that?
And what's your opinion, Kent? Well, it hasn't been done on any other show. There you go. That's what makes it unique. This is why Robbie pays me the big bucks.
That's it.
Oh, that's how.
Huge. See, he can afford wine. I have to drink pond water.
Well, red wine's good for your heart, isn't it?
Is
In
it?
In moderation.
Yeah, we covered that, didn't we? Yeah.
Yeah, again, see, bottle of red wine, if it's open, I've got to drink it. That's why I don't drink anymore.
I don't. I stopped drinking wine a long time ago.
Oh, you suffer from Fiona-itis.
Yeah, that's why I stopped drinking, because I would literally get a bottle of red wine. That would be it.
That happens 3 or 4 times a week.
Yeah, but I've got glasses where that they will take half a bottle of wine, so it's like 2 glass. It's like, oh fuck, I've had 2 glasses. I better get another bottle. Nah, dangerous.
I got all my blood test results back today,
Go on.
Hey.
and my
You
urine.
say, yes, you have some.
Yes, there is some there. All satisfactory.
Good man.
Hey, really?
Yeah.
Well, good.
They
Congratulations.
haven't done the blood sugars because that's a separate one.
They're saving you for that one.
Yeah. But everything else, liver function, and all of those. There was God knows how many tests they did. All came back satisfactory.
Cholesterol.
Cholesterol, all within range, both
Oh, that's good.
high
Yeah.
and low.
Oh, that's good.
So
Well done.
yeah, statins for the win.
I still haven't had my test results back yet.
No.
When I was ill 2 weeks ago, they take samples. And I was in hospital on the Thursday, and the Monday the doctors rang me and said, we want more samples. And I've heard nothing.
I would have told
Well,
them
yeah,
get an
nothing.
S6000.
The thing is, though, Matt, if
Yeah.
it was serious, they'd be on the phone straight away.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
You know, you sort of have to take that into account.
Yeah, it's just.
I mean,
one
it's
of those-
funny. I had a meeting because I had a health check not that long ago, and then I had a meeting with the doctor. He said, "Well, you're borderline about having statins," and I said, "Well, I'd rather not have statins. I'd rather do it through diet and exercise, you know." And then I get a text about 3 weeks later saying, "You are 13% likely over the next 10 years to have a stroke or heart failure." So,
There
you
was
know,
this
we
thing
think
about-
you should be put on statins.
Yeah. Well, there's this thing about statins. It's kind of they've had a bit of a bad rep over the years, and maybe with good reason. But they are now seen as one of those drugs that if you have to take them because they
Yeah.
will save your life.
Yeah.
And in fact, more people
Oh, I know
should be
that, yeah.
taking them. You know.
I've known people that have had strokes and stopped taking them, and have been taken out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the reasons why I religiously take all my meds.
Now, this whole thing about statins, I'm just the side effect thing with statins is grossly overstated and has probably been reduced over the years as they've gotten better and better and better. Because I've been on them now for a number of years and I don't have any side effects. So, no, seriously, they are the reputation they've been given over the years. It's just like anything, you know. Oh, you shouldn't be on statins, you know. Blah, blah, blah. And it is one of those drugs. I think this is where a lot of it stems from. It's one of those drugs that if you start taking them, that's it.
Oh,
You're
yeah, I
on
realise
them
that.
for life.
Yeah, I realise that. Yeah, and,
Yeah,
I mean,
that's
and it was a very sensible conversation we had with the doctor because he was able to look at create graphs while we were in the meeting, and he said, "Well, you're borderline." He said, "Really?" He said, "It's entirely up to you, you know." And my feeling at the moment is, had he said it's, you're 30 or 40% chance, then I'd be on him.
Yeah.
Well, I've been on them 16 years. 16 years,
Fucking look
16
at the
years.
state of you. Lost your
I
hair.
know.
Yeah.
Lost your looks. Jeez.
You used to be a
I've
woman.
lost my looks.
You used
I
to be
never
a
fucking
woman.
had any.
Used to be Matilda.
On the other on the flip side, I've grown some tits, so it's
No, they're left over from last time.
Yeah.
Ah, mate. I don't know.
I had that call with the doctor, and she said, look, we've seen, because I went and had, I've been having the annual health check now since, for probably about the last 10 years,
Yeah.
and for the first few, they kept saying, oh, your cholesterol is very good, it's very low cholesterol, keep that up, and then one day they said, yeah, your cholesterol's not kind of where it should be, and we need to kind of think about how we're going to manage that. And so we had a conversation, and then the next time it was, it's still. And I said, hang on a minute, for the last 3 or 4 years or whatever, you've said my cholesterol's good. Well, there's different types. Oh, now you tell me there's different types of cholesterol. I didn't realise that.
Yeah.
So then they started going through it, and I had one doctor that sat me down and just went through it all, and she said, I would recommend you go on statins, but it's your choice. You don't have to. We can try, other things, but personally, if I was in your position, I would take them. But be aware that once you start taking them, that's it. You're going to be on them for life.
Yeah, I mean, my GP in Pocklington, we talked about it, but because I've had hepatitis in the past, she was concerned about, and I was having some liver tests as well, and that's why she said, well, look, you're moving, so have a health check, when you're actually there. And I did, and it was actually I wasn't meant to see a GP, but I sort of made an appointment because I've got a ganglion,
Right.
which they're not going to do anything about, but I made the appointment based on that to talk to, knowing full well that, you can't have them done on the NHS anymore. But it was an opportunity for me to sit down with him, go through all of the health results, and talk about it then, And he wasn't that concerned. That's the thing. He said, "Well, it's entirely up to you." He said, "But you're only just over."
Yeah.
He said, "But actually, the government. I think he said the government guidelines is 10%, and you're just over that 10%." So I said, "Well, look, at the moment, I'm happy to and we'll review it next year."
Yeah.
Now, obviously, if anything happens in the meantime, then it's my fault. I'm dead.
Don't say that.
don't say that, please.
No, I'm
Yeah, but you won't care.
I won't care.
He won't give a fuck, but we will.
Yeah.
I know.
Everyone's different, and everyone.
Somebody else would have to do an Ian then.
Exactly. It wouldn't be called an Ian anymore. You'd have to call it something
Yeah.
else.
Name to you.
Hugely inconsiderate of you.
I know. I'm. Somebody's going to have to. Let's call Ty Unwin to come and sort my studio out.
Don't, because I don't like this kind of
No,
stuff.
all right. I'm
I mean,
sorry,
you-
Matt.
you-
I'm
you
just-
guys
I'm
are
being-
very-
I am
need
being
to sort-
flippant,
I
but,
do need
you know.
to sort something out for the should the the
Just
inevitable
words,
happen
Matt.
sooner.
Don't
Then
worry,
I
mate.
think I need to sort someone out
Oi, oi.
for this and the record collection.
Ah.
Because if I go first, then I don't expect her to hang on to any of this stuff. As she could liquidate and keep herself sorted. So I need to find somebody that I can trust. I think I know. I'm pretty sure my my record dealer would look after me vinyl for me. But
Yeah.
Yeah, you need somebody honest, don't you? Really?
yeah,
Like you say, somebody you trust.
yeah.
You know.
It's like, I can't remember who I was talking to about it now, but they were horrified that me and Fiona share a email account. So although it's her email, she
Yeah, yeah.
gets any email I get. And I don't get hers because, it's going to be the same kind of gear anyway. And I can't remember who. I think it might have been a customer or something like that. We were talking about emails and stuff. I said Fiona gets all my emails come through on hers, and she's going, "Oh my god, that's for Danya."
That's Vidania también.
Yeah, beard.
Or whatever that is. That was Russian and Spanish.
A little bit of everything in it. I said,
Esperanto.
the good thing is that when I buy another Synth, she gets the email, and you always know when she's ready because she looks up at me and goes like that. And
this is why we don't share an email address.
Well, no. Here's the thing: she knows what everything I bought cost.
Yeah.
And has a record of it. I said, and I've said to her, I said, look, if I do a spiral at the back one day, I said, and you've got to get rid of all this gear because you're not going to want it. You don't play. You're not going to want it. You know what
it's worth.
I said, besides, we've got loads of friends who will tell you what stuff costs and what they think you could get for it as well. I said, but just on the off chance you get some chappie come to the door and go, oh yeah, I'll give you 100 quid for that.
That'll be me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, all those years he kept telling you the CS8 was worth that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
Tops.
All bullshit, mate.
Well,
yeah.
It's funny. I never had to hide that stuff from Jane because I always just used to say, "Oh, the business is paying for it," which is true. The business has paid for it all.
Yeah. Well, we also have this thing in place where, if a customer pays in cash, the cash goes in her purse, and that's going to.
Don't say no. Allegedly, because if the taxman's watching.
Oh no! It still goes onto the books and everything like that.
Yeah.
But
I'm with you, right?
I walked into the front room one day and she's talking to this customer and about collecting his two, I think it was a Jupiter 4 and a Jupiter 6. And she goes, yeah, we'll take a bank transfer, but she goes, we would prefer cash, like that. And I looked at her and I went, I said, you sneaky little bitch, how many times are you doing that? She goes, as often as possible. I went, oh, okay. She goes, but most people go, no, I'll do a bank transfer, it'll be easier. No. She goes, if they do pay, straight in the purse, mate.
We do something similar with cash, because we don't have an awful lot of cash these days anyway, but certainly, if it comes in and then I just transfer it into, out of our current account into the business account. So, yeah.
This extension cable's up the wall.
Luke's under orders that if I bugger off, everything's his. But if there's anything he doesn't want to keep, he's got to tap you guys out to find out what it's worth.
Yeah.
I mean, I said to the boys, I said, look.
Oh, God, I've got to make a will.
I should make a will, yeah. But I've got a couple of records that are actually, I've got an original copy of Sergeant Pepper's. I've talked about this before with pepper cutouts, which was my father's. And currently it's worth a couple of grand. Yeah. And I've said to the boys, I said, there's that, and there's another record which isn't worth as much. You're going to get them, and then ideally, I'd like you to keep them. But really, if you want to spend the money and split it between the pair of you, do what you like with it, really. But ideally, because there were Denny skulls, it'd be nice for the boys to keep them. And they automatically said, "We're going to keep them, Dad. It's fine."
Well, now he's here, Uncle Andy. Are we on holiday?
I bloody well am.
Now, I mean, we're talking holiday or teacher's holiday, because
Oh no!
It's not 6 weeks of lounging around, is it? It never is.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah.
7 weeks.
Oh, it is.
No, never. Very rarely 7, Robbie. I've got 5. I've got 5 this year. And yeah, it really is just slobbing around because actually I can't do anything because I don't know 100% what I've got on the 1st of September. It's so I'm quite happy to go, nah, can't be arsed, not thinking about it. 5 weeks of not thinking about school. And it's
you bringing down your 101 then?
Yep.
Good man.
Yeah, thank you, Kent. But yes, at some point I'll give you a ring and we'll sort out a suitable date.
Yeah.
There are things happening throughout the summer. It's not just this great void of nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, Grace and I have got gigs coming up, so.
Okay.
We need to get our asses in gear.
Have you thought any more about the garage emptying, Ken?
Oh, Garage Day. Yeah.
Garage day.
Garage day.
Yeah, Garage Day.
Sounds
What I was
like- I've
thinking
not
of
seen the
doing.
garage.
Oh, no, well, this is it. Garage Day. I was thinking, you, Matt, wasn't it, as well? Talking to you about it and saying
If you
about.
want it, grab it.
So what we do is get a skip. That's mandatory. We'll get the skip, and then we go right to the back wall of the garage, just pull everything out and go through everything. And anything that's cobblers, skip. Anything that's worthwhile keeping, keep. Anything that anybody's is there helping out with would really like or need, have it, kind of thing.
Excuse me, phone.
When?
Matt's turned into a phone. Well, this was it. It was picking a day, a day that is most suitable.
Yeah.
And then, it shouldn't take. I mean, depends on how many people turn up, but make a bit of a day of it, and then have a big fuck off party in the back garden after.
Yeah, that sounds like
Barbecue.
that sounds
Yeah.
like a plan.
I won't be cooking.
Leave it to Fiona.
Oh yes, Fiona can cook. My God, can she
We
cook?
can have a jam.
Can have jam. There's some awfully large speakers in the workshop. Just open the triple doors, mate, and up the garden, lighting the works. Have an EMOM night even.
That sounds fun.
Yeah. Just do whatever. Have a bit of a laugh. Fight off dogs.
Yeah. Well, that's obligatory, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, after 10 minutes, they sort of
Yeah,
don't give a
they
fuck, do
do
they?
settle down, don't they?
Well, apart from Lily, who's...
I've got to go, gents. Shit's
Oh.
kicked off. All right.
What?
I'll catch up in a bit.
Yeah.
All right, babe.
Right.
See you later, mate.
See him up.
See, you can cook. You can cook a Rev 2 Prop 5.
Yeah, it certainly can. Poor mate, he's always got something going off, hasn't
I know, poor guy.
he? Mate.
Yeah, I
should
got to pull
change
any
his
in
underpants
myself
more
because I've got big gig this week where I've got to go to Vermont for a weekend, run sound for this thing on Saturday. Plus I'm playing, plus all this other
Wow.
stuff, plus getting these guys, beautiful kids of mine. Well, this one's mine. This one's
Well,
churches,
yeah.
but
yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I thought, I'm gonna MIDI them together just for like 5 minutes. Oh,
Sound
lovely.
good together.
Yeah, they do. But anyway, yeah.
Oh, babe.
So, yep.
Will you be wearing those shorts, Justin?
Only if you pay me.
Or it
No.
should be signature dress.
I have to
Oh,
say, you have magnificent legs. What magnificent legs you own.
Thank you.
And he
You
knows.
can't-
He
He knows.
says that to all the boys.
You can't have them, but thank you.
You've said it to me before now.
Yeah, I know.
I do a ton of running and a ton of exercise. It's kind of my second therapy other than music. So it's how I keep saying.
Good man.
All right.
Take it easy, Justin.
Take care, bud.
Later.
See you later,
Bye,
mate.
Justin. Try.
And then there were
And there were
four.
4. Oh, jinx.
I know.
Yeah.
Hey, why are you a TikTok influencer, Ian?
Hey.
Have I missed something?
You've missed something. Nearly 900,000 views on TikTok today.
For what?
2
Did you get your
videos.
knob out or something?
No,
What?
I did a really crap
They don't do a picture
promo
that small.
for the Nerve Centre album, and it had some like
Is this
350.
This is the new
350,000
album
views.
coming out on Sinners, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
out. Came out on Friday.
And you've had 350,000 views.
Views, yeah. So then I did
Oh,
I did
that's
my
awesome.
I did my I say most days, every day I do a random record of the day. So I've videoed it today and put it on TikTok because I've not been on TikTok for 18 months, and that's had over 570,000 views. And it's just me saying this is the album of the day, putting the record on, playing a little bit. Although they removed the music, interestingly,
Oh, wow.
But yeah, so TikTok is the future. Stuff this bloody YouTube lark.
Oh, I don't know.
No, I'm joking. I mean, we might Jane and I might do a little bit of TikTok while we're in Edinburgh, but
have you got a TikTok dance to go along with it?
oh, absolutely not.
Oh, okay.
Am I still going to a record book, Biscuit? Yes, but I haven't done any of them for ages. I did actually film 3 or 4 of them before I left Yorkshire, and then this is typical, isn't it? I do the whole filming of the videos in sequence, and then realise that the microphone wasn't working.
Oh God!
Oh no!
And I thought, at that moment in time, I thought, I can't be asked to go through this again. So now
I enjoyed those record.
I haven't finished them. I'm going to do some more. I will do some more.
Well, you'll be dead before you finish.
Hey, that was the whole thing. It's going to take me something like 20 odd years, even if I do one a week or one a day or whatever it was.
Oh, just get on with it, man. And
I do need to get on with it.
Yeah, well.
Sorry, who am I to speak to tell people to get on with it?
No, you're right. You're right. It's just,
Yeah,
I tend to. I'll be honest with you. I tend to do it when I haven't got anything, when I've got nothing planned to video. That's when I would tend to do it, and I would tend to do 3 or 4, and then sort of, stockpile them. But I haven't done them. I haven't done it for a while.
Stockpiling videos.
I know. Well, I still put, I want to put a video out every week, so there's one going out tomorrow, there's one going out Wednesday, and then after that it's like 10 a day for the next 2 weeks.
Is that the Edinburgh thing?
Yeah, I mean, we're really busy at the beginning. I mean, we're looking at, where are we?
I love it when your Edinburgh videos come out.
Yeah, I like watching them.
I mean, there's the first day we've only got 3 shows, but one of them is 3 shows plus we're at a comedy launch show. Okay, so which we won't cover as a video, but we might talk about. Then the next day we've got 2, 4, 5, 6 shows. Now we did say, Jane and I both said, I'm going to do 4 shows a day, but actually we're not. The day after that, we've got 2, 4, 6 shows again.
It's 2 long days, mate.
The bigger problem is getting the videos done, filming them, and then getting them edited.
Yeah.
But we'll get there. I mean, it's right at the beginning of the festival, and that's why we go at the beginning of the festival, because, if we don't get a video out straight away, it'll be okay, providing the show's on for the whole month. So
yeah,
and we've set up some interesting stuff. There's something called Read the Effing Manual, which is about IKEA. It's about IKEA, apparently.
Did that go down the wrong way, Kent?
it went down. A bit of tobacco flew out the back of it and went down my throat.
That's what filters are for.
Filter, schmilter.
Filter, schmelter.
Aye.
In fact, there's a show called Jazz Emu Night Fever, right? And I said to Jane today, I said, we've got tickets for that, love. She went, is that yours? I went, no, it's yours. And neither of us can remember actually deciding to go and see it. But anyway.
Well, it certainly, the lyrics certainly fit into the song.
I mean, that's the beauty of the Fringe, is that, there's a few bigger people that we'd like to see. I really like Mark Thomas. But we're they won't provide 2 tickets for review. They only provide 1. So I'm probably going to buy a ticket and give Jane the other ticket. But I'd like to see Rose Matafeo as well. And Sarah Pascoe's. They're the only sort of famous people that we're interested in going to see.
And
I like Sarah.
Yeah, I mean, I like Sarah Pascoe as well. I mean, everybody else is an unknown to some extent.
Yeah. Is Sarah Pascoe the one who did the? Oh God, that's.
She did the pottery thing, didn't she, at the beginning?
The Guide to Britain thing.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh no.
Oh no, that's
Oh, Clunt.
Clunk.
Yeah,
What's her name?
Yeah.
Oh God, what's her name?
The character is Cluck. Not Cluck.
Fluck.
Didn't she do
Clunk.
the first
Clunk.
few?
Clunk.
Clunk, isn't it? Is it
Clunk.
Clunk.
Yeah,
Clunk on Britain.
Sorry,
love the
Robbie,
one
turn
when
your
she-
mic up.
the one she did at Greenwich.
I
She
never
goes,
saw them.
this is where time is
Clunk.
made.
That's
Clunk,
it, Steve
yeah.
Elbows,
Clunk.
that's it.
Yeah, This is
She
where
was
time
great.
is made.
They were so funny. I loved those videos.
Hmm.
They were great.
I like it when she interviews the experts.
Well, she's the modern
Well-
day Dennis Pennis to some extent, isn't she?
In many ways, yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Yeah.
it possibly funnier?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember her real name.
Diane Morgan.
Huh?
Diane Morgan.
Dia Morgan, that's
Yeah.
it.
She was very good in Afterlife with Ricky.
She was very good in Afterlife, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, she's very funny.
Yeah.
Well, that brought an end to it, didn't it?
Did, didn't
Sorry,
it?
I've done it again.
Don't worry.
Shark.
Dudum.
Yeah, South Sharks play that at the beginning of every game. Well, every home game anyway.
It's a bit predictable, isn't it?
Can I just ask a question?
No.
Ooh, look at you.
Eddie?
Fuck off you, Robbie.
Eddie?
Will there ever be a point when this thing becomes one, or is it always going to be two?
It's always going to be two. Sorry, mate.
We can always tie it
Why,
together.
why would it always be two, though?
Yeah, because it just does. You know,
Well, you
look
keep
at
pulling it.
it. Yeah.
Leave it alone.
Hair is styleable. Hair
Actually, you
is
need to,
styleable.
you need to plait it, that's it, yeah.
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 Get it
And
plait.
buy a hammer.
Got one.
Good man.
I've got Thor's hammer down the end of the corridor. No, that
Just
way,
can't
no,
pick it
no,
up.
That way. Yeah. I'm gonna go and get Thor's hammer. Right.
Good man. By the power of Grayskull. What's this one?
That's the ambient zero.
Oh, you rub it in, why don't you?
Sorry.
I still haven't had an email saying there's a vague chance that you might get one. Not even one of them yet.
I was programming it yesterday. It's very easy.
Easy to program? Yeah. I'm not buying anything at the moment. Biscuit says you need to use beard wax, Andy.
I've got beard wax. I've got beard wax. I've got beard fucking oil. I've got a fucking fine comb. I've got the whole lot.
Interweave with pink
I have
ribbon.
got so into, male grooming. It's does my head in. Anyway, eventually we'll get there because I do indeed have Thor's hammer.
Yeah.
Here it is. I told you. This was a beautiful thing, and then I don't know if you can see.
Somebody
got a
drawn a
van.
picture of a
Got a
van
van
on it.
Yeah.
What's
One
it
of the
say?
cleaning ladies at school decided she was going to vandalise it, and turned it into like an ambulance, and then the next day I turned up and it was a dog. Dog. Dog.
K9.
You can see the eyes have come off.
Yeah.
But I bought this at Parc Asterix in Paris because it's Parc, and I used to use it as part of me. Yeah, you get it right, you get a star. If you get it wrong, you get a bump on the head. Bump, and the kids loved it. Well, I had to remove it from my classroom because of COVID. If you remember that thing,
I do
so
remember
Yeah, because
that.
hammers are
Apparently
famous
it's
for
on
catching
it's on the rise
viruses.
again, it's COVID. Apparently.
we had to clear everything out. So everything had to come out. So this came home, and it's never gone back to school. So maybe next year it'll go back again. What does that say? It says drama queen Van. She knew me all too well, that cleaning lady.
Oh dear.
So there we are. Mine's longer than yours. Yeah, Wagyu, thanks. Just, most people tell me that. I've been there before. It's okay. I'm familiar with this situation. I've become one with it. It's all right. It's out there in the universe. I can cope. Oh, you meant the beard? Oh, bollocks.
Oh well, secret's out.
Sakamoto?
Fuck knows.
No, it's just the way I'm sitting.
I don't know. I haven't sucked anything in ages. But thanks for the offer.
Yeah, thanks, Marky. I've been told that before.
Yes, that's right. Size isn't everything. Although technically,
It depends what you
it
measure.
is, isn't it?
Hmm.
That's how you measure things. Too deep.
If it's
In one
too big, it ain't
dimension.
no good.
In one dimension, yeah.
Chip in, Robbie. Go on, tell us what you're thinking right now. Go on, tell us. Go on, tell us. Go on, tell us. Go on, tell us.
Not a lot,
How many
really.
nuns?
13. End
Two
of.
of them in the bath. One says, "Where's the soap?"
Yes, it does,
Oh,
doesn't it?
no.
Yeah.
And the other one says,
Bye, Andy.
See you, Andy.
Nice job earlier.
I
Proved it works.
I didn't see it. Is it on his channel?
Mm.
I was having me tea, so I'll catch up with it later.
it was in E.
In E. All right. Okay. I can join in.
I
Playing
think that's
E.
it.
Is
That
it
was
E
it.
minor or E major?
Minor.
It was E. Was it
Minor.
Definitely
minor?
minor. Yeah. And
It's the Yorkshire key, isn't it? Hey,
Minor. Hey up. Hey. Hey.
minor. Hey, minor.
He's here all night. Try the fish.
Yeah.
that's because he got his plank.
Yeah. It's minor.
Which is highly poisonous, and you won't have to put up with it too much longer.
You lost me.
Don't worry. If you saw him driving today, oi.
The only
I've
race
never
where
played
you beat
online
me.
games.
It is the one where the fucking PlayStation turned itself off. Yeah.
I have to limit the amount of games that I play because it sucks the life out of you. You can spend forever playing bloody computer games
I've been
Oh, yeah.
playing-
and not writing music.
There's a
So-
really good game that's come out a few weeks ago called Still Wakes the Deep,
Oh yeah.
and it's set in 1975, I think,
Mm.
on a North Sea oil rig,
Oh.
and it's one of these kind of sci-fi horror things. But
Okay.
the attention to detail is so good, and it's most of the people on the rig that you encounter are Scottish, so
As they would
they're-
be.
as they would be, and and they've got authentic Scottish actors to voice the parts, and obviously you and I, we could all probably understand it, but they've put subtitles in there because, especially when it comes to swearing,
Yeah.
Yeah.
and there's a lot of swearing in this game. But you basically play this character who's run away from something on the mainland, and his wife's very pissed off, and the police are involved, and all this kind of stuff. And he ends up getting stranded on this oil rig after some seismic, catastrophic event, and you've got to basically get off the oil rig. But it's very, very good. It's made by the same people who did a game called Everybody's Gone to the Rapture,
I remember that.
which
I played
was
the demo of that.
stunning. Yeah,
It was stunning. Yeah.
absolutely
Yeah.
stunning.
Absolutely.
It's the same level of detail, and
Really sort of unusual and
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like it's like Rapture was like a Radio 4 play,
It was.
but with visuals.
Yeah. It's brilliant.
So good.
Yeah.
I still play that every now and again because
Yeah.
it's just to feel the atmosphere. I wish they would
Yeah.
remake that in VR because it was such a beautiful environment that
Yeah.
they created. And again, very period. It was very 1980s. Yeah, there's some good stuff out there.
I just keep playing The Last of Us. Because I lost all my games because I had to wipe the hard drive on my PS4. So I started playing Last of Us 1 again. And I've only got through 1% of it. You know. I mean, I played it a lot.
But that's the thing with those games, they go on.
I've only played Last of Us 2 once all the way through, and I think I was about a third of the way through second time. So by the time I come to play that, I'll have completely forgotten everything, really. You know.
I need to get back into No Man's Sky again because
I've got that. And in fact, I've given it to Matt. I never really got into it.
No, I didn't get it. I thought it would be more than it was.
Yeah, I just couldn't really. gel
Mind
with it
you,
at all.
I was watching a trailer for this this new game, and basically it's an Indiana Jones game.
yeah, you said
Yeah, and they're on this old derelict battleship, but it's on the top of a mountain. It's all ice and everything like that.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And I was watching this thing for about a minute before I realised it wasn't a film.
Yeah.
And they even got old Harrison in to play the man, because why wouldn't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And the graphics was just like, Jesus Christ, this is really getting...
Because you're on both on PS5s, aren't you? So
yeah, but I mean, this was just a video on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm looking at it going, fuck. Too good.
Cyberpunk, there was a lot of fuss about that when it came out, about it not being quite finished, the Cyberpunk 2077.
I inherited that from my eldest. He had a pile of PS4 games, and he got rid of his PS4, and he couldn't sell the PS4 games. They just weren't selling.
Wow.
So last time I went over, here you go, just have them. And when I put the PS4, when I put that Cyberpunk in to install it,
Right.
it let me upgrade to the
Stop
PS5
playing
version.
Star Wars, Kent.
Can't help it.
It let me upgrade to the PS5 version for free.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, and the work waggle says they fixed it now.
Yeah, I might need to try that at some point.
Just for prom.
Oh,
Just for
look at all
Prometheus.
that.
Just for Prometheus. There you go. All the System 100 modules.
All that delicious
And-
stuff just
and
off
there's-
camera. Look at this.
And
My
there's a couple.
Lord.
There's a couple in there. Well, the Behringer System 100 modules are great. They really are great. They sound fab. They do what they're supposed to do, and they multi each other. You've got multiple outputs and everything. It's just great. The Behringer System 100 is fab. Just thought I'd say because Prom mentioned it. Now I've got to put my camera back in the right place for you.
Any of it on?
That's modular, Robbie. Remember that. That's modular, mate.
That's what it looks like.
That's what it looks.
Hey, it's one of the talks
looks
by
like this.
DivKid at
Looks like-
Synthfest. Are you
like
going?
this,
How to patch.
How to patch?
Yeah, DivKid's doing how to patch at Synthfest this year.
Didn't
What a
Robin do that
ridiculous
few years
seminar.
ago?
That'd be very short, wouldn't it? Use these.
Yeah.
End. Walk off.
Yeah.
No, Robin did that a few years ago.
He did do
when
it, yeah, when he first started getting into it, yeah.
Robin's demonstration at the 2 or 3 years ago was really good.
Yeah, it says here,
'Cause it was.
DivKid,
If you've
patch
got
from
a few
scratch,
modules.
it's called.
Right. Then this is for
Patch
Eurorack.
from scratch.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, bake
So
from-
he'll walk on
take
with a
us through-
handful.
Look what you've started, Prom.
Yeah.
Now we're going to get into a
Yeah.
Eurorack debate, and I'm going to be sitting
He'll
in the
walk
corner
on. He'll walk
as
on
the-
with a
as the
handful
general
of cables.
punch bag.
Yeah.
Right, as opposed to how to patch real analog modulars where you come in with a wheelbarrow.
It says here, Ben Wilson will in this seminar take you through the basic modular system voice and show you how to expand that voice by patching in new layers from existing modules and
You
articulating
get an
those.
oscillator,
Yeah.
you get a filter, You get
I think that's one of me. Should we go to the
you
pub
get an
then,
envelope
Rob?
Generator. Yeah.
Well,
I mean that's
probably about the best time to do it.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
5
but
o'clock.
that's
5
what
o'clock.
that's what the System 100 does. Whether it's from Roland as a System 100M or whether it's from Behringer as a System 100, these are the basic build. Like you get 2 oscillators, 2 filters, 2 amplifiers, 2 envelope generators, 2 LFOs built into it, and you just go, and it sounds like an SH-101. It's amazing. There you go.
All that for a 101.
I am being flippant, Robbie.
So am I.
what is quite interesting about it is if you look at the circuit boards on some of the old synthesizers, that is exactly how they're done.
Yeah, exactly. Of course they are. They're the same circuit.
Even across
They're
the
bound to
board.
be.
Yeah, even across the board. You know, VCO's one end, VCA's up the other.
No, I think the
Tom's just said
the
he's
Jason
bought the dual
Mars-
VCO, VCF, dual envelope generator, dual gate mult. Absolutely right, Prom. And it'll make you can make a lovely. The problem is you'll make a lovely 2 oscillator sound, and then wonder what the other envelope generator's for, and wonder what the other VCA is for. But they're there, and it's great. Yeah, it is. It's fab. The System 100 is a great place to start in modular. Right, I'll get off my soapbox.
No, you're all
Sorry,
right.
Robbie.
It's just
Sorry, Robbie.
We're
All
going to
over
leave it to you. We're going to leave it to you, Andy.
Yep.
Me and Rob with the anti-modular brigade.
The anti-modular lead.
I like modulars, I must admit.
Of course you do.
But you know, at the end of the day, there's so many things they can't do, but there's so many things they can do other synthesizers can't. And it depends on
What
what.
fucking chords on them.
There's certainly plenty of modules
Well,
out there that
yeah,
if I
you
got into
can,
it,
my
I would
friend.
absolutely.
You can.
Eurorack is a world of hurt. It really is.
Yeah, I think you're
it
right.
really is, because it's not just build yourself a synthesizer with an oscillator, a filter, an amplifier, which of course you can do, but Eurorack goes way beyond that.
Which reminds me.
I totally understand the reticence of people to go down that track. Believe me, I do. When I just go, look what happens. Look what happens.
I'll tell you what I
And
have got in the garage, and it's 1,000 years ahead of its time when you think about it. But it was made by Emu. Admittedly, it's the size of a family car, but
Pretty much everything they did was.
Is this in the garage?
yeah. And what it is this?
Oh,
it's
heck.
a 61-note keyboard. No, it's more than that because some of the keys are black. So it's more. Maybe it's 76 or something like that. No, I mean
Some of the keys
all
are
black. All black.
Well, thank heavens for that.
You have your
I'm
black and
glad
white
some of the keys are
keyboard.
black.
Yeah, you have your black and white keyboard, about 61 note. Your normal type of keyboard, and then there's a set of keys down the bottom that are all black. But then there's also a very, very primitive computer in it, and it can save CV patches. And what it does is it sits underneath an EMU modular or something like that, and it's 16 voice polyphonic.
That's a big modular.
Yeah, it came from a very big modular. I think it was
That's a
what was it?
fucking massive modular.
Phil somebody.
It's ridiculous. You wouldn't build that in a modular.
No, yeah, that's what it's for. It was made by EMU to do just that. 16 voice
Crazy.
polyphonic CV keyboard with
Caught on, didn't it?
computer memories. Yeah, I think there's probably 3 in the world. And there it sits in the garage going, I got it working as well.
No.
It's a shame.
Thank you, Uncle Kent, but no, I can't.
I mean, it's huge because you can stand the whole modular case on it. It's absolutely enormous.
As you said, size and everything.
Well, that's true, but this certainly helps.
16 oscillators, 16 filters, 16 amplifiers, 16 envelope generators, 16 LFOs. And you've got to patch them. No, thanks.
To say
Buy a
that you know,
Juno.
you were looking, they were looking ahead with it. Might have been pushing it a bit.
But yeah, I don't understand this slight obsession at the moment in Eurorack for polyphony.
I thought it might be something to try.
I've got a sample in my rack, and my sampler does the polyphony bit. And I know that there are modules out there that do 8-note. Yeah, they're all being triggered by MIDI, in which case they're like the old 19-inch rack mount modules. And
It's much easier now, surely, because when you've got
I do
people
struggle
like
with it a bit. I'm not entirely convinced that polyphony is where Eurorack is. Use your Eurorack to do the things that it's good at, and polyphony is not one of them. It's a bloody ball ache. So why not just turn around and use your polysynth? Whether it's a Juno, the ultimate polyphonic control. Is that? Wow, look at that. That's mad.
It's bonkers.
cost an arm and a leg, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of them. It's all wood. Beautiful piece of kit.
And you could have bought a Prophet 5 or a Jupiter 8.
Yeah, but I mean, even to meter, I mean, you know, wanted to do chords, he'd use a mellotron. And
exactly.
String melody as well. That will do the chords, and then the Moogs were doing the more complex, interesting monophonic sounds.
As soon as you're doing chords, you can't do anything that's particularly complex because it just gets messy.
Well, it can get messy, yes. It can be quite restricting from that point of view, but it depends on how you're playing that chord. If you space the chord out, you can get away with it a lot more. But yeah, if you have a very, very complex sound, playing it as a chord, especially a close chord, it's going to sound awful in many respects.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's it. But it was, it's like with the early electronic music. It was the mono. It was the mono.
Wrong with mono.
That made it sound the way it did. You know, if everybody in Human League or Depeche Mode all had polyphonic synthesizers each, it would be completely different sounding music, and it wouldn't have sounded the way it did.
I listened to League Unlimited Orchestra, Love and Dancing from beginning to end the other day, and it's all mono, but it's amazingly stereo. Because it just goes beep, 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 beep.
Yeah,
and it's all to do with the stereo delays and all that stuff.
Yeah.
You know, all the synths, of course, are monophonic. You know, they're not great big stereo things. You don't need stereo. You want them in their place, and then everything else can bounce around, and it's beautiful.
Yeah.
And League Unlimited Orchestra is
It's a great album.
Fabulous example of that.
I mean, I preferred that to the original Dare album.
So did I.
In fact, I
so
bought
do I,
it.
Ian. Yeah.
In fact, I'm hoping I've still got it because I say I'm working my way through all my vinyl, which hasn't been played for years and decades in some cases.
No Pro 1?
Hey?
Old Kissing Machine saying about some guy done a top 10 monos on YouTube and there was no Pro 1 in it.
What a twat.
Yeah.
Wow. How did I miss that? Fuck's sake.
No, yeah.
Yeah, sorry, Ian, you were saying.
No, I was just saying it was. I preferred it to the original Dare album when it came out. You know, and I'm hoping I did sell off some albums back in the day, but I'm hoping I've still got it somewhere. And I purposefully haven't put my vinyl into alphabetical order yet because I'm literally finding albums that I never knew about. I found Level 42. It's Staring at the Sun album.
Oh yeah.
Played it yesterday.
Yeah.
It's in pristine condition. It's probably only been played 3 times. Because what I used to do is I'd buy an album.
Most of them are.
Yeah, and take it. I'd buy an album, take it into work because I worked in a record shop, and make a cassette of it on a Nakamichi, and then listen to the tape. So an awful lot of my records, if they were brand new, literally, are still brand new. you know. But I have to say, it's not a great album.
What?
Oh,
Shh, go stand in the naughty.
No,
It's not a great album.
No.
There's some,
it's a good album, but it's not one of their best.
no, there's some interesting synth work on it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got the core. It's got Mark and Mike on it.
Yeah,
It had Alan Murphy, the late Alan Murphy, on guitar.
Now we've got the March of
Yes.
the bloody
and
Toreadors.
the
not
brilliant
Toreadors.
Gary Husband on drums.
March of
And
the.
Because
I
I
that
saw
one-
the
I saw that
original-
lineup.
I saw the original level 42
The March of the Stormtroopers, the March of the whatever they are. Stop it,
in
Ken.
Alcuin Dining Hall,
Yeah.
and they were great. They were really
Yeah.
good.
well, what film score would you like, Andrew?
Now, Staring at the Sun was. I mean, Heaven in My
Lord of
Hands
the
is
Rings.
a nice thing, and
Oh, it's sure. It's lovely not to choose.
what's the one on the B side?
Oh, none shall fart.
None shall fart.
There's a track on the second side of that album. Is because Gresham Blues is quite good as well on that. But what was the name of?
Anyway, I'm going to sell it at some point.
How
It's
much?
not. I'm not keeping it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm at that point now, whereas I'm keeping vinyl
Too
that I
hard to
think
ride.
that I love rather than just like. So if I love it and I'm going to be playing it, you know. Now, much as I think that
Cheap Unlimited Orchestra, though, Ian.
I know if I've got that, I should probably buy it again if I haven't got it. Because I did have it back in the day. My one Kraftwerk album, which is Radioactivity, which I do think is flawed, but sound honestly on my stereo system now, it sounds amazing. You know. But some of the songs are a bit there.
We were a bit bored last night after watching the film, so we stuck on some of the classic albums, documentaries,
Oh yeah.
and one of them was the Nevermind the Bollocks one.
Yeah.
I don't care what you say. That album is fucking amazing.
It is. When we're having this conversation, I think the vinyl is far superior to the CD version.
Oh gosh, yeah. And I mean,
I've got the CD version. Were you not? Were you? Because it was on Ramsey's, wasn't it? Was it on Ramsey's we talked about yesterday?
Oh, I don't know.
I have the
Yeah,
CD
it-
version, and a friend of mine lent me his vinyl version, and I compared them, and it's almost like a different record.
Yeah, yeah.
It sounds so much. It's exciting. It's just everything sounds vibrant on it.
Yeah.
You know. So
A few years ago, they released a version, a version of that album on Blu-ray, high fidelity audio.
Oh,
I'm
right.
thinking the album
What?
that least requires
yeah, exactly.
high
yeah.
fidelity audio
Yeah.
reproduction.
Yeah.
The whole
is
point of
never
it
mind
was
the
not to
bollocks.
have that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But I just love the way, because they talk about how they built up those tracks, because I think for some of the songs on there, Matlock plays,
Yeah.
but only like one or two. Steve Jones did everything, pretty much. And all he ever did was he played 3 or 4 guitar parts, so he'd just do the standard, and then he would maybe do a couple of alternate bits here and there. And then for the bass line, he just followed what he did on guitar. It was just, it was so simple, yet so effective. And the fact that they got, what's his face, the Roxy Music producer, to produce it, but he just let them do it, you know. And
Gustudgian.
no, it was I can't remember his bloody name now. But yeah, it's so good, and I love listening to Steve Jones. I mean, John Lydon, I can kind of sort of, he comes and goes with me. Sometimes I think he's fucking hilarious. Other times I think he's just a twat.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's the twat bit.
Just a twat. Yeah.
But Steve Jones
Why can't I
is.
just type?
Sorry.
No, ignore me.
Oh, okay. But Steve Jones is an absolute diamond. him and Paul Cook actually.
Oh, hair down tonight, darling.
Talking of twats.
it's Roberta.
Rock on.
I mean, if I
Hello,
remember
Robert.
correctly, you would know.
No, leave it down. It's nice.
And good evening.
Now that Robert's arrived, I'm going to go and do an Ian.
Go on.
Oh, dear.
It's not because you've turned up, Rob.
No.
It really isn't.
I mean,
Again.
it really is.
I'd said to Jane I'd stay till 10 o'clock.
Damn you,
and
Ian,
it's,
because I was about to do the same
it's,
thing.
it's 3 minutes. You can't go. You can't go if I'm going, Andy.
I can't. No, I can't.
No.
Oh,
You have to
I'll
wait.
stick
You have to wait at
around.
least 30 minutes after
My
me.
God, there's a protocol.
Yeah. Oh,
There
yes.
is. Oh, yes.
Yes,
Oh,
there
yeah,
is.
yeah, yeah.
Yes.
You either have to leave exactly the same time, or
Yeah. Oh,
Well, come on, we'll all go together.
We'll all go together when it
When we
goes. We'll all go with an incandescent glow. So, just a bit of Tom Lehrer, just chucking it out
yeah,
there.
exactly. I haven't got to me Tom Lehrer records. The trouble with me Tom Lehrer records is they're not 12-inch, they're 10-inch records.
they're
So they're
10-inch
easy.
records,
So they're not random because I can see exactly where they are. They're right next to my.
You know we'll all go together when it
Oh
glows.
yeah, I've got them. Not only have I got them on vinyl, I've got them on CD, and I've got the book. I've got a little book, Tom Lehrer book. He's a genius.
Yes, he's got a little. Oh, oh, Ian, I love you even more than I loved you before. I have no idea because we've not talked about Tom.
We
Lehrer
haven't. We
before,
need to
have
talk
we?
about this. Yeah, we do.
Oh,
Yeah,
right.
massive fan. Always
The
have been.
Brooks family tradition of
Yeah,
Tom
it's
Lehrer at
absolutely.
Christmas.
And
Yeah.
those people in the chat who've never heard Tom Lehrer, you need to go listen to him. He's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. If you don't know Tom Lehrer, you need to check out Tom Lehrer.
You do.
And it's
you do.
and it is spelled. I'm putting it in the chat now.
Yeah.
Lehrer, like the German word for teacher.
I mean, poisoning pigeons in
Lehrer.
the park. Absolutely hilarious.
Spring is here, spring is here. Life is skittles and life is beer. I think the loveliest time of the year is the spring. I do, don't you? Of course you do. When I do it, I sound like Noel Coward. But it just,
It's not bad though.
you know, yeah.
Right. All right, love you and leave
There's
you.
one thing that, yeah, okay, yeah, stop me
Night.
now. Stop
Night,
me now.
night.
Stop me
Night,
now.
night, guys.
Bye bye.
See you later, sweetheart.
See you later.
Take care.
Bye bye.
Well, look at that, killed it again. I'm good at that. Come on, Robbie, come out with the pearl of wisdom. You're usually good at pearls of wisdom.
not really.
Always
Yeah.
approach a cow from behind.
Is this for the Olympics, native? Yes.
In what way?
Well, make up your mind. C or C sharp. Come on.
It's modular. Who needs tuning?
Everybody else?
It's modular and booklet, and Robbie's about to chuck himself off the top of a high building.
It's not like there are any around.
Right, I'm going now. Bye, everyone.
Oh,
Oh, such a shame.
that was the acquired length of time.
No,
He thinks
just
that
thought-
Ian's not watching, but Ian's watching.
Ian is watching.
Ian
Yes.
is watching.
Ian will know.
Ian is always watching.
Oh, that is that person out there. It's wondering.
Good night, everyone. I am going to go to bed. Good night. Buenas noches a todos. Gute Nacht, alle. Ich gehe jetzt ins Bett. I'm going to bed now.
I think he's eating a hamster.
More than
Not
one.
again.
More than one, Kent.
Oh,
More than one. So I was like, see you all soon, but I
Indeed,
am going
sir.
to bed. So take care, you lovely people.
but
We'll
it's
see
not a
you in
school
YouTube
night. What's
land.
the matter?
I've got to get up at stupid o'clock tomorrow in order to take an old man to a hospital to have his eyes zapped for, cataracts and glaucoma and all sorts of. So it's all part. I've got to get myself to. Honestly, why couldn't the hospital appointment be 10:30? If the hospital appointment was 10:30, it'd be lovely. But no, the hospital appointment is 9:15. So I've got to get there at stupid o'clock to make sure that old man is up and dressed and out and in the car so that we can get to the Montague Hospital in Mexborough so that he can have his eyes zapped. Yeah, so that is me. I've got to get up at stupid o'clock on the first proper day of my summer holiday when I'd love a lie in and do nothing at all. I is getting up.
Well, it's holiday, you no longer need lions.
I'll get my lie in on Tuesday, Robert.
Yeah, he'll get it eventually.
That's what holiday mode is for. You can suddenly get up early o'clock and go to bed late o'clock, and your body doesn't
It takes
care.
me about 3 weeks for my body to recover from my body clock telling me to wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. So just as I'm getting used to not getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning, I have to get used to getting back up at 5 o'clock in the morning again. It's rubbish. No, I demand 12 weeks summer holiday. No. That's not going to go down well, is it? No.
Go to Finland.
No. Finland. Yeah, okay, thanks. I will. I'm going to go to
Cold.
Finland right now. I'm going to get on a bloody coracle and row myself across the fucking Atlantic Ocean until I get to Finland. So I'll
That's
say,
a long way to go.
yeah,
Not bad.
I've got
I'd go
biceps.
across the North Sea if I was
those
you, just a
biceps,
tip.
Those biceps will do it. I can row my coracle all the way across.
I don't know, he can speak 12 languages. He's fucking shit at geography.
You're right, it took 3 hours to get across the Minches. How long is it going to get across from
Well, I wouldn't go
Stornoway
across the
to-
Atlantic, put it that way.
Oh, bollocks. You've scuppered my plans, Kent.
Here we go.
I mean,
Wait a minute.
the North Sea is part of the
These
Atlantic.
Finns are speaking funny English. What's going on?
No, the North Sea is not part of the Atlantic, it's the North Sea. No, don't be ridiculous, man. We've got a fucking island in the way that blocks it all off. So the North Sea is. Or the Germanische Ozean. You can have that one for yourself. Right, good night all. I'll keep you all in my heart.
And according to Man with Beard, Finland has wonderful breasts.
Well, it would have. They're all spewing out right now, aren't they? They're all spewing out their usual lovely Icelandic milk all over the planet. In fact, that's one reason to go to Iceland, because I want to see a volcano spewing out its mammary milk.
Mammary milk.
So I'm off. Bye. On that cheerful note.
It's melted chocolate orange. Trust me.
Mammary milk, is that like a memory mode, just more messy?
A lot more messy.
How are we all?
Perpendicular,
Oh, that's overrated.
vaguely. So, there you go.
I've spent the past 2 days mixing desks apart and
Hey.
cleaning and
Yeah.
fixing annoying things.
You just described my life. What's
Yeah.
fixing annoying things?
It's more annoying when you are... how many channels was it?
Go on.
40-something in total across 3 of them, where you're doing the same thing.
Yeah,
like
doing the
40
same thing over and
modules,
over. Yeah.
And it goes... You get really quick at it, but it's also... Why the fuck
There's no
is
variety.
this happening?
Yeah.
What? I would like to complain to somebody at Neutrik that their 1000 mating cycles of their gag sockets clearly is a lie. Because the springs on all those sockets are clearly not functioning too well.
Ah.
So I desoldered the back of them to bend the springs a bit in the solder pad, and if that didn't work, plug in a jack, hammer down the spring
God.
at the top, and so that when you then unplug it, it has a connection again.
Yeah.
That was
Great.
so much fun. And now, mostly, fingers crossed, when you sneeze on them, they will work fine. But again, now they're all vertical again in the cupboard.
Yeah.
So,
So I've got to do an Art 2600 tomorrow that has laid on its back with no lid on it for donkey's years. And that won't be full of dust in those sliders.
just replace this. Well, actually, just put a lot of WD-40 in, turn it upside down, and then it just all.
It's not going to be far off that, but there's going to be a few that are going to be stubborn bastards and have got to be desoldered from the board, stripped down, cleaned, polished, reassembled, resoldered back onto the board. I know there will be. It's just a foregone conclusion. But if it's a nice day, it won't matter.
Yeah,
Don't sit under the magnolia tree and just mess with sliders all day.
It's not too warm, not in too much direct sunlight.
Oh God, yeah.
Well, to be fair, saves makes the desoldering a lot easier. Just lie it in the sun a bit.
Yeah.
It's fallen
Yeah,
out. Perfect.
it's done it itself. Yeah, that's cool.
Don't even need to grab a heat gun to like.
But I've
get
got
the
somebody
last bit of
collecting this OB8 and this Profit 5 Rev 2 tomorrow. Hopefully take them away. Bye. Bye. So we shall see.
I have to be back at work. How terrible. After I could clearly now have a day off after moving all those mixing desks up 2 floors into the cupboard. My back wasn't happy, even if you're just sliding them around on top of shit.
So when did this become part of your job description then?
Well, that became, they had to disappear from where I stored them to where I said I would store them by tomorrow morning.
I see.
So
Things became critical, did they?
Yes, originally the cupboard I said I would store them in, I couldn't get to because, well, or not conveniently, could have taken it up the stairs, but obviously I wouldn't have done that. So, yeah, I now had
I see.
too much fun. And I was stupid enough not to. If I'd been sensible, I'd out of the heaviest one with a proper backplane and everything, just take out all the channels because it's nice and easy. Two screws per module slide down.
Yeah.
No problem. Should have done that, but instead that 70 kilo bastard just put it on the case, wheeled it through the lift upstairs, all the way across the building to where our cupboard is, then slide that bastard down and walk it vertically, and still have a lovely marks on the arm of all the DB25 and EDAC connectors eating into my arm.
God's sake.
And of course there's no room because most of the other space in that cupboard is still full.
Yeah.
Again, if I would have been sensible, I'd taken all the other shit out that's on wheels and put the stuff in easily, but that requires forward thinking.
Yeah.
You don't do that when it's like, oh, I wanted to be home an hour ago.
Yeah. It's like when I brought a Montage 88 through from the hall, and I thought, I'm not going to go and get a trolley, I'll just carry it through. Jesus Christ, that was a mistake.
Well, I did have a stupid choice of the light desk, which are only like 30 kilos. Just like, I can't be bothered to wheel them, that takes minutes. I just carry them up the stairs 2 floors.
Yeah.
After the amount of sweat coming off me after the second one, it's just like,
Yeah, my arms were about a foot longer than they were when I started, I must admit.
It's more than the other one. It was like 40 kilos-ish. It's like, I used to easily lift that when I worked in a hire company, just when your classic UPA like the classic speaker that the West End ran on for at least 20 years.
Yeah.
They're like 40-ish. Well, like, with rigging, they're definitely 40-ish. So I was so used to lugging them around for years in a hire store that 40 kilos was, nice and easy, could lift to chest height, no problem.
Yeah.
And now me, flimsy me, or like not having do too much heavy lifting anymore.
Well, it's like with Yamaha. I mean, you know, the montage, the old montage was supposed to be this, you know, this keyboard that you can take gigging, you know, take on cruises and all this sort of thing.
What with
And
your
it was,
Ruby?
yeah, and it was the same with the 80, you know, the combo synth. You know.
Compact synth, or
Yeah.
Is it combo or I mean,
I don't know if it's combo or compact. I think it's because there's nothing compact about it. So I think it's combo synth because it comes in a Tolex flight case and has wheels on it.
like for combo organs?
Yeah, to make it easy to move around. Yeah, on flat surfaces maybe. You try and get that into the back of a van. Good luck.
Or maybe all the stories that Reinhard Heil had, like their rehearsal room, second floor, the early Nina Hagenband days.
Mm.
Everybody was keen to avoid helping him get that thing up.
Yeah, I mean you get used to them, I suppose. But
What are they, like 70-ish or?
oh Christ, what, the 80 weight?
Give us CSAT.
CSAT with the stand in the lid is about 210 pounds altogether.
So more like 90-ish kilos.
It's about 100 kilos, I think, fully laden for shipping, as it were. And and you get used to it because you know how heavy it is, and you know exactly how much energy to expel to get it up on its end, and exactly how much energy to put it down, so you don't overdo it. But that's when you know its weight and you know how to manoeuvre it around. You know, somebody who's never moved one before will expel more energy than they need to moving it, and they will be absolutely exhausted just trying to get it 8 foot across the floor.
Well, you just need to consider your moments carefully and use most of your body for leverage.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I've moved so many of them now. I've got it down pat where I can actually get it up on its corner on my hand and like that, and just spin it without any trouble because I know precisely where to stand it. You know. But it's still a weight. It's still a weight either way.
No, that's the way to play an AT. Put in a battery inside.
Yeah.
Like
spin
a double
it like
bass
a double
player.
bass. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. You just play the chord as it comes around. Pow. Pow.
And wonder why your keys are getting a bit flappy and sticky.
Yeah.
Sideways.
Yeah, but you know, like Goose says, but the GS1, holy mother! I didn't think there was many keyboards heavier than the.
Well, it's built like a piano, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, but the wood itself is
Proper
it's got to be
mahogany.
this thick, all the way. You know, the whole case is made with really, really thick wood, and the base is like. The wood base is this solid sort of thing.
I mean, for the lyra with pedals, that already screams.
Yeah, they're heavy.
If that's
and
proper
it is.
piano style, then it must be proper wood. You can't possibly cheap out, is that?
Well, the thing is, it isn't. It's actually ply with a veneer. So
Well, it could be wood, could be particle board or MDF to make it heavier.
well, yeah. I mean, there was a while, wasn't there, where keyboards were using chipboard for the bass, and then mounting everything onto the chipboard. Roland's were doing it for a while, if I remember rightly.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Juno 660.
Now,
Now,
Juno 660s is a quite a thin ply. Actually, it's quite thin plywood. It's quite nice. That you can actually stain that wood, and it looks actually quite nice. But this was just. I think it was in the 90s. I think it was in the 90s. Something you'd have a big bass, and it was simply just a square cut-out piece of chipboard, and they sort of like glued down a piece of cooking foil on it, as the earth plate, and then just screwed everything to that.
Yeah.
But the GS1 was a lump. It has to be said. So.
But when imagine having a GX1 where you need to rip out the front windows.
Yeah, the GX1's just that just got stupid,
Well, wasn't there a guy Sound on Sound who get it in, went through the garden, but then to get it out when he moved house, he ripped out the front wall.
Yeah, I think Richard went through pretty much the same kind of process. Old what's his name? Aphex Twin, and he got his one. He was pulling door frames out and all sorts to get her in because she's quite a size. It's literally, people think, oh, it's a synth. Yeah, but it's kind of the size of a church organ.
I can understand why Hans was also happy to move his on.
Yeah. Mudgy's one was squeaking quite a bit, so I imagine he was glad to get rid of it.
Well, it's probably the amount of people involved to get it, and it's not working so high. Is there any point of keeping it around apart from it looks good?
Yeah.
But imagine Abba toured with it for like 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, I know. So, respect to the tech that was looking after that. Cool, bloody hell. It's a lump. But there again, I suppose at the end of the day, it is just a double manual organ with a mono synth at the top, but, it had a very particular sound. A sound that they, Benny used to death.
I remember definitely linking all for the Does Your Mother Know bass, where it's even the pedals, everything linked to one keyboard, everything linked, all 4 synths linked to one keyboard.
Yeah.
Quite a specific sound.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And of course, I think it has a ribbon controller as well, doesn't it?
Isn't it more like...
I'm trying
Is it CS80 style, or is it more like the organ style where it does the ribbon synth stuff?
I think it's more organ style. I think the
So you can play
CS80 ribbon controller, as we call it, I think first showed up on the YC45 organ, if I remember rightly. The crazy horses thing. Yeah, crazy horses and all that sort of jazz. But yeah, but I think the only person that really mastered that ribbon controller was probably Vangelis, to be honest. Even Emerson didn't really use his one very much. Not in a massively creative style.
Emerson wasn't a pitch bend player, really.
No.
Emerson was a portamento player.
Yeah, it was more of a stabber, wasn't he? He was, let's face it.
Great organist and loved his portamento sounds.
Yeah.
I mean, that's when you think of Emerson, right?
Yeah, Tiny was saying something about Emerson bought a load of what was it, the 100 series Hammonds, and was just selling them on as the Hammond he used on stage, sort of thing, just to get extra money in. So he's buying in all these cheap A100s and flogging them off.
Just stabbing them a bit.
Yeah, as
throwing them
his
around.
A100. And so suddenly there's people going, wait a minute, how can you have an Emerson's A100? I've got Emerson's A100. No, I've got Emerson's A. What? How can you have Emerson's A?
How is it one that was made after the Nice no longer existed?
Yeah, well, I thought it was quite funny that he bought an Oasis and he just used that quite a lot. Mind you, I don't think he was throwing it around quite the same as he did with the Hammonds.
I can't imagine one of those doing well with stabbing the daggers inside.
Yeah.
I can't imagine how the Hammond survived with a slightly picky motor.
Well, in fairness, it's not unusual to stick something between the keys just to hold a key down while you get on with something else, which he used to do.
Sticking the knife through the key is probably a bit more.
Yeah, but he actually stabbed a Moog System 55 apparently on stage once. He just had enough of it. I think it was not responding the way he wanted it to, so he killed it. Seems fair.
And well, that is rock and roll.
Yeah, but like Tony said, when he got the 4VCO Moog off him, it was pretty fucked up.
What the Lyra or was the Lyra or whatever it was called? That
got past.
Sort of mini Moog on steroids thing.
Yeah, it was basically what it had was it had an extra playable VCO as opposed to having just like a. Because I know there was another one where the LFO that was in it was actually, it was an LFO, not a VCO, and it didn't actually go up into the audio range, but it allowed you to use all 3 VCOs on the Mini for playing, whereas this was actually a full. It could be an LFO or it could be an audible VCO as well. What was weird is the front panel doesn't look any different from a normal Mini, so I'm always quite surprised about how they... Then what they might have done is just teamed one of the VCOs to the spare, so they worked like a dual VCO together, and so they
Just
weren't
like
really separable.
Or just like add a tuning knob to VCO1 and call it.
Yeah,
quits,
I think. Well, if you look at the front panel, it's not. There isn't even any extra knobs on it, so I'm assuming they just linked it to VCO1 as well. So it just ran as a dual VCO on one channel, sort of thing. So just give it some extra grunt, I suppose, or get the 3 VCOs and have an LFO going as well. So, because that was always the downer, although that's what made the Moog sound the way it was. If you wanted LFO, you're going to have to shut down one of the VCOs. So it would only be a 2 VCO synth.
Well, play more with pitch bend instead of mod wheel.
Those pitch bends, they're not that easy to use.
Yes.
The central locking, in it is a bit of a bastard.
Oh, lucky if it's so modern that it has central locking. Obviously, they will send out so many upgrades for it.
Yeah, the only trouble is, you know...
And then depending which style of wheel you have, it's also really awkward to grab, like the just clear acrylic.
Yeah, the early clear ones on the RAs and stuff like that, you couldn't throw them about too much at all. So the later ones with the grips on them obviously were much better for that. But that's something people used to do. They used to loosen off because all it was just a flexi piece of metal with a little nylon cone on the end that just fitted into the slot, and you could pull that away and make it quite free rolling. You know, really loosen it up if you wanted to get into this. You know, really throwing it about. But obviously, you had to be careful to get it back into tune again. So it's 6 of one, half dozen the other, isn't it?
Always one of the fun things with the Mini is, because you can't do pulse width, you can obviously do a fake one by using oscillator 3 in the reverse saw, but then again you don't have the LFO anymore. So so it's always, if you want to do something slightly more exciting, you just don't have to think about it.
Yeah. It's a shame that they never really got around to doing the pulse width modulation on it. Instead of just having set different pulse widths, waveforms to mess with, you know.
Well, if you use 1 and 3 and up saw and down saw, you get something that's mostly mathematically equivalent if it's slightly detuned.
Yeah. Weird thing is that the different types of pulse that they had on the VCOs, you go through the different pulses, they didn't actually sound that very different from each other, really. It wasn't a huge amount.
There's no good square in there.
No, the square doesn't sound that square. I mean, the square is sort of like a squashed square, so it's already, the pulse range is already up when you go to square. It's not dead square, you know.
So you actually have to, if you want a really nice square, it's more like stacking triangles on the oscillators and octaves to try and get it all in
well,
three.
I mean, I think was it a Hans one? I think I changed the FETs and some resistor values over, and actually got him a proper square from the VCOs, and then you could go more down the that really traditional sort of like nice tone that it produces. So, but the thing is, I mean, sine wave wasn't a sine wave; it was a rather flattened triangle anyway. So it really needed a lot of work. But she sounded like she did because of that was the way it was designed. So.
What other synths are there that you, after spending some time with it, you can just look at the front panel and 9 times out of 10 think what the sound will be?
Well, definitely Mini.
Like
up to a point. No. I was going to say Steiner Parker Synthicon, but no.
Because
Can't-
switches are
can't
so
always-
hard to look at.
Yeah, the switches, you sort of like, wait a minute, which one's that on? Yeah, you can't really say properly. Pro 1. I think anything in that kind of format, do you know what I mean?
Well,
You
like-
can go,
Well,
yeah, that's going to be a fluty sound, you know.
Of the Rolands.
Yeah,
With slot.
yeah.
I mean, Group is
Yeah.
a 4. You definitely, it's so simple, you know.
Yeah,
what
that's
to
pretty
know.
straightforward
You
as
look-
well, yeah.
You look at all the sliders, you know what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah. I mean, up to a point, I can on a memory mode as well, but only up to a point because of that modulation matrix. You can get really, really mental, and because you can run so many different waveforms at the same time and stuff. And it's destinations, so sometimes it's hard to work out what kind of sound you're going to get. That's been known to surprise me from time to time, I must admit. That's if it's working. 9 times out of 10 they're not, and it's doing something weird anyway.
Well, yeah, Polymoog, just no fucking clue.
Nah.
What do you expect?
No. 9
Because
times out of 10
moving-
it depends on how it's been calibrated as well, so you can have it set to one thing, have another one, you set it the same way, and you go 2 different bloody sounds altogether. It's like,
I once managed to get something sort of close to the model sound, the bam bam bam,
yeah.
and I was very pleased with myself. And then a few months later, I tried it again, and of course not, because no
Yeah.
recollection. Because
I must admit, though,
because
the Polymoog,
there's so much about working with a filter and the direct signal between the two to use the phase shift between them rather than a straight filter sound. It's
yeah.
such a weird piece. Doing
Yeah, because I mean, the Polymoog was one of those machines that did something really weird that I noticed Moog stopped doing after the Polymoog, which was the 15 volt, the plus and minus 15 volt lines from the power supply. Was which I think was about 2.5 amps. They were literally from the power supply. They were connected directly to the sliders on the front panel, and you could have an incident where you could have a slider catch fire.
But when it short circuits and
Yeah,
you
yeah.
have 15 to ground.
And you have all this smoke pouring out of the sliders on the front panel. It's
Yeah,
quite
I mean,
impressive looking.
2.5 amps. That's enough for a small carbon track to start.
Yeah, and oh boy, did they! And it was exactly the same power supply that they fitted into the memory Moogs.
Because it worked so
identical.
well the first time around.
Yeah,
I thought,
exactly. They had loads of them left over. Hey, come on, let's use these. And they decided, no, we won't put 15 volt to the pots. That seems like a bad idea. I think.
It's also with it being digital, it's probably 5 volts.
Yeah, yeah. So, but there was a lot more, shall we say, voltage filtering going on inside the memory Moog than there was on, because the Polymoog is pretty like power supply. Yeah, just connected to everything. Right, it should be fine. It'll be great.
Yeah, particularly with an organ design with
Yeah.
some chips per key.
But you
It's
get a
not only
ta-
going to end up
Yeah.
with a lot of chips that might cause problems.
Well, you get a tautalum go, and then it shorts out, and then the slider goes, well, you may be shorted out, but I'm not. And it just overheats and catch fire. So, yeah, they were interesting machines, to say the least. So, and I think that's why the Polymoog keyboard, weirdly, was called the Polymoog synthesizer. And the Polymoog synthesizer was called the Polymoog synthesizer as well. Although the early ones were called Polymoog keyboards. They really just couldn't make up their fucking minds what they're called. So when people say, oh, I've got a Polymoog keyboard, and go, oh, which one? The one with or without sliders? You go, well, it's the keyboard, it's the one without sliders. Oh, because there is one with sliders called the Polymoog keyboard as well. Just to fuck people off, you know? So, and the one without the sliders, or without all the sliders, I should say, there are some. That side has
Like
sliders.
4.
No, I think it was about 12 or something,
You've
14,
got like
something.
some volume sliders, right? And
Yeah.
you've
I mean,
volume, master tune, some
the better
other-
way of saying it was that the
Moximana or
what's his name? Gary
Gary
Newman.
Newman.
If you say the Gary Newman one, which was the keyboard version, which didn't have all the sliders, they were much more reliable because there was less to go wrong. Essentially, that was literally why they were more popular, and obviously cheaper. So, but you couldn't
Here
change.
are fewer things to catch fire, so it doesn't
Yeah.
catch fire as often.
But what you couldn't do is you couldn't adjust anything on the filters. There was no controls for the filters at all. You could only do pulse width and volumes between the three waveforms.
Couldn't you do filter cutoff from the pedal though?
Yeah, you could do that, but that was it. You couldn't set its envelope like you could on the Polymoog synthesizer one. So, but it was I think it was $1,000 more. I think for the synth version over the keyboard version. Some ridiculous amount of money. I think it was about $3,999 for the fully editable one, shall we say, for want of a better word. And I think about $1,000 less for the keyboard version. But I mean, Gary did all right out of it.
Yeah.
Made his money, didn't he? Before they caught fire or exploded or whatever, or strangled a baby or whatever they get up to.
Kraftwerk did alright with touring 2 Synths, the early 80s, late
Yeah.
70s, early 80s.
Yeah, but I mean, that was always quite inspiring to watch Kraftwerk on stage in Germany in the early days, and they got things like little coat hangers tied up with bits of duct tape and stuff like that, and they're on stage playing these things they made in their garage almost,
Yeah, like pre-radioactivity when it was still very much.
Yeah.
The image wasn't quite as refined.
Yeah, and
With
but
radioactivity, they became very much that defined image.
yeah, but the music was definitely happening. It was definitely there, and it was very futuristic looking at the time and everything. And it was really cool. It's really cool. The good thing about Kraftwerk, I suppose, from that point of view, was they were creating sounds that nobody else could, because they were making their own stuff. Well, up to a point they were making their own stuff anyway.
Well, actually, unlike Ralph and Florian, back in '73, who decided to run an AKS through a vocoder?
Mm.
I mean, who has run a bass sequence through a vocoder with whatever else as the I think probably the drum machine.
Yeah.
I think the drum machine has the modulator or something like that.
Yeah, I always wonder if they
it
got.
hadn't really been done until the '90s. Doing something like crazy.
But you got to wonder sometimes. They go, well, wait a minute, where do they get the money for a VCS3?
Rich parents, but for Ralph and Florian.
Yeah, or they came down to the S Factory and bought one of their Friday car park specials.
Oh no, but I think. I mean, Florian apparently had an amazing collection of many unique things. No idea what's happened since he died a few years ago.
Mm.
But I mean, Ralph and Florian had from very posh, very upper class backgrounds with lots of money.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a shame those days are gone. Everything's
Rich people making good music.
Well, no, it was just that those opportunities. It's all
Do
gone
something
now.
new.
Yeah. It must be really hard to come up with something new now. Because let's face it, I mean, electronic music has been heavily explored the last 50 years, wouldn't you say?
Well, I mean, could even say all the exploration happened beforehand, and then the commercialization happened the last 50 years.
Yeah. But when you think of what's been done, and now, I mean, you can for a few £1,000, I know it's it's still a lot of money, but for a few £1,000 you can have a studio in your bedroom practically. That when me and Robbie and you were teenagers, we'd like, fucking hell, how much money? £500,000 to kit out a room to do what it's doing.
Realised how much. We just knew it was too expensive.
Oh, we knew it was just ridiculous
You
money.
only had to pick up a copy of like 1-2 testing and have a look at the
Yeah.
what was for sale. And by today's standards, a Jupiter 8 for whatever it was back then, or even just like a Juno, or anything that was just like 795 quid for something, and you think, fucking hell, I'm never going to be able to afford that.
Lombardtricity made a fortune because they were going, oh, we don't care who you are, we'll take you on. Yeah.
Jesus, I had a couple of agreements
And
with
found tape recorder and mixing desk.
Yeah.
That were
I
even
remember
more
in
money.
81 or 82, I read an article it was either like 1-2 testing or one of those early music tech magazines.
Yeah.
For the Mattel Synsonics, right? And I
Yeah.
wanted to play drums.
Yeah.
And the Mattel Synsonics, the standard Mattel Synsonics, I think it was $99.99.
Sounds about right, yeah.
And I remember going to my mum and saying, "Look, Christmas, I'd love that."
Yeah.
And it just, even though my dad was, kind of a successful restaurateur, it was just like 100 quid
Yeah.
for that.
Yeah.
It's bonkers.
Well,
You'd
100 quid.
You see an SH101 for 250 quid.
100 quid. I mean, not only is it your Christmas main present, even then you're really, really pushing it. Probably going to have to. Well, and my birthday present for the next 12 years. Afternoon, sir.
Eventually got on about 10
Afternoon.
years ago.
Good evening.
Yeah. So I mean, I can remember walking back from work with a melody maker, and you're going through, go to the ads at the back, and you're looking at the shops are advertising special offers for that week. Go, am I getting on the train and going up to Regent Street this Saturday or not? And you see things like some reduction on a Polymoog or something like that. It's now only 2,600 quid. You could buy a brand new Ford Fiesta for that in '79. What are you fucking on about? And you go, what sort of world is it? Where people walk into a shop and buy these things?
But like late 70s, very early 1980s, living where I did in the middle of fucking, the Norfolk countryside, couldn't even go. There wasn't even shops in Norwich that sold synthesizers. You had your musical shops that sold pianos,
Yeah.
and violins and flutes and trumpets and trombones,
Yeah.
or guitars of all varieties, and maybe some drums, but synthesizers. We might have one out the back, and it was probably, one of these cheap and nasty things. But no, so the temptation wasn't even there in the retail. So a trip to London was was out of the question. And so it wasn't until sort of 84,
Yeah.
84, 85 that we started being able to go to London.
Yeah.
And then going down Denmark Street and Charing Cross Road and
Did you ever go to Chase
Chase.
Music? The little Pakistani guy.
In-
It was just off the Euston Road. It was literally a
Yeah.
converted sweet shop.
The feeling I've seen a Chase stick up.
Big
or
glass
something.
counter and since up to the walls on the
Everywhere.
back.
Yeah, all
Yeah,
everywhere. Yeah. And
yeah.
because it was a little sweet shop where you had the recessed front door, and then you had these sort of like bay windows, and you had like an 8 voice in there, and a couple of stacks, and a stand in there, Odysseys and stuff like that. And there was all this stuff in there. I remember there was a black and gold Odyssey, and it was 850 quid. And I played it, and I was like, "Oh, this is lovely. This is lovely." I looked at my mum, who went, "Yeah, no." It was £8.50. You'd be pushing it, Oh, and there was a brand new Quadra. There was a brand new Quadra in there. I remember, and it was 4,999 quid. And I thought it was the most fantastic, most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life. Boy, Was I lucky I didn't buy that?
Yeah.
God, it had turned into a dog later on. We found out. So, but this was the thing, you know. Sort of like, I mean, the 8 voice was up for like $2,500. You know, it's weird because that was on its way down. Now that was old.
Yeah.
Even then, you know,
What was
had
that,
no
well?
idea what was coming in 50 years.
When I walked into that high school, because you know I'd changed high school twice within the space of like a year, and the one I ended up finishing at, which was the one up the road here, I walked into the music store cupboard and there was this box, and I opened the box and there was a Korg 700S.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Yeah, there's a cupboard find for you.
whoa.
Yeah.
And I said to the music teacher, whose is this? Oh, it's ours. What? The school owns a synthesizer. That's amazing. Because I was really disappointed because I'd come from a school previously that had just bought a Premier Royale 5-piece drum kit. And I was so into my drums and I spent like every waking moment on that drum kit. So when I moved schools, the first thing I went to look for in the music room was their drum kit, and it was fucking awful. I mean, it was prehistoric. It was like brown for a start, which is horrible, and it was a single tom, you know, one up, one down thing, and that was that. And it was just horrible. And so I was so disappointed because I couldn't afford my own drum kit. So what was I going to play now? And then it was about a week or so later that I walked in there and started just opening boxes up to see what was what. I found a Gibson SG guitar, and I thought, oh. And I remember taking it out of the cupboard and going to one of the rehearsal rooms and just playing around with it. I couldn't play guitar, but it was just, you know, it was Angus Young's guitar in my head.
Yeah.
And then some kid comes in, big fat geezer, and he comes, what the fuck are you doing with my guitar? I'm like, oh shit. It turns out he'd been storing it in the school, in the music room cupboard. So I thankfully managed to avoid a beating, and that I managed to talk my way out.
You could always belt him with the guitar.
Well, yeah. But then I found that the 700, which the music teacher had screwed. You know that you remember those little. They're like plastic. They're little plastic handles that you used to get on little sliding doors that were that sort of milky coloured plastic coated in a shiny chrome-like thing. And he'd screwed one of those either side on the 700 so you could lift it up and move it around. Handles on it. But that was, and then I went through the usual thing, because having never played a synthesizer before, it's not working. I did the what's his name, Artful Dodger. What's the guy who played the Artful Dodger in Oliver? The one that sold his mini mode to Rick Wakeman because it wasn't working because it only played one note at a time. I had that experience.
Rooney?
I was like, I can't remember.
Moody?
Ron Moody? That was Ron Moody was.
No.
Oh, it was
Mickey
the kid.
something.
He was the kid. But anyway, he sold his mini mode to Rick Wakeman because it only played one note at a time. It was faulty. I had Jack Wild, thank you, Mankey.
Jack Wild, yes.
And so I was going like, it was only one note sounding, and sometimes it's not the same note. What's going on here? So, because we didn't have the internet. So back to the library. Oh, synthesizers are monophonic. Okay, didn't know that. Yeah. Let's work around that.
Well, I mean, our school, it had this beautiful grand piano in the hall, you know, for assembly.
Yeah.
And it always had this red velvety sort of like fitted dust cover on it, and it was locked at all times, right?
Yeah, same.
I'm thinking, you know, oh, thanks for encouraging us to take up fucking music then. Yeah. But yeah, it's just there was no chance. No. So of course the only thing you could do is, I mean, I managed to get this double manual organ, this Philly Calder, and it actually took, my dad happened to die to get it because you know, I was out of my mind apparently, and I needed something. They said, oh, we need something to focus on. My mum bought this chord organ, little chord organ thing, and I rinsed this. I was coming up with all sorts of shit on it. And you know what these wind-powered chord organs don't have? Volume controls.
Yeah.
So what I would do at the end of a song, turn it off and let it fade away. and that's how you did a fade out, right?
Yeah.
And she said to her current boyfriend at the time, she said, he's really, he just comes in from school and he just goes upstairs, turn that on, and he just plays it until I tell him to shut up. And then he goes to bed and all this sort of thing, and then he plays it in the morning before he goes to school. He goes to school, comes back, immediately turns it on and plays it. And she goes, "Oh, we should get him a better one," sort of thing. So they took me up to, I'm trying to remember the name of the place. It was fucking huge. I'm not kidding you. It's one, those, like Carpet Land, and it was like, it's like a football ground size shop space, and it was organs to the back wall. In just groups of organs, you can walk around all these things. And they had these 2 organs that were in the price range, apparently, which was £600. That was the price range. One was this second-hand Hammond. It was sat there. And next to it was the new Philips Philly-Corder. But the Hammond didn't have the auto accompaniment and everything like that. It was like well taken by that. I mean, fucking hell, drums. And the walking bass and all that sort of thing. Not as good as the Yamaha B35 later on, but enough, But it had a definite leaning towards the church organ vibe on it.
Yeah.
Even though it had all this, modern stuff on it, it was very much like a church organ. But I was really taken with it, and they were both the same price, and I took the Philips. And I remember this was the Saturday evening, and it was going to be delivered on the Monday. So the Monday I'm at school, and where I'm at school I can see my house, and I saw the organ being delivered. I go, it's there. And it was the longest fucking school day of my entire life. It just dragged and dragged, and then 3:30 finally comes around and gone. Right, I'm home at 1 minute, 31 minutes past. I'm home. On, that's it, and that's all I can remember. It just went on like that for forever. And I was playing that every single day, and I got better and better and better and better because it wasn't brilliant. And then started learning more complex chords and stuff like that. So, but of course, when I heard synthesizers, holy shit.
I used to tried to become best friends with anybody whose parents had had a home organ.
Yeah.
I remember there was one kid whose parents had got, I think it was a Yamaha. It was one of those old, sort of brown.
Lovely fake wood.
Yeah, it's just it was
chipboard covered in the PVC wood effect. It's exactly what my B35 was. Yeah,
and it had the accompaniments, and we used to mess around with that. But then there was a kid that lived at the other side of the road, and he was a bit odd.
Okay.
I just seem to remember. I have no idea, but I just remember he was odd, and he lived with his dad. There was just him and his dad.
Yeah.
And he didn't used to come out and play around much, but every time he did, I'd be like, "Can we go?" Because I'd seen that he'd got a Technics organ.
Okay.
It was the fucking dog's bollocks. It lights and shit and everything. So can we go around yours and play with your organ? Play with your organ, hello.
Really?
And he's like, no, my dad won't let me play it. And it was like, no, you could see it through the window. And you just, I just want to have a go on that, see what it's like. It was probably rubbish, but I was just, because it looked very modern. I mean, this was 78, 79. It looked really modern. I was like, you've got to let me play it. Never got to play it at all. Never. But,
I wonder if I can find it.
What I liked about having that 700S around was, it sounded weird and wonderful, but also you plugged it into an amplifier and then you put your headphones on and nobody else could hear you play.
Yeah.
And in my case, that was quite a good thing because I'd sit at pianos and try to work out stuff, and it probably sounded awful to lots and lots of people. But with this thing, I could just put my headphones on, plug the Walkman headphones in somewhere into the amp, and play around with this thing. And sort of figure out what that Traveller did. What was that doing, and how was it doing it, and the bug bit. I saw a 700S actually on eBay this morning. Starting price of 700 quid.
Okay.
But that'll probably shoot up.
Well, they do have a habit of doing that, mate.
They are so beautiful, though.
They are, and they sound great. I mean, I think for me it's a very nostalgic thing, but they do sound great.
I mean, for me, it's pre-Spiral Vangelis.
Yes.
All the crazy ring mod stuff on Albedo was 700S. And all the Heaven and Hell, there's lots of that. And actually, a lot of stuff that sounds like CS80 is Pro Soloist.
Yeah.
Like that and 700 or multiple layers of Pro Soloist, apparently.
Well, for some freakish, bizarre reason, I cannot find a picture of a Philips Philly Corder that is mine. They've got that single manual one with the rocket switches, which was very popular.
Yeah, you find the old Valve one, which is also nowadays relatively hip, or say nowadays. I mean, Goldfrapp used it, was 25 years ago nearly.
Yeah, I mean, it's massively popular. Yeah.
Isn't it shocking that Goldfrapp were doing stuff 25 years ago?
Yeah, it does make you feel old, doesn't it? So.
Well,
yeah, that's about when we started.
In an hour and 5 minutes, I will be.
So. Hey.
Yeah. Already started having messages coming through on Facebook saying happy birthday. I'm like, fuck it, it's not my birthday. Fuck off. But of course, it's all the people that live beyond, the time zone enough for it to be like so. Alicia in, Alicia King in New Zealand, like one of the first. But that's got to go over. She's coming back, I think. So
yeah,
have to get over to her studio because you're I think you were the one that sort of brought her to my attention.
Yeah,
because you said that she'd got all of her. She's got those. She's got large curved monitors, but vertical, and she's got just like 20 of them. It's amazing.
That was like one of the control rooms at uni for
there you go.
One of the big experiments.
That's the one I got afterwards. That's the B35.
Yeah, that
the lovely veneer.
I've still got that. It's in the garage.
Oh jeez.
Yeah, I've had that since I was 16. Just turned 16. Still got it.
How many
I was going to throw it
versions
away,
have
and I
left
went, nah, I've had it since I was 16. Fuck it. The thing is, it's fucking great big. It doesn't look big there, but it is. It's a right old lump.
Who did you say makes it, Kent?
Sorry?
Who did you say makes it?
It's Yamaha.
Oh, it's Yamaha, all right.
That's the Yamaha B35. That's the one I got after the Philly Corder. To which I cannot find a single photograph on Google. Maybe I dreamt it. Because it doesn't seem to exist. But I remember it had brown, of all things, brown oval buttons at sort of like a 45-degree angle. Because that must have been stylish, I suppose. It just wasn't a very stylish looking organ. I think it was all brown.
Then, are any home organs ever stylish?
There was some really beautiful looking Worsies. Really, big, colourful and quite impressive looking Worsies. But they were stupid money. Absolutely, stratospheric pricing. And looked quite impressive. Well, I think the only other organs that are really brilliant are those really, really early German pipe organs. Some of them are absolutely gorgeous. But I loved playing organs until synthesizers happened.
Kent says he likes playing organs.
Finale. Yeah. Use me feet as well.
Never grow old. Yeah.
Yeah.
Synthesizer is like an organ, but better.
Yes.
Oh, I used to fucking hate it when I think it was my ex-wife mainly. What have you got another bloody piano for? It's not a fucking piano.
Oh. Yeah. This is why she's your ex, I take it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
that and many other reasons. One in particular.
I mean, that's what I love about Fiona. You know, a customer comes to the door and she answers it and says, "Oh, okay. So what you brought?" He goes, "Oh, I brought a synthesizer." "Yes, I know. What have you brought?" Like that, you know. "Oh, it's a Jupiter 4. Okay.
You're
Is
a
it going to
good
need
girl.
a replacement memory battery in it at all?" Or anything? She knows them all. She knows them all. She gets it.
Mm-hmm.
All the standards.
Oh yeah. But every time we got something in quirky, I'd show it to her, and she goes, "Oh, I don't recognise that. What's that?" "Oh, that's the first Elka Synthex that she's ever seen in her life, sort of thing." But what she likes now is she watches her, old band, not old bands, but bands playing from way back when, songs that she loved and stuff like that. And now she's going, "Oh, I never knew it was a Jupiter 4. Oh, I didn't know. I knew it was a synth, it was a keyboard, but I didn't know it was a Jupiter 4. Yeah. Oh, he's got a Jupiter 8 as well. Look at that."
What's more annoying is when you're watching a film that's supposed to be set in one time and you're like, D50 wasn't out when you're setting this.
Yeah. Somebody didn't do their research.
I mean, DX7, yes, well on time, well done, but D50 now a few years early.
I missed out on the CS1X today.
Oh.
Went for 112.
Surely you've already got one.
No, I had one. I bought one brand new. I won the first in the country.
Yeah.
Sold it years ago.
And you haven't got one in your collection?
Not anymore.
I'm kind of shocked.
Why would you want one?
For me, it's nostalgia. It's just
Yeah.
memories of it being. But I went in hard on all of that mid-90s Yamaha stuff. I had that. I had the RM1X. I had the SU10. But, no, I sold the CS1X along with the RM1X and the SU10 and a couple of other bits. So,
It's funny you should say that, Anthony, because Lily did go to the door to a customer on, I think it was Friday, and she went up to them and sat down in front of them. And just looked up at them. How weird is that? Obviously not taking any notice of Nelly and the rest of the demons of the dark deep.
Well, so if I come around with an SX1000 next weekend, should I still wear a jockstrap?
A cup is required because Nelly's still here, remember?
Well, just carry it in front of me, right?
Yeah. She homes in on genitals like an exocet. I don't know how she manages to do it. She always hits right on target every time, little cow. So, yeah, the puppy just goes up to people and sits and just looks up at them. Dear little thing. Which is probably just as well, because she's going to grow up to be a huge bastard. She's already now taller than Noah. She was shorter than Noah 2 weeks ago.
wow.
And her paws are starting to get quite big now, She's getting these big, and she's tripping over herself, poor little thing. Yeah, Nelly the testicular missile, yeah.
I'll definitely make sure to, after ringing the doorbell, lift the S6000 in front of the crotch.
Yeah. Yeah, that's one thing. She's really, really respectful of technology. Just not testicles. If we could convince her that testicles were technology, we'd be laughing. Little moo.
But yeah, if the weather is alright and I am feeling sufficiently bored, I might be grabbing one out of a cupboard and going down on a train.
Yeah.
Just for, yeah.
Good man.
Gives me an excuse to go out. See people.
Yeah.
Bizarre. I've been really successful of like last 2 days at work, pretty much managing to not talk to anybody for most of the time. It's been amazing.
Such a sociable human being, aren't you?
Yes. Look how sociable I am. I'm here.
That's true.
Yeah, it was weird because, I mean, I used to be very, very, well, I say used to be. I was a very sociable kind of person, so when the agoraphobia finally kicked in, it was like me a throat cut, really. It was just everything stopped. And then you find yourself having to lie to your friends, like going, "Oh no, I can't come out tonight. I've got to do my nails or something," you know, rather than tell them what was actually the problem. Because it was just so, to me, it was massively embarrassing. Because I didn't understand it myself, so how the hell could I explain it to other people? And they, you know, and all the mates were going, sort of like, "Oh, he just doesn't want to spend time with us anymore." Yeah, fuck him, leave him. Don't bother. And a whole, you know, group of people gone. It's a shame, but that's the way it went.
Looking through eBay, I was looking at an Arturia drum brute. Some guy in London selling one. He's got a starting bid of 50 quid. I thought, oh, that looks right. His username is Massive Assault Kitten. and the description is great drum machine, barely used, perfect working condition, pick up only. If you try to get me to post it, I will relist this item. Okay.
Fair dues.
Yeah.
Sounds like me.
Clearly he's fed up dealing with other people.
Yeah. Lives in South Bermondsey, so.
Far?
I'll keep an eye on it. If it's that cheap, if it doesn't go much over 50 quid, that'll be worth the drive to go and get it.
How much do they normally go for then?
I don't know really, because I'm not really.
Because they're quite an interesting looking machine, I must admit.
There's one.
They sound quite unique and weird, don't they?
Yeah, I mean I've got the Impact, and there's a lot of people that say, "Oh, the Impact is not very good," or it doesn't sound very good. I don't mind it, to be honest, but quite fancied the.
I remember people saying that about the mini pops.
Yeah, true. About a couple of £100 on average, I think they go for.
Does mini pops sound like drums?
Well, that's the whole point, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's like if.
That's its longevity.
Yeah, I mean, what it's supposed to do, it's shit out, but what it does do is sound great in its own right.
Whether it was an accident or not.
KR55 is one of those I weirdly love.
Because it's
the
funny.
jar that used the mini pops.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, the famous one.
Almost
Mini Pop 7.
singularly, yeah.
Ruining it for everybody else.
Well, yeah, but it's also what made them suddenly extremely popular. Although at the time, of course, nobody knew it was the mini pops, unless people except the people who owned mini pops.
But on the record, Steve, it says Korg mini pops. So, but like obviously on that and Equinox, I think it's still on magnetic fields and also on Zuluck. It like mentions all the instruments used.
Yeah.
With the record slave.
Yeah, but it came out originally as a single, and there was nothing about what was on the record on the single. Because it was quite a while before the album came out, if I remember rightly. Single was out for ages. But I remember the first time hearing it, I was like, it was almost like, what's the word? There's a word for it that I can't think of. But it sort of like justified my love of synthesizers, which was just weird to everybody else. And here's this single in the charts, doing really well, doing exactly that, and suddenly everybody's looking at you going, is this the thing you're talking about? Yeah. Oh, okay.
Somebody making really melodic, lovely music.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, yeah, it's. But yeah, I say I remember the first time I heard it. I went, oh. But unfortunately, by the time we got to Finding Cousteau, was it?
Waiting for Cousteau.
Waiting for Cousteau, yeah. It's sort of like, what the fuck is this?
And then 3 turn up at once.
Yeah. Typical.
Oh, well, the second piece on that is absolutely amazing. I mean, yes, but the Calypso is a bit like, if I want to listen to some Calypso, there's better stuff out there.
Yeah.
But then on the CD, with like 45 minutes of ambient is actually also quite cool. Well, yeah, what it's called Calypso Part 2 of that album, really amazing.
Yeah.
But yes, for one song, maybe not worth the money of an album.
I live next door to a Calypso DJ.
Do you?
Yeah. His name is Barry Johnson.
Oh.
He had a parcel delivered here. And you know...
Was it straw hats?
No, I thought it was an Amazon thing or something. It was delivered here.
Yeah.
He wasn't there. And he comes up and I'd never seen him. We've been here like 18 months now and it's the one and only time. And he knocked on the door and he goes, "Hello, Rob." And I said, this is a shitty Jamaican accent I'm doing.
No shit.
I said, "Oh, you must be Barry," because it was on there. "Yes, I'm Barry Johnson." Shook his hand and said, there you go, there's your package. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
And and off he went. And I'm like, there's something about him. I thought he's got to be somebody or someone. He had that kind of air about him. And
yeah.
So you do that thing where you sort of just Google, Barry Johnson, town that you live in, whatever. Straight away comes up, and he broadcasts from. He's got a studio in his house next door, and it's like a dozen monitors, and then he's got like a Pioneer DJ thing.
Yeah.
And about half a dozen computers, laptops on stands, and all this kind of stuff.
He'd shit his pants if he saw your room, wouldn't he?
Fuck me, yeah. But I checked him out, and he broadcasts.
Mr. Puri Jelly.
I haven't heard that one before. He broadcasts live from his front room or wherever it is with all this stuff, and he's a Calypso DJ, and he does a show every day, 3-hour show every day.
Wow.
And it's dull because it's
Oh, okay.
and it's like, is he still playing that record? No. And then every now and again he'll do his little bit of patter, and there'll be some adverts, and apparently the station's based out in the Caribbean somewhere. I don't know exactly, can't remember. But Barry Johnson. It's brilliant. I love it. It's great. I'd love to go over there and sort of like say, "Look, I've checked you out, mate. Let's have a look." But,
yeah, Jacques Cousteau was kind of what?
Big in the 70s.
The Attenborough of the sea.
He was.
Shall we say?
Except he actually did stuff, whereas David Attenborough just talks about it. Cousteau was like in there, wasn't he? He was.
Yeah, he was.
Got his nuts wet, literally.
Yeah, literally, yeah. And he was trying to save certain species and all the rest of it.
Is he still alive or is he dead?
He's long gone.
Is he? I don't know.
Yeah, Jar's still waiting.
I suppose he was.
Jar's been waiting for fucking ages now.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he died. Oh, God, was it 90s? Something like that?
No idea.
Is his son famous for something?
Yeah, his son is also famous in some regard.
Yeah, French detective.
That's exclusive.
Yeah. No, I can't take credit for that one. Somebody in the chat already said that.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, dear. He's gone.
Sometimes it's just a little thing, isn't it? It's just
Yeah.
a little thing that tickles you. That's it.
It still makes me laugh when I see old Peter Sellers doing his, do you have a licence for your minky? What? A licence for your minky. Minky? What? You said minky. Yes, that is what I said. Oh, fucking hell. I still like the one with the commissioner with the gun that's a lighter.
Yeah.
It still makes me laugh when he ends up shooting the enemy nose off. No, it's all right. He says that I keep the gun in the other drawer. Oh, mate.
Where's Mr. Longhurst tonight?
Oh, he's probably interfering with some farmyard animals somewhere.
Has he
Again.
gone on holidays or something?
Well, it's a Sunday.
I know. Well, no, I know
With
he's,
Longhurst.
his brother-in-law passed away recently. I know he's been
Yeah.
dealing with some stuff
Oh,
around
that's
that.
right
But,
here.
Yeah.
but
It
don't-
wasn't
don't
surprised
encourage
though.
him.
It was long coming, wasn't it? If I remember rightly.
Yeah.
He said it was a long time coming.
Oh. I was just thinking he would enjoy this conversation.
No, Andrew enjoys every
See, I
conversation.
told you, talk the fucker up.
There you up.
You
Yeah.
talk the fucker up.
Yeah,
And
it's
there he
it's
is.
like saying the
there
Lord's
he
Prayer
is.
backwards
It's like
behind a
fucking-
mirror.
Stop talking about him.
Candyman. Fucking there he is.
So when are we talking about
Evening.
Banter then?
So who was the lucky sheep tonight? You know how to chat them up, don't you?
I discovered a long time ago that
Yeah.
many of my compatriots from Wales, they do the thing where they wear wellies and put their back feet in the wellies so they can do them. But I discovered if you do that, you miss out on all the snogging at the front.
Yeah, you don't do the kissing, do you?
You
Yeah.
don't do the kissing. Yeah. Best bit, really. Best bit. Hi, Conrad.
What do you call
Alright.
4 sheep tied to a lamppost?
What do you
Awful.
call foot?
What?
Were you lurking tonight, Andrew?
Sorry?
It was.
Were you lurking?
No, I've literally just seen you were on air and I decided to... I mean, I was lurking. I was next door looking at the neighbours and the nunnery. You know, I was looking in at the nunnery next door. Them nuns. Oh,
Well,
yeah.
Well, they'll be having none of
No, we
that.
were just talking about you and then you appeared.
oh, it happens.
Speak of the
God
devil, like,
sake.
you know.
Yeah.
God
Oh,
sake, no. And how are you, Robert?
I'm alright. I'm alive. I think my back is still alive. Just about.
Your back? What have you done to your back?
Spends too much time on it. Well, you know, these
Lucky
OnlyFans
boy.
pages, they don't keep themselves going.
Servicing Range Rovers.
Well, some things you only do for orthopedic reasons.
Yeah.
Ma-
It's Welly Delivery Services doing great business.
Great business, yeah. Great business. So, I hope you were taking my name in vain.
Well, we were just
Robbie,
about to,
I
but then
didn't hear your
jumped
punchline,
in.
mate.
You didn't hear the punchline?
No.
4 sheep tied to a lamppost in Wales. A brothel.
When you look at the statistics, it's actually far more common in England than in Wales.
Yeah, but but it's not a sport. This is real in Wales.
In Wales, it's
And a-
love.
And a field is called a harem. Yeah. And you know the whole thing about swiping right.
Anyway, so why we go? Yeah, that's what happens. Yeah.
He can't cope.
You've offended him.
Do what?
Who?
You've offended him.
Yeah, well, that's fine. That's okay. That's standard for a Sunday evening.
Clearly, he just got his dick out, so needed to.
He's eating something.
Well,
Not lamb.
I've had a lovely
Not
lamb
lamb.
samosa earlier. If that is a euphemism for anything.
So what have you done to your back, Robert?
Well, just moving some mixing desks, and I was a bit stupid with not taking all the modules out of one. I could barely lift the frame of one of them with all the modules removed, and obviously I just slid it along and then moved it vertically with all the modules inside.
So that's not good for the back.
I actually, considering that the point where I realized it wasn't good was actually the point where I was extending rather than collapsing. It was actually probably one of the healthier ways to realize that, let's be a bit more careful.
Or get a roadie.
Or like just wait another hour for when my flatmate turned up to put some other shit away, and I could have had a hand. But what is this forward thinking, forward planning? Who does that?
How badly did you hurt it?
It was fine. It was just the realization of a feeling of, my spine is stretched again now. That is weird. That was not expected.
Yeah, back pain is a dreadful thing. It's a dreadful thing.
Yeah, no,
It really is.
Yeah.
But as I said, I very much dodged it, but it was the sliding something down a ledge of a flight case, and then me moving with it was like,
Were you lifting a sheep at the time?
Always, of course.
Good. Nothing like lamb's wool.
Nothing like moving 120 kilos of desk around, because...
See, he was eating.
Yeah. He's always got a mouthful of something, that Robbie. See? Oh! Talking of which.
Hatch.
L'chaim.
I'll drink to that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Charles?
I wouldn't. I haven't got any.
To your good health.
Neither have I. I've given up drinking.
What, between sips?
Yeah.
Good idea.
Mm.
Yeah, taking up again. Oh, he's given up again.
Just sparkling water, right?
There we go. It's like I'm losing weight. It's all going terribly well.
What? You're losing weight off a plate, right? It's
Yeah.
very important. Losing weight off a
Exactly
fridge.
that. Exactly that.
His idea of losing weight is having a shit.
My wife always looks at me strangely. Yesterday, we ordered some Chinese food, which was delicious, and
What? To leave the room.
Yeah,
Get
and
out.
I always order an extra tub thingy container of Singapore noodles because I love them, but I love them best of all when they're cold. So I order an extra one, which we don't eat. I put in the fridge, and then when I wake up the next morning, my breakfast is cold Singapore noodles. I adore it. It's one of my favourite things of all time.
Oh.
And so I was eating that this morning. My wife came down and just went. She didn't appreciate it in much the same way as I do. Cold Chinese food.
Would that be classed as healthy?
It's got
It's all this shit
vegetables in it.
Pardon?
It's got vegetables in it.
Oh, okay. Mind you, I
Must be
can't
healthy then.
talk. Breakfast last Thursday, I came down, had a nice strong cup of coffee and a packet of Viennese Wells. It's breakfast.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good breakfast. That is a good breakfast.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And now you're making me hungry, but I should probably have some dinner. After only having lunch at like 6 o'clock.
Mm.
Yeah. I know.
Make it snow again. That's fucking brilliant.
It's not snow.
Confetti! Confetti? Ah, confetti. I'm not fucking picking this all up.
Now make it jizz.
Well,
No, it's not.
No, it's not working.
That's not working.
No.
Apple's broken again.
My technique is obviously off somewhere.
yeah, but it's not the technique you use in California, eh?
Not a wanker.
No.
Yeah.
Clearly needs more practice.
More money. Oh.
Or sandpaper. How are you, Conrad?
At the friction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, I'm good.
Good man.
Yeah.
I've been seeing lots of pictures from your locale. You've been taking lots of rather wonderful photographs of how the place looks on the 5 minutes that it's not raining, and it's it's rather splendid.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you.
It's right. It's a very splendid place.
Yeah, the scenery is, when the sun comes out, the scenery here is nice, you know. So I went to a little island today, on a little catamaran, off County Donegal. Yeah, it was a beautiful day here, so I'll probably share some more photos the next day or so.
Was it yours or a friend's catamaran or something you hire?
It's one that tourists can go on, you know, or
oh, cool.
The locals that live on. It's a little island called Inishbofin. Now,
Inishbofin?
Yeah, there's an Inishbofin off County Mayo as well, I think. But we have one here in County Donegal.
And what's it known for? Bird life or seals? Gun running?
All of the above.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what's it known for? Seriously, is it birds or is it inhabited?
There's a few holiday homes on it, and we walked the island. Took about an hour. It's a circular island, and it was covered in beautiful yellowish flowers. Maybe they were weeds or benweeds or something like that. But I'll post some photos. But there were some unusual. There was hundreds and hundreds of all over the island. These little. They were like a cross between a fly and a butterfly, and they were colourful.
So kind of like lace wings or that kind of thing. Lace wings or what do they call them? Not dragonflies, the other ones. Damsels.
But they weren't in distress.
But,
boom, boom.
Which dress? Which dress weren't they in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Half God. Yeah. Do you know what? Sonoma has been fine. I've had no issues at all.
Oh, people chatting. I better get in there and find out what they're saying.
Yeah. It's pretty much like it was before. So clearly, whatever the update is that it's had now has cleared up a lot of the shit that I was getting the first time round. So, yeah, if you're going to go Sonoma, yeah, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, now's a better time to move to Sonoma. It's settled down a lot.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. Because it's had quite a few updates since I put it on.
And there's always Rosetta for anything that doesn't work on it. But I think that's almost entirely unused now. You don't really. Most people aren't using recessor anymore.
I don't know if Hobgod is a Cubase user, but one thing I had with Cubase was the main screen on Cubase when I was using Ventura kept flickering. And it was just the only window on the screen that would do it. But since I've gone over to Sonoma, it's now stopped. Everything's fine. So it's actually been an improvement over the original OS.
That's about how it was doing graphics caching per app, because it's shared, it's unified memory, isn't it? So it was that was a graphics caching thing.
Well, yeah, but the weird thing was initially when I had the Cubase on, it didn't do it, and then when I went to 13,
it did.
But then went back to what was it? Ventura, wasn't it? Ventura. It was getting this horrible flickering. It didn't do it. Well, it did it often enough to be really, really annoying. So go to Sonoma. Fine, solid as a rock. Everything's been really, really good since. So yeah, I can recommend it.
Yeah, Wago, the whole audio interfaces thing is. Yeah, when I had to move from, I think it was from Windows 10 to 11, I lost being able to use the Focusrite Liquid Sapphire 56 that I had, which is a great interface, but it's FireWire, and none of the FireWire, even though there are kind of ways of kludging it to work, it never worked properly, which is a shame because it's a brilliant interface, expensive, lots of I/O. It happens with all OSs. There comes a point where whatever technology is being used isn't any longer supported, and that's down to the manufacturers of those interfaces, which is a real bummer. But
Then a 20-year-old Army Fireface 800, you can still get to work.
No, it's that classic thing of manufacturers decide when you're going to stop using a unit, not you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's either I want to continue using my unit. Well, then your computer cannot move forward with any OSs. But
yeah, and it wasn't that Focusrite didn't support it, because they did. The drivers would still support it. The problem was Windows stopped supporting FireWire, except through a really sort of arcane way of, it was either Toshiba or something else that had its own FireWire interface that didn't really talk very nicely to the audio interfaces. And it's just, that's... And the same would be the same for RME and everything.
Then also, with FireWire was always been the problem that you always had the incorrect chipset, particularly on Windows. So it's always been fun, to say the least, which is weird.
Anthony, what version of Windows are you using? If you're using, if you're using Windows.
I have one of those. These lovely things for my main laptop. For all the times I need FireWire 800.
You can get...
There's nothing like having an express card slot on your computer still.
Yeah, Anthony, I tried the Texas Instruments chip FireWire driver and or hardware, so I tried different things, and it kind of worked, but I ended up with all sorts of issues, and in the end it just became too much of a pain to support it, so I just went for the new Focusrite 1822, which it's a good interface. The 1822 is actually very good, but I miss the liquid Sapphire. I've got the same thing. I've got two big Paris systems, the old Ensoniq Paris systems, with 108 inputs and outputs. Still the best sounding digital recording system on the planet. Still, it sounds amazing. But there are now drivers for it, and I'm just thinking of reinstituting it. But the whole driver system for it disappeared years ago. Although it's now beginning to be supported again, so I may try and get that back up and running. Yeah. But anyway, there we go.
Oh, well.
Thank goodness I'm so pretty.
Yeah, well.
What are you suggesting, Kent?
No, I was just thinking. I wanted to get some alone time this week. To get
Masturbate?
No, to have a crack
right.
at this Arturia. Was it Big Step Pro thing?
Oh right, yeah.
Have a crack with that, and I still haven't got clock all the way around this room yet.
Well, that would be a really big clock. It would have to have fucking huge hands.
Well, fortunately, it has.
Oh right, well there you go.
Yeah. So yeah, get a few things talking to each other cleanly. Osmos is still coming up with sensor 41 failing.
For clocking?
No, it's just when you fire it up, it says sensor 41 did not calibrate. Okay.
Do you know what that is?
Yeah, you just hit the key a couple of times and then turn it on again.
Odd.
But it's always just that key.
Sounds like my BMW.
It had stopped doing it for a while. I think, what was it I did? Oh, I took the thing out. It's just a little rubber thing. Pull the rubber thing out and just go.
Are we talking sheep again?
No. And then bang it back in, and it stopped doing it for months. But it's doing it again now. So.
We are talking sheep again, aren't we?
Nah, nowhere near as big. So what is it you're eating, young man?
Who, me? Frazzles.
Frazzles. I
And
hope you bought enough for everyone.
Days all gone. There wasn't many left, but
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't approve of snacking on these kinds of things because I think it's just.
I know what you mean.
Just not. It's unacceptable.
all this talk of audio interfaces, I've got an Event Easy Bus USB 1.0 digital mixer stroke audio interface, and that still works on my Mac Studio.
Yes, I'm using the 5-pin DINs, actually. I've got, yeah, you're right. I've always found them to be more reliable.
And you think, well, all the USB stuff does, it's the FireWire stuff that doesn't work.
Yeah.
In fact, I've got to get my Mark of the Unicorn, the Mark of the Unicorn.
It's for the forgery one, the Mofu.
Yeah.
The Chinese version, Mofo.
No, it's the AV interface. It's got 16 MIDI ins and outs, but it's also got SMPTE and all that kind of stuff. But it works off a serial cable. It's either RS-232 or
K.
Yeah. So I'm gonna see if I can find it because I love that thing. I love it. It's really solid. I'm gonna see if I can get a RS-232 or whatever, or printer port, one or the other, for the latest Mac.
Well, that also is with the choice of serial. It's the same as with FireWire on Windows in the past. Then, which chipset do you need? Or obviously, most of the times it's the CHD 340 or CDK 340, whatever it is, the one that 90% of your serial adapters use.
I think
recommended.
Yeah, there's a PCI to serial adapter that you can get, and I've got a couple of their slots, so I might stick one in and see if it works.
It's normally the classic like 20-year-old ones with like the translucent blue thing around the serial socket. Those USB adapters, they tend to, in my experience, be the most reliable ones. Ones that look like somebody made 1 billion of them.
Yeah, I think I'll start having a look and see what will work on a modern machine. Cause this is all sort of.
It's better on Windows or on Mac. You're trying to get that to work.
On Windows, so it's PCIe 4 or 5, and I'll have to see which. If I can get it working on 5 or 4, either of those, I can make the whole thing work. Because it's backwards compatible, I can make it work on PCIe 3 as well. So.
Guys, I have a question.
It's a
do
bit
with
easier
MIDI.
on Windows.
Yeah, go on.
Have any of you guys used MIDI over Ethernet at all?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I used to because you could do it on PC. I don't think you can do it on Apple.
On
Yes,
Apple?
you can.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. Yeah.
RDP MIDI.
Yeah. No, I have a
Yeah.
friend in Dublin who his whole setup is a studio with the synths and stuff, and he's using MIDI over Ethernet. So I was just wondering if any of you guys had tried it or.
I've
what do you
got
think?
I've got two
Mixed.
old Quark MIDI to XLR interfaces. They were custom built, and so it's two lots of XLRs. So you get 16 channels one way and 16 channels back the other, and they travel for about half a mile or so, or about a kilometre. So you can use it for front of house and onto stage and such. They work brilliantly. So and I know Ethernet should work. It's just what software you've got driving it, because you've got to at some point translate it from Ethernet back to or whatever. So as long as you've got the software, the drivers for it, it should be fine.
That's line drive. If you want line drivers, Canton just makes Ethernet ones. But I'm assuming you mean actually running MIDI over network, right?
Well, within his studio.
Well, I'm assuming he just has stuff appear, has network to MIDI adapters, and then he just has network ports that listen to it that way.
Well, you can use MIDI.
Yes,
You can also use MIDI as a lighting controller or anything else. So if you've got each of your rooms in a studio wired up for Ethernet, then you can use it to control a whole bunch of things. It does work.
But I mean, also the supposed 6 meter limits of MIDI.
That disappears with Ethernet.
No, but also you can just run more. I mean, if a transceiver's if your transistor can get enough current on the output side, and your optocoupler can deal normally on the input side nice and easy, you can probably do 100 meters if on without any line drivers. Done it plenty of times, and sending MIDI show control, which is quite data hungry, considering how stupid it is.
Well, most you can get Ethernet with power, EOP or whatever it's called, PEOP or whatever.
PoE.
Yeah, PoE. Thank you.
Look, I think we're talking about a lot of different things, and I'm not quite sure what Conrad was actually.
What's the setup, Conrad? Sorry for interrupting, Robert. I do apologise, mate.
No, well, the reason I'm asking is because I went ahead myself and bought all the MIDI leads, etc., and MIDI input unit. I think it's 16 in, 16 out. To set up my own studio properly, and so I'm at the point where I'm ready to do that. But then I happened to friend in Dublin was selling a few things, so I called to meet him in his studio, and he just briefly showed me his studio, and he explained that he was using MIDI over Ethernet, and so other than that, I don't know much about it. But
in what way would that benefit you, Conrad? What particularly would that bring your studio? Because sorry, just to clarify that, at some point you've got to have those 16 ins and those 16 outs going somewhere. So you've got to have, regardless, you've got to have the breakouts to be able to address your instruments. Where Ethernet comes in handy is where Ethernet is running much longer runs or is running around the studio. It's already pre-wired, and you've got interfaces which connect to Ethernet and then decode it and turn it into MIDI. So I'm not sure you wouldn't just be adding another step in a smaller studio. I mean, you might have a lot of instruments, but I'm not quite sure what it would buy you that you wouldn't get from just some standard MIDI I/O.
Well, you can run between multiple computers for a start. and you don't have to worry about your order changing. Then RTP MIDI has many issues in its own right, so it's a great thing, but also it has its problems. Well, I mean, at work it is now the standard thing we use in two of the theatres. That for one of them, whilst it's being rewired overnight shifts, the entire front of house thing is actually all the computers are remotely away, and everything is just some fiber that runs the main network between front of house and the main infrastructure in that case. But yeah, it's just standard network traffic that the RTP MIDI gets encapsulated in. Then there are two of these interfaces either side to get real MIDI for the things that need real MIDI, and all the custom switchover boxes that use their network protocol. But it's like the whole thing is it making it more complicated than it's useful? Because with RTP MIDI, which is the standard, that is relatively reliable, but you do have plenty of issues that the user interface that Apple came up with 10, 15 years ago is...
Sorry, what did you call it?
RTP MIDI. Or
RTP MIDI, okay.
Or RTP MIDI is the thing you use for Windows. On Mac, if you just open it in MIDI Studio or MIDI device, whatever it's called, you can just create a network MIDI port in there, and that's the same thing. It is some effort to. It is not the most intuitive user interface that Apple came up with, and the Windows version just that Tobias Erichsen created just copies that user interface for all its foibles.
The other issue that does arise from it is if you're inputting a lot of MIDI to a big interface and then sending that to somewhere, so to your computer, so it goes through your interface into your computer, is then encoded to RTP, goes down whatever wire to the other end, then gets decoded. It has to go through another interface again, and you can end up with some significant delay when you're playing. Yeah, latency. The latency can increase. It depends on how good the interfaces are and how good the translation is between the ins and the outs. It's it is still essentially serial data, and it depends how it's buffered. So you can run into issues, and also you can run into issues with if you're using NRPNs or any kind of sysx, that can sometimes cause some issues.
I would not recommend sending long sysx at full speed, depending how it buffers the data, and then if you do other, then you get to standard networking problems. If you what sort of error and collision problems you might have in your network.
So
it just
guys for the help.
For many unless you have so many MIDI devices that it becomes useful, it quite quickly becomes more of a hassle. The problems you might encounter when fixing them, that you suddenly have to think more of network engineering, and that just being unless it's something you're very happy with doing.
Sometimes it's just go for the simplest thing, and in your case, I suspect just doing straight MIDI to MIDI, paired interfaces might be easier. Stephen very kindly offered to jump in and help you as well. There, you saw that, I hope.
I saw that.
Nice.
Thanks, Stephen, for that.
Nice one, Stephen. Well done.
Maybe I can somehow get Stephen's contact details, please.
It's in the chat, so you should be able to message him.
I'll send him a message. Yeah. Thanks for that. And just I'll ask Robbie. Just he's a lot of synths there behind him, and just curious, are they all MIDI'd up or all audioed up, or just some of them, or how do you work it, Robbie?
At the moment, it's like half and half, but I have an ESI M8 UEX, or thing. Basically, it's a 16-port MIDI interface that connects over USB. Sorry?
It's creme de la creme.
It is. It's a beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful to look at, and it works flawlessly because you.
It's probably the only thing you could send SysX down to all MIDI output, and it would work without problems.
It's
many
auto sensing port, so it doesn't matter which port you plug your thing into. The port will convert to a MIDI in or a MIDI out port as well. My other little secret sauce, which still works to this day, I can't believe it, is the Yamaha UX256 MIDI interface, which gives you
the same 25-year-old driver still.
Yeah, six pairs of MIDI ports plus 2 TG ports if you have equipment that uses the serial standard. But you can pick those up for under £100, and it gives you 6 pairs of MIDI ports on a USB cable. And WIDI is the other thing that I use for things, because I'm only in a small room here, so it's fine. It works perfectly well. And I'll stick a little wireless Bluetooth MIDI dongle in something if I need to quickly access it. But, and as far as audio is concerned, at the moment, I've got stuff that's hardwired into my audio fuse, which has got lots of inputs. And I've got a few bits going through a sub mixer that come in through a stereo pair. But,
okay, thanks for that. But you mentioned the WIDI devices. I'm guessing you wouldn't have that many of them, would you?
I can have as many as I like. You just need to set them up correctly. That's the thing, It's out of the box. They will pair with the first other WIDI device that they see in the vicinity. But you can use the configuration tool to create permanent pairings or groups of pairings. So you can have a group of instruments with 4 slaves and 1 master. So, for example, I could stick a WIDI in the polybrute, and then another set of WIDIs in 4 different instruments, and have the polybrute as the main controller. And all I have to do is just change the MIDI channel that I'm broadcasting on to correspond with the MIDI channel that I've set up on the incoming ones, and works absolutely fine.
So you could have the sounds of 5 synthesizers going.
Yeah, effectively. I mean, if you connected a WIDI on your computer, you could have that as the host, and then you could have that send MIDI data concurrently to 4 separate MIDI devices that have all got WIDI units plugged into them, as long as they've got individual, as long as they're set to different MIDI channels.
Yeah, okay.
You could do that, and you'll probably experience, certainly in the home studio environment, you'll experience next to no noticeable latency at all.
Can you use WIDI with other MIDI interfaces? So I've got a pair of M Sport, M Music, is it? M Sport 8s. So I've got 16 in and 16 out. I've got the Psychologic M16 and this other MTP2 interface. That's another 16 and 16 out. So can I put the WIDI on the back of that? So essentially that would give me 16 masters, each with 16 channels, which I can then connect lots of other MIDI keys, WIDI keys to.
There's no reason why. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs. Excuse the pun. Of all of those interfaces, but essentially, if you have, say, for example, the WIDI master, which is the one that plugs into the 5-pin ports. So if you have an in and out, two sets of in and out WIDIs, whatever you connect them to, it's like connecting a MIDI cable or 2 MIDI cables.
Okay. So if I have multiple masters, if I had 8 ins and 8 outs as masters,
you would have to set them up individually. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
That's an interesting thought as well. Except it's Windows, and Kent tells me Windows and WIDI don't like each other.
Well,
just don't go directly over Bluetooth and Windows then, right?
Yeah. So the thing is, with a computer, even with a Mac, I mean, Mac supports Bluetooth MIDI very, very well. But even with a Mac, I still use the this is the USB version of the WIDI device, because WIDI to WIDI will give you the optimal connection, because you're going from custom protocol to custom protocol. Whereas the Bluetooth MIDI that the Apple has built in is very good, but it's the standardized version, so you will get better reliability between two WIDI devices. So you should, if you've got a Windows machine and you stick a Bluetooth, a USB WIDI module in there, then you should have no problems.
Or if I just have the WIDIs on the back of an interface, which is connected to my computer. Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Do you know what? I think I've been holding off doing that because I've just heard so many horror stories from Ken. But then he does. I love him dearly, but yeah, he doesn't always wear these things exactly as they should go on Windows.
The caveat with WIDI is that it's not as simple as just plugging a couple of WIDIs into different instruments. It can be if you want to, but you have to be prepared to do a little configuration within the app. So you have to configure each WIDI device to work the way you want it to work. So peer-to-peer, out of the box, you can get two instruments, plug a WIDI unit into both, into the pair of them, and when you turn them on, they see each other, go, hello, let's pair. Boom. Within seconds, you have a WIDI connection between those two things.
And do I take it, therefore, that you actually do really need to have a USB to WIDI thing so that you can access the app, so that you can then talk to all of the connected WIDI devices?
Again, you just have to plan it. So, for example, if I wanted to WIDI connect to everything that's in here, I would get a WIDI device for each instrument, and then I would have however many USB WIDI devices on my computer. Now, bearing in mind that one WIDI device can connect to 4 more WIDI devices as a group. Yeah. So if you then had 16 instruments, then you would be best served by having 4 USB MIDI units like this, because each one of those will connect to 4 separate devices exclusively once set up, and then each one of those will be individually addressable within your door, for example. So you'll have WIDI 1, WIDI 2, WIDI 3, WIDI 4, and WIDI 1 connects
and are each of those 16 channels?
Yes, you'd have to. You would then have to utilize, the MIDI channels to address them individually. So, if you want to, if you've got a USB MIDI WIDI device in your computer that is then connected to 4 separate instruments, each of those instruments would have to be set up on a separate MIDI channel, so 1 to 4, for example. And in your door, you would point the your track in your door to address the WIDI Bluetooth device, and then within that track choose MIDI channel 1, 2, 3, or 4 to address each of the instruments on there.
I'd rather have the fucking cables.
That's your choice as a consumer.
Yeah.
The mistake I made is I went WIDI while having a PC.
This is the thing. You can still do WIDI with a PC.
Oh, yeah.
But you need those.
Yeah.
On the
I had
USB.
those, and it would never, ever fucking work.
Then,
however, I think Ian was here, and he was up in the attic, and I said, you into WIDI? And he went, yeah. I said, I've got some WIDIs here, and I gave him like 12 and 4 hubs. I said, here you go then, you can keep your stuff out. Then got a Mac. I went, Oh. So you got quite. I mean, I don't know how much that lot came to. I must admit, here you go, take them.
I did a thing where I just when they launched it, I got in with the early bird thing and just got a whole pile.
Yeah.
I thought, oh fuck it, I could use these, and so I just bought a massive pile of them. I got a drawer full of either the WIDI Masters, which plug directly, or the WIDI Jacks that have multiple connections, or the Bluetooth. For fuck's sake, the USB ones.
Yeah.
So I've got a whole
hubs,
host
aren't they? They're the hubs.
No, they're not called hubs. They're called buds.
Buds.
Bud Pros.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's it's it's CME never ever claimed that WIDI was a universal replacement for MIDI cables. There are going to be times when MIDI cables just make more sense. And to be honest, the way I use WIDI at the moment is when I have a synthesizer come in and it's over there and I want to connect it to this or something else very quickly, I go to my drawer, I whip out 2 WIDIs, plug them in, done. That's it, sorted.
Yeah.
And then when I'm done, I'll disconnect them. Or if I feel that that synthesizer is now there permanently, I'll wire it in.
Yeah.
And then
I'm now wondering whether or not actually RTP MIDI is beginning to sound a bit more sensible, because I've got a mass of Ethernet all around, so I'm just wondering whether or not that wouldn't be a better way of doing it, and or Ethernet boxes and cables. I need to go up.
If it's just physically for the cable, I mean, twisted pair is so much better than anything else. You just send normal MIDI down through the Cat5 anyway. It's a very cheap way of doing it. That also gets you very easily over the length limitation. Is that actual computer cable like Ethernet has a far better impedance property and lower capacitance than.
So it gives you the distance.
So that easily gets you that definitely makes it so much easier to get long distance without the normal problems you would have of data being dropped out because you're losing high frequency. Because obviously MIDI runs at about 32 kilohertz.
Yeah.
I mean, surely in a small, in a room like this, RTP MIDI is probably overkill.
It's
right?
a lot of effort because unless you have the iConnectivity interfaces that make it usable, unless you use those, and then again I would recommend do not go RTP MIDI straight in the computer, use an iConnectivity interface to convert it so that it appears sensibly in your computer and you don't have to go through whatever horrendous user interface somebody at Apple came up with on the toilet break 15 years ago.
Yeah.
If you ever try to make sense of it, how you need to subscribe things when you just want to use it to send MIDI between computers, half the time I'm just going to grab a shitty 1x1 MIDI interface and plug it between the 2 computers because it's so much less effort. Okay, it doesn't tell me an exact latency number, which RTP MIDI will tell you because it does its network trace routing to tell you what it can achieve. But yeah, actually, if you want lots of MIDI everywhere and you don't want to think about cable running, then the iConnectivity Mio 8XL or something like that, just have like however many of them distributed that you want, and then just have them all go to a switch and have one at your workstation that goes over USB to your computer, and then that has a very nice routing interface to route between all of them. Or say a lot of them. I think 4 is quite easy. After that, it becomes a bit less manageable. But again, if you need more than 32 physical MIDI ports, I mean, how many channels are you running? What are you doing timing-wise that you can't run more than one channel through stuff?
That's what I plumped for in the end. I got the iConnectivity Mio. So it was a one-stop shop.
Yeah, but a bit hit and miss. Or the bigger ones are better and seem very reliable. And also with SysX and NRPN and show control and other weird data. Whereas the older ones were a bit more iffy and not as precise. But particularly the new ones, if you have PTP enabled on your network and they get a proper network clock, then they are about as solid as anything can be.
Yeah, I think this one's, I think it's 8 in out if I pinned in and 10-way USB. And it's just the way everything's set up. It's such a nightmare running any new cable. So I'm still only half connected. You know?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to do the cabling under the desk next time, but I'm going to have to wait for the puppy to grow up a bit. Because she's buggered my headphone extension cable already now. Left channel keeps dropping out. Done it.
Well, listen, thanks for all the advice, guys.
I'll tell you what is a sign of old age. Just went to the cupboard and go to the goodies box that's in the pantry. Pantry, look at me. And there's like Pringles, various crisps, chocolate fingers, you know, bits and pieces like that. And I'm going, having a look through and go, oh, digestives. I went for the digestives.
Of course you
oh my
did.
God, I'm officially old.
Old people smell of piss and stale digestive biscuits.
And you know what? Yum. Will you fucking believe it? Yum yum.
Yeah.
On that note, I think I might be leaving.
Oh.
I'll send you some digestives, Roberts.
Yeah, I'll send you something for your digestion.
Oh.
That should do some digestion.
Yeah. Made me piss myself though, because I'm old.
Yeah, it was almost right.
God, here we go. Go on.
No, I'm not going to do it. No, I'm not
Don't
going
do
to
it.
No.
Don't fucking do it. Fuck.
No, it's
No.
for the first two chords it's fine, but it's when the third one where it becomes the suspended chord.
What is it? It's oh God, now I've got to think of it.
When you have a suspension.
Well, it's not quite a proper chord. That, you know, a straight chord.
Yeah, the first two are straightforward.
Yeah.
Just inverted. So yeah, and the third one
Yeah.
you have a suspension, and the fourth one get even more annoying.
Yeah. He made 2.5 million quid from that one. Good on him. If you're going to do it, just make it 4 chords. It's enough.
Well, but it's if you slow down the edit path, that's what you end up with. Or close enough to those 4 chords.
What am I playing? Well, equipment-wise, a lot of things. It may look like one keyboard. It's not. It's connected to about 20.
Well, it's the Hydro, right?
Yep. And then it's going to a
And it's all internal sounds, of course.
Spitfire. Yeah, Spitfire brass and
It's a Bontempi chord organ, Ken. Come on, fess up, mate. What's wrong with me?
Now a filicorder.
Articulated strings by somebody, I can't remember who.
Anyway, now that one has gone, I can definitely go. Have a lovely evening.
You take care, sir.
Oh yeah, I might come around the weekend unannounced with a sampler. Who knows?
All right, done.
Or maybe not.
Well, the fortunate thing is I will be here. Regardless.
Have a lovely evening. Au revoir.
Oh, somebody bought an M1
sound.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Universe.
You can hear it. That's good.
Yes.
I've figured out a way to bypass loopback.
Oh.
And have my instruments just play through the mixer in the interface.
That sound cost me £2,200. I heard that and
Back in
went,
the late
gotta have it.
80s.
Yeah, was it? It was a combi, wasn't it? It was two sounds. It was law and choir.
Yep.
Law and choir, that was it.
And it sounds like it's come freshly minted from Omnisphere.
Oh, that fucking piano. That M1 piano.
Yeah,
After
I
about
use that a
8
lot.
years, it was like, oh, shut the fuck up.
It's all right.
Sounds alright now.
The best split on this thing. Where is it?
Go on.
I've got to find it now. Fuck, I can't remember where it is.
Just out of interest, is my piano coming through or not?
Not
No.
yet.
Hello, you. Cheeky monkey, aren't you? Nelly Billy.
I used to be able to do that bass line. Oh, I
Oh.
love that fucking sound.
Yeah.
It's just a fucking organ.
Neither high or low at the same time.
No.
No,
almost.
sharp. There you go. Jungle is massive.
Proper house that was. I actually love that.
Pump it up, pump it up. Who remembers the vinyl record? The vinyl record that all of that came from. The a cappella samples from a vinyl record, which were just a female vocalist singing all those lines which then got picked and made all of those
Line on
hits.
Time. That was Lala Hathaway.
That still came from that vinyl.
Well, as Robbie's neighbour would say, vinyl rules, okay, man.
My
Was
name
that
is
Southern Irish or Welsh?
Barry Johnson. I'm a Calypso king.
Yeah, man.
Bless
It's
him.
Welsh, man.
By Jesus and Bigora. There we go. You see, that's me being. There we go.
Oh. I tried to send a message there to the group with my email address in it, but it says this comment has failed to post to Kent Spawn.
Did you try and post a link?
No, it was just my email address.
Yeah. Same thing.
The link.
Yeah, I think there's
Can't.
restrictions with the
Yeah.
that thingy.
All right, that's
So
a bit strange.
just-
'Cause Stephen
just
sent
do-
me his email address, but so what can I? Is there anything I can do?
Just do it so instead of putting the at symbol, put the word at. And
Yeah.
instead of
Alright.
putting .com, just put DOT.
Yeah.
COM.
All right, thanks for that.
whilst whistling and pretending to rock a baby and
Yeah,
winking.
standing on one leg.
Yeah, that's the one.
Whistling Dixie. Bonsoir.
What was happening?
Oh, everything and nothing.
You wouldn't want to know.
I just joined for a little bit. I'm on my way back to the video game Insanity at the California Extreme. So fun.
Have you been starting wildfires again, Andy?
No, because I don't have any Jewish space lasers.
What the fuck?
Is your house blue?
Did you hear about the ones the other conspiracy about China starting the Hawaiian fires from ship deck with lasers?
No, but that's a good one.
It's right up there with the Jewish space lasers. It's really great.
Yeah.
I'm really fearing your election, honestly.
We have some real good brain trust in this country. Yeah.
Yeah, I hope
that
got
the
handed
Hawaiian
to her.
laser thing was discussed by one of the intellectual right side guys, so-called intellectuals.
I was going to say, did they have any?
They used to,
Yeah, at one time a day. Yeah.
maybe 20, 30 years ago.
Yep.
No, you got to hand it to her. In the last week, since Kamala announced her, or did her thing,
They're scared now. It's great.
she's wiped out Trump's lead in the polls.
Yeah, they're all scared.
Yeah, but there must be also spitting blood. She's a woman and black.
I know.
She's black and Indian and a
he's-
woman, so forget about it. She's
And
like
he's pulling out of debates and
That's because he's old and smelly and can't argue with someone that's
Well,
not
no. Let's be honest. He's a cunt.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, there is that's
Also,
true.
there's this small little problem of 350 million guns. And he's only got 2 ears.
Well, the great thing is they're
Have you
all
seen the
saying,
picture of his ear?
how
Have you
can
seen the
she
picture of his ear?
change
No.
There's not a
they're
mark
all
on him.
they're ready to attack Biden. All this stuff was put in motion, spent tons of money, and they pulled the rug out from under him and said, "Hey, now we got to start all over again."
Yeah. Who's the old man now?
Admittedly, I think the Democrats did drag their heels and getting Biden put to bed.
I think they actually pulled a master stroke because they couldn't have done it really whilst the Republican convention was going on. I think they timed it brilliantly. But I'm hoping that's the case.
Yeah, but he was chairing a United Nations meeting in the meantime.
Well, not only that, but that J.D. Vance guy is so stupid. He already spilled the beans about Project 2025. Yeah, Trump's trying to downplay that, but in a speech recently, J.D. Vance said they're gonna
Is this
play
the same
hardball.
JD Vance that admits to fucking his couch?
Yeah.
Seriously, no, seriously.
Come on, have you mate, have you
prison
seen the
called
couch?
Fifi.
It's a sexy couch.
Yeah.
It really is.
He made a Fifi in prison. They call it a Fifi. So.
And he did this video, didn't he, where he talked about the drug problem in America that was coming across the border, and they were responsible, and his mother witnessed it firsthand, and he blames it all on the Mexicans, when in actual fact, in his book, what he wrote, the Hillbilly Elegy, he says that his mum stole prescription drugs. So,
Right.
I'm sorry, mate. Yeah, it's.
And is this the vice president twat?
This is Trump's vice president. Pick.
This is the guy that said that we were going to, the UK were possibly going to be the next Muslim country with nuclear weapons.
No, he said the first Muslim country with nuclear weapons, forgetting that Pakistan exists.
He's never heard of Pakistan. Never heard of Pakistan.
Yeah.
Details.
Yeah.
Jesus.
I mean, there's so much fentanyl here already. This thing about the border is kind of stupid, right?
Yeah. Well.
Very good.
Don't mind, just mess the US couch fucker.
I think we've all tried it, haven't we?
No, not my couch, mate. You get carpet burns.
Hang on a minute. Oh, you know what? Oh, it's a good looking couch, that.
Hey, Andrew, imagine a couch and carpet.
Now you're getting obscene. Don't ever give me a couch with an exhaust pipe in a carpeted room. I won't know what to do with myself. Are you driving, Andrew? Andy? Are you driving, Andy?
I think he is.
Yeah. There's some wind noise for you.
It's going to leave a bruise.
And a stain.
Get out. He didn't hold back at all. Oh, dear God.
Oh dear.
Even the clangers are pissed off.
Check the floor for kidneys. Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh dear. My trouser leg's still flapping.
Andrew can also be used as a flotation device.
Guitar has entered the room.
Yeah.
Didn't take long, did it?
Well, if you do it.
That sounds like the ambient tone.
Nah.
No.
Korg 700. Yep, that definitely works. I'm happy with that.
I'd say it does.
So fuck you, Luke. Back. You are toast.
Bye-bye. Oh, Jesus, it's 12:30.
It's what happens.
I've got an early meeting. Fuck.
Barely yet.
No. Jesus.
Son of Kent, how early is early for a meeting?
You've confused him now. Got to shut down.
Is that a blank stare?
Yeah. That's quite a tale. I would suggest that it's a tale and a half.
I've left a trail and a half.
Was that before or after you had the big curry this evening?
I mean, stabbed you.
It was Chinese.
The nurse.
Ah, you're all bruised.
Oh.
You got all bruised.
Normally they go, I take your arm, and they put the little, what do they call it? The the thing they put around your arm to make your veins. And she goes, clench your fingers. And just as I clenched my fingers, she went, BAM! No word of a lie. Normally they go, little scratch, and then gently insert. No, she went, fucking full on. Didn't even give me any warning. I was like, ah! Blood spurting into the things. Fucking bitch.
They always say to me, little prick, and I say, well, you can call me Mr. Longhurst if you like. Yep.
That one. £12.50, please.
Lovely day. Oh yeah, that's the one.
That's no fun. Let's try something else. Do one of them. It's been a while since I've done one of them. Where's the piano? Close. Yes.
There's so many different Chariots of Fire patches.
Yeah, I think the CS80 is pretty well covered in a global kind of way now these days.
I need to speak to
Bing.
this man.
Speak.
Hey there, Mr. Matrix Brew owner. Yeah, you,
Hello.
Sir Check.
Ah, the sexy machine is behind him just
I
to
believe I
tempt
was
you.
probably the first person to pronounce his surname correctly.
Hello,
What,
Sir
Sir
Chick.
Check.
Sir Chick. Sir Chick.
Not Lenin. The putty cat.
No, you did just not. No,
Oh, they're all right with that.
No, but I just don't like it.
Oh, good
Can't
God. That's
hear you,
how
Dave.
mother
You're muted,
will carry
Dave.
her kittens
Dave,
around.
You're muted.
Come on, baby. Come here.
Very muted,
You're
very muted,
David.
muted,
Sir Jack, you are
muted, as in cannot hear you because you are muted.
That's not
muted.
Mr. Evans.
No, that's Madge.
Hello, Madge.
Hello, Madge.
Useless.
There you go.
Still not great.
Meow. Meow. How you doing, Madge?
Chip, 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 chip. There you go. You like that.
There you go.
Oh, I can't see Cleo.
Oh, through you.
Come on, Cleo. There we go.
He has a whole plethora of Vangelis in front of him.
Hello, baby.
Still can't hear him. Can't believe you picked Cleo up by the scruff. Cleo, scratch his eyes out. Cleo, scratch his eyes out. Still can't hear him. It's like a toy, isn't it? I am Rowan Atkinson.
What is that patch, Robbie?
It is a patch that's on the Astro Lab, which I think you can get if you've got Analog Lab V, and you go into the Vangelis presets. It's called Chariot's Brass Layer, unsurprisingly.
Not trying to give it away or anything.
No, not at all.
Cool.
I can't play that bit. Oh. That's another. You got
What was
Blade
that?
Runner Ensemble. Blade Runner 2022?
You're a Blade Runner, Mr. Beggar.
Blade Runner Blues?
Andrew, what time is your meeting tomorrow? Or later today, to be more precise.
Not hearing you, David. Mind you, you are muted. There we go. No.
Nope.
No.
Andrew, can you hear me, or
Yeah.
are you just...
Yeah, I can hear
ignoring
you.
me?
I can hear you, Conrad. Fine.
I'm asking, what time is your meeting later today?
It's at, 8 o'clock.
Duh.
In the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I need 2 hours. I need an hour and a half minimum so I can have a coffee and my ablutions and
Can you
then
hear me
make
now?
sense.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. Well done. Back.
How much sleep do you need?
6 generally, but I can get by with 5, and I usually try for 7. But yeah,
Good God, sir.
yeah, I know.
Good God,
Wait,
sir.
did you have a Matrix Brew question?
I did.
I probably don't know the answer.
I don't mind that at all. They go, wee, we're off again.
No, but
She took my headphones.
well, yeah, damn right she did.
Yeah, she did.
Take your fucking eyes out. That's what she should do.
She's fine.
I know.
Gosh. Go ahead, pick her up by the scruff, Andrew. Do it.
No,
Do it.
no,
Come
no.
on, be in the club.
I do it with Mr. Evans all the time. Madge
Oh.
is a little more sensitive.
I
Only
never do it
baby.
when they've been naughty. If they've been naughty,
Yeah, I do it to my other cat when it
I
gets
need,
out.
need them to move them.
And I'm
from
walking
A
through
to
the
B.
backyard.
Yeah.
I just,
I don't think they mind it.
But the thing is, I've got my little one who's a dwarf.
Hope not.
I can't do the scruff thing because my scruff picks up, because her scruff is about this big, and my hand picks up way more than the scruff. So I can't do it to her. Milo, on the other hand, I can, although he's a heavy fucker.
All right.
There you go. Pick her up there. Nicely.
It's not as fun.
Oh, bless her. Look at, she's so gorgeous.
She's a good girl.
Yeah. Hello, Cleo. I love cats. I really do. I'm going to have to go with this wine squidge.
Have you seen all the cat power stuff going on because of Vance? What he said about oh man, there's some good ones. There's one with the cat with a American flag like around its neck. It's flying like a superhero. I don't even know what it says, but it's just
who cares? It's a cat with a flag.
And there's some good Kamala coconut stuff too.
Yes.
The kids are like just tearing it up, but it's positive. Like they like her, so
yeah.
Well,
apparently she's Brat.
Yeah, she's Brat, which is a good thing to be. So if you want somebody to say, "Hey, you're Brat,"
my wife says I'm Twat. Is that the same thing?
I call myself Fat.
Amateur.
What did Cleo say? Cleo just said to me.
Yeah, she agreed.
Meow.
She said, "Why aren't we talking about cats?"
No, we need to be talking about Matrix brutes.
Get it?
Do you like it?
I do like it. I don't play it enough, but I love it. I mean, the biggest knock on it is it's massive.
That's the thing.
It is. I mean, yeah. I've pretty much gotten rid of everything, all my monosynth. So yeah, it's in a good spot. No, I do, but I'm another Arturia fanboy. So and
yes, apparently that's what I am.
Oh, yeah.
I've read.
Apparently, yeah.
Yeah, I'm a huge fanboy. I like all this stuff. I got this recently, the little beat step. I still haven't played it.
Yeah, see, when Kent got his, I'm like, oh, maybe I should. No,
it was real cheap.
I've got an idea. I
did too.
I can't say what it is because I don't want anybody copying me. But I've got an idea, and I want to try and do it without using like a Key Step Pro or a Beat Step Pro. But
Well, I wanted to set this all up with the was it DMX1, the G-Force?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I picked it up. I said, "Oh man, I'm gonna like map it all, make a cool little drum machine, then probably hopefully use it for other stuff." Yeah, they got everything they have is really useful. All their stuff is useful.
Well, as I'm rapidly finding out over the last sort of 6 months or so.
Yeah, stuff's great.
Actually, no. I mean, I've had. What was my first? I can't remember what my first Arturia synth was. Outside of the collection, must have been the Polybrute.
It's very chatty tonight.
Not even a brute.
I got the Micro Freak. I can't remember if I got the Micro Freak before I got the Polybrute, the original Polybrute.
Hello, baby.
Was that my first one? Yeah.
I got the mini brute right when it came out.
Yeah, I missed. I wasn't in that place at that time. But I've got a Mini Brute 2S now, so I've kind of got that vibe.
Yeah,
which is very
full
nice.
circle. Yeah,
I have to say, I do like a step sequencer that has a knob per step, so you can just dial in the note. There's something about it. I know it's like an old Moog thing, isn't it, where you just tune the pitch per step. I like that. I like that on this.
Yeah, what do I have? The little Behringer modules like that, the Roland clone. It's a lot of fun when you're just kind of. It can be frustrating, but yeah, you get happy accidents, especially if you do small steps. Do like 3, 4, or 5 or 6 steps, so you're not like trying to like.
And even the drum brute, the impact. I love the polyrhythmic ability. That is so simple.
Yeah.
To just knock out something polyrhythmically.
It's huge. That's my favorite.
Yeah.
That clocks everything. So my drum brute impact clocks modular, the MIDI, everything.
Oh.
It's rock solid too. So I don't change it.
Yeah.
So I start everything. And I can always find even if I multi-track and I don't have on my Zoom and I don't have any MIDI or I don't have anything set up, I can go back and figure out the tempo because I know it's clocked through the impact.
Gotcha.
So I always just, I always get it because it's.
Because that's my first thing that I need to figure out once I've got my whole setup that I've got in my head physically done. I guess the drum route will be the clock. So I need to figure out the best way of clocking all the other bits from that. So
every time there's a million ways to clock, but once you get something working, it's just hard to. I've tried other ways, and then it doesn't seem to sync as well. So, especially when you get to modular. Oh. What has this got to do with it? This has nothing to do with Cleopatra. It's not. She's not happy. We were on vacation for about 5 days, so she just hides in the closet. It's really depressing, but she doesn't come out for the people that feed her. And then I never know if she's eating or anything. So you get home, but she's been in like cat survival mode.
Yeah.
She doesn't come out for a while.
Don't expend energy. Don't need to input.
So you don't know what's up for the first 12 hours. You're just like, come on, Cleo, please come out.
Yeah, we're lucky this year because we're going away, but the kids are going to be at home.
Oh, that's cool.
So we don't have to put them into the cattery, which is increasingly very expensive.
Oh yeah.
We have to put both in, so they charge double.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah, I had to put 2 dogs still. So much.
Yeah.
And have a cat sitter. Yeah. Could have bought.
We've got some really good neighbours. They take care of that.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
They're really good. And the cats go in and spend half their time with them anyway, so, the cats have taken over next door as well, and they love them.
Oh, that's how you do it. That's a smart cat.
Both of them. Yeah. Isn't that right, Madge?
Yeah, we take
Madge Evans.
Madge Evans out at in the back garden on their leashes at the moment. And the little one's only started going out the last few weeks because she's never really expressed an interest. But now she's been out there, it's like, I gotta go outside again. But we can't let them loose because they'll be over the fence and underneath a 40-foot articulated lorry as soon as
they'll be off out. Yeah.
So and they do. Mitzi does this thing. It's so funny.
Yeah,
so she goes out. And because she's the dwarf, she's the small one, and she feels a little bit sort of intimidated. So she goes to ground. She sort of goes very low, and then she starts walking backwards like this, which is quite funny. And then when you eventually take her in, she wants to go to her food. So she comes in the back door, and I haven't had the chance to take the leash off of her. So she goes all the way to her food bowl, and then just goes on her side, just like, right, come on, Dad. Undo this shit because I want to get into my food. she just literally stands and looks at me and goes boom on her side. Weird, but it's funny as hell. Bless her. Whereas Milo will just sit there and just wait for you to take his thing off. Bless him. Nice. Matt wants to know how old Cleo is.
18.
Bloody hell.
And my wife, we got her when she was 5 weeks, 4 or 5 weeks. So when she was just like, So I think that's why she's really bonded.
I think so. Yeah.
So that's why I said I'm like, it's okay.
Well, she's an old girl now, so yeah, she needs.
No, I know. I probably shouldn't do it, but she doesn't cry about that.
No.
She actually cries more sometimes when I pick her up. Like if I pick her up from the belly, she's like, "Oh my God, what are you doing?" So maybe I know what I'm doing. Yeah. Even 18-year-old kitties need a mommy.
Yeah, they do.
They do. She's amazing. She's amazing.
And hairy.
Oh,
So it looks like Noah's going to have to go back to the vet. And
gosh.
he's going to have to go back on those injections.
Oh no.
what are they for, Ken?
His hips more than anything else. See what happens if he lays in one position too long. So in the middle of the night he'll move and he'll cry out.
Oh, is it arthritis?
Yes, kind of. But he's had problems with all of his legs for one reason or another. Well,
Yeah.
Robbie can contest where he's got one leg that sticks out a funny angle like that.
Yeah.
His legs are kimbo.
And he goes, do you know what, it's too much effort, and he just hops along using the other legs.
Yeah.
And we were just having him on the tablets, which are natural ingredients and stuff, but they've worked this long, but looks like he might have to go back on the injections again.
Yeah.
And see how he gets on. We'll monitor that, and then if he can come back off him again, then he can. But
Gotta do what you gotta do.
yeah, because apparently the injections aren't great long term.
They're like steroidal.
Yeah, they're that neck of the woods. So it's it's just we'll just have to try and balance it out as best we can. We thought we were going to get away with just being able to use the tablets, but
maybe even a blast kind of puts the body kind of gets out.
The only proviso that we actually have to work with at the moment is maybe he's just been overdoing it a bit, where he's been playing with the puppy. So as the puppy settles down and he settles back down into his routine again, and then he might be okay. So, but we thought if we give him at least one injection now, because they last a month, so give him an injection now.
Oh, okay.
Give the puppy time to sort of slow down. Like for instance, when I went down to make the coffee, Lily came and greeted me, and I picked her up and gave her a cuddle and everything like that. And at no point did she try to take 6 ounces of flesh out of me at all. She just sort of like, hi. Took it all in, and it's starting to appreciate being, stroked and having her belly rubbed and stuff. Whereas before, everything was just kill it, attack, bite. So she's growing up real quick. So in a month's time, she'll be a completely different dog, and the relationship with Noah will be different as well. So we'll see.
They do bring an energy.
Yes, because this is the thing. See, Noah's been running up and down the garden like a lunatic.
Yeah, they all in line. Yeah, it's funny.
He wants to be out there and he wants to be running around. And of course, this puppy loves jumping on his back and mate,
it's cute.
And they have barking competitions where they stand in front of each other, and Noah barks and Lily barks back, and Lily makes a noise like a duck, actually, to be honest.
Hilarity ensues.
Yeah, and it's sort of like rawr, quack. Quack. and they play a lot. So yeah, he's might have overdone it a bit in the last couple of weeks. So we'll see if it's that. But if we give him the injection now, he'd be good for a month, and then not give him an injection, see how he gets on.
Yeah.
And if there's no real improvement, then he'll have to go back on the injections. But we'll see.
How long's he been off?
Oh Christ, about 8 months.
Oh,
9 months.
Oh,
so it looked
great.
like everything was working. But all we had to do was keep his weight down.
Yeah.
So that there was this little strain on his hips.
Yeah.
And his it's not so much his hips as his knees.
You talk about
apparently his little weak spot. So keeping his weight down is God.
They're all different.
Yeah, well, Noah can beg for Britain. He really, mate.
No one's fed me ever.
Yeah, and he does the whole, and then he does the whimpering thing that he does. We go like this a lot. So what you do is when you're handing it out, so a bit for Charlie, bit for Nelly, bit for Siri, and then when you give Noah his bit, it is a billionth of what you've given them, but he got something as far as he's concerned. Cool, and he go, and we can keep that trick up, and he seems to accept it. So.
My one dog, Oscar, he used to do the thing where he would turn his head away from you and look up.
Yeah.
and then put his paw.
Yeah.
And we would every time we'd take him to the groomers or the vets, every female that was there, like swooned over Oscar because he would do that.
Yeah.
They're like, "Oh, Oscar, Oscar." It's quite frustrating.
Yeah, he knew how to play people like my Max did. Max was brilliant.
Just making notes.
I tried it. When I met my wife. I was like,
yeah. See, like, because Max used to do this thing, like if you were eating something, he would look anywhere except where you and the meal was.
Yeah.
But then he'd just back up to you like this, and he'd lean against you, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But he wouldn't look.
Not
And
worth
you go, and all you do is you say to him, you go, Max, would you like something like that? And he goes, oh, tilt of head. Oh yes, please. I would love a piece. Like, sort of googly eyes and everything like that. He was a hilarious little git. He was. Oh mate, he was the one where I couldn't let go. That poor little sod. Yeah, it was a.
Yeah, it's a toughie, that one.
Well, he was like from the day I got him to the day we lost him, he was there. Day and night. It didn't matter where you went. He had to come with you. Didn't matter where it was or what you were doing. I forgot what it was like to go to the toilet on my own. You know, I'm having a bath. He's beside the bath. You know, just everywhere I went. He was just there all the time.
Mr. Evans is like that. He follows me into the bath. He will sit on the bath. If I get in the bath, he will sit on the bath mat the whole time I'm having a bath, just checking up me every once in a while, sticking his head up.
Yeah, I got my cat. We have one of those barn door that we put in the small bathroom to give it more room because the door used to go in.
Yeah.
And the cat, like, every once in a while you want to take a bath, you go in there. It doesn't really lock, so the cat like pushes open the barn door.
Yeah.
It just comes strutting in. You're just like, what are you doing, man?
Matt just jumps up on the side of the bath and proots around.
Do you ever do this? If you've got like the curtain and you throw the water on the curtain and then they get in between, they'll get in between the two layers. Yeah, it's a lot of cat fun.
We're too posh for that. We have a glass screen, don't you know?
Oh, yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
Very flash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very modern indeed.
And it's in Tiffany blue. The whole bathroom's in Tiffany blue, darling. Yes.
Yeah, we decided to go black and chrome. I don't know why. Why I did what I was told to do. She goes, "Oh, I want to tile the walls and the floor." I went, "Yeah, okay, cool, fine." Thinking of wall tiles. No. Huge fucking tiles, about an inch deep. These things are. You have to cement them to the walls because they're the same as floor tiles.
Yeah. The worst thing in the world is going round to a friend's house that you've not been to before, and you say, "Oh, yeah, may I use your bathroom?" They say yes, and you open the door and it's a carpeted toilet.
Oh.
And you just go, no. I'll wait.
Oh, that was sort of like high-end 70s, wasn't it? The carpet.
It really was. It's been a while since I've done it, but it's always sort of, no, I'll
but it's back in the days when the carpets had that foam back on them.
Oh, yeah, so it
as well.
Up rotting and
as soon as that gets wet, it just sticks to the floor forever. You know? Oh, man.
And it's difficult when you have to go up there and wring out your undies, because it's, you miss, it's difficult. It's difficult, really.
No, a carpet in the bathroom. Oh, yoy.
Oh,
so they didn't have kids then?
No, clearly not.
No, because otherwise...
Did you ever have... Do you remember those sticky, like hippie flower things you could put at the bottom of your tub?
Yes.
So oh, shit, yeah. Fuck. Yeah.
I guess they still make them. We used to have those all over.
And bath bombs, all of that kind of stuff. Bath bombs.
Yeah.
Oh, those anti-slip mats as well. I used to.
Oh, you got that box of that stuff with the you know, and you would just pour it all, and your whole bath would turn blue. And
oh, the crystals.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember them things. Yeah.
Or the bubble bath. You just like, if you're, especially when you're like a teenager, you have the bubbles like just pouring over the side.
I like bubble bath. I still use it because I'm a twat. I like Radox.
Oh, you've moved on from matey.
You can't get matey. That's the only reason.
Can't you?
Can't get Mr. Matey anymore.
You're gonna need some good bubble bath photos, Andrew.
The bottle's in the shape of a sailor and all.
Well, I make plenty of bubbles, but you know,
not those kind.
The ghost of baked beans arrive, and there you are. You know.
Oh God.
Listen, gents, I'm gonna head. I need to get some sleep before my I have to get up stupid at 12 o'clock. So great to see you, David.
Yeah, you too, Andrew.
Cleo.
Speak. Nothing.
No.
Matey
bubble bath.
Oh my God.
Guess what I'm ordering right now before I go to bed.
That's a Christmas stuffing stocking.
Jasper. Molly.
Maybe.
What?
Maybe bubble bath. I'm looking.
What was the funny round looking one?
Was it the one with a...
It was on the page before.
Yeah, that was definitely... Oh, man. Okay, let's look him up.
Gone.
Oh.
American bubble bath. No, I was kidding.
Oh, that one.
There it is. What's
That's
that
the one.
That's the one that, yeah, Disney Princess.
Oh, Disney Princess. Super bubble bath.
I think I missed that one.
You go Spider-Man.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, it's Mr. Bubble.
That's got to be worth having. Mr. Matey. I'm ordering Mr. Matey now. Gents, it's great seeing you.
Spider-Man face cloth.
Yeah.
Conrad, cheers, mate.
See you later, Fruitbat.
Yeah, good night, Kent. Good night, Robbie. See you later, gorgeousnesses. Compadres and all that
Just
stuff.
get you to do it again.
Yeah.
I'm not picking this up, by the way, Robbie. You can do it. Oh, look at that. Sprinkly.
There we go.
Oh.
Au revoir.
Whoa.
Gone lasers. What was the balloons, though?
Virtual. Let me see.
Oh.
Balloons was just one.
I was just one, is it? Oh, yes.
How do I do this?
Okay.
Oh, it didn't work. Come on. Don't be afraid.
You're not using Sonoma, then?
Yeah.
I don't know what to...
Ah, that would be it, my friend.
Okay, guys, I gotta head too because the morning.
Oh, dear.
comes.
All right, take
Thank
care.
you all very much for your company and advice. And
No, most welcome, friend. Most welcome.
so, see you soon.
See you, Conrad. Nice to meet you.
Look out,
You
Seth,
too.
mate.
Nice to
Take
meet you,
care.
David. Take care now. Bye bye.
More balloons.
More balloons.
Your ceiling must be really cluttered by now.
Did you guys have those foam? I think we've probably talked about this. The foam toilet seats. That after a while, they were like real soft.
Yeah.
And that was fine, but they would always, after a while, tear. And then they would have these little sharp plastic,
No.
you know, and the... You know,
No, we never had these.
And then they were the opposite of comfortable. Because these plastic things would, like, jab you.
Cut into your thigh.
You didn't have... Oh, man. See, we live in luxury. We live in luxury. Bubble baths and foam toilet seats.
Oh, dear.
I don't know why we stopped doing it.
I think we got
The roaring
harder asses.
70s.
Less sensitive ass.
Now we want to be every... Oh, they had different ones. Ass
Yeah.
sensitivity. Oh, for sensitive asses. Hey, that's pretty good.
Do you know what's intriguing me at the moment? I don't know whether it's an anomaly in the video, but what the hell is spinning on the floor?
Oh.
on the mat.
That's what is going on
Oh
there?
yeah.
It looks like there's something.
Oh, it's
it's
the virtual screen.
Ah,
That is cool though.
how weird.
Why is my eyes doing it too? Oh my God.
Clever.
Maybe it's radiation issues in here.
I was looking up, going, have you got some sort of like
Skin is
perpetual
looking
motion toy sitting on the rug or something?
I do, but that's not it.
Ah, okay.
Oh man, that is weird. I was messing with the virtual background. I wonder if that. I don't know why this guy didn't come on. It's
Probably
weird.
stand in the middle of it. Let's see if you disappear into another dimension.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. I changed it.
Oh yeah, something else there.
Yeah. Now I have a blue background color, or I can go green. Ah, there's green's more fun. Yeah, look, it's sizzling up over there too. Oh,
Huh.
it's weird, isn't it? Oh.
Oh yeah. Artifacts, no less.
I meant to do that. Oh, I see.
Artifacts?
Whoa!
Whoa,
Go
hang
ahead,
on.
one ear. There's an artifact.
Hold on. What did I do? Ah, there he is. That's what it was. Hold on.
Oh god.
That's just wrong.
Oh, this is
What-
why I like to. This
what-
is like the best version of me.
Why does that puppet look familiar?
Let's see if I can get myself into the nose. Oh, that's heat miser. Look at my eyes. Okay.
Dave's lost it.
Well, now I know I can do that, so that's cool. Yeah. Let's see what you got, Robbie. Let's
Oh,
see your
fuck
balloons again. Go.
knows. Balloons.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, balloons, 2 fingers, yeah.
Ooh, balloon. All right, who's winning the chat?
Because there was some virtual backgrounds in this as well, wasn't there?
Oh yeah.
I didn't know I could mix them.
There you go.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, shame about that bit, isn't it?
Come on,
Oh.
let's see what you got.
Bit well.
It's just weird. It just doesn't really work.
Yeah, doesn't work at all, does it?
Or I can do that.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Vote for me.
Or you can add.
Okay. I'm gonna try to get out of here. Let's see.
Nice afro, Robbie.
Can't get out.
Mate.
That was fun. What next? Oh. Do, 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 do.
Is that new Moog thing?
Might be.
Yeah. I don't. I've seen
When
photographs
is-
of it all over fucking Facebook.
Yeah, when is it coming out?
I can't say.
It's so it's tomorrow.
Because even Moog don't know.
Tomorrow.
Well, no. This is the stupid thing.
I was trying to.
I found out today that they've shifted the date. Ever
They
so-
shifted it again?
Just ever so slightly.
Oh, okay.
But
It's kind of stupid now. I'm kind of.
What sort of money are we talking?
I can't.
It's got to be quite high. It's Moog.
No.
It's gonna be. I hope
All I will say is that it is extremely competitive.
it's gonna be cool.
With what's her name?
But that's the thing. If they make it really competitive, it really doesn't matter all this weird marketing, whatever they're doing, because that's all that'll matter. Everybody will grab it. It's fair.
Yeah.
It's a good.
It's all going to depend on what it sounds like, isn't it?
It sounds great.
Does it?
It sounds great. It plays great. It works great. It's a good thing.
Does it have the features of certain white machines nearby?
Not entirely, no.
Partially.
It all depends what sort of features you talk.
I know what
like
you're talking
poly
about.
18.
Yeah, that's what he's
all
talking.
that
Come
cobblers.
on, you know what I'm talking about.
What do you mean you can't say? Come on. What's the
You
matter?
can't just kind of move your little, just twitch.
Would it matter if 36 people know?
times, oh yeah.
Well, no, there's 36 people. That's
All
it.
right. Don't do it, Robbie. You'll
No,
regret it
no,
for
I
the
wouldn't
rest
expect
of
Robbie
your
to
life.
do it.
Let's just say that.
Let's say it does.
No.
No, I'm just kidding.
I'm
I'll
not saying
stop.
it does or it doesn't.
I'm kidding.
It's
You can't confirm one way nor the other.
for what you're getting. It's good for the money.
Okay.
It sounds very nice.
Okay.
I have no doubt it'll sell well.
It will. And it's going to shut a lot of people up. But
I
let's
can't
be
help
honest.
thinking it looks like a digital CS80.
So yeah, the multicolored chiclet buttons certainly hark back to something else. But then if you look at the interface that we have all seen that's been out there, the rest of the interface is a mix of classic Moog rotary pot knobs, and Polymoog capped faders. The round things.
God, it goes back to multi-Moog and all sorts as well, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, it's But that in itself is a hint to what this thing is.
Yeah.
In terms of sonics.
Yeah. I get it.
Look, to me, I'm stealing my own thunder here because I finished my review and everything. But
Well, don't say anything.
No, I'm just trying to sort of position it. And if you transport yourself back to the mid 1980s, and you looked at people that were playing synthesizers on stage, and they all had Jupiters, or Junos, or Poly 6s, or Prophet 5s, or Obi. But there was never a Moog in there.
No. They're probably in the repair shop.
But there was never a Moog Polysynth in amongst that crowd.
Yeah.
Not a decent one. There was occasionally that you'd see a memory Moog pop up, but not often.
Yeah. Whether it's working or not.
This is that. This is
Gotcha.
what in 1984 they would have done that.
I knew there was something I forgot. Do you want to know what I forgot?
Meetings next week.
Happy birthday to
Oh, yes.
you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Robbie. Happy birthday to you. And a banana.
Thank you.
All right.
Happy birthday, dear chap. 30 what?
I wish.
50 what again?
54.
54.
Drop in the bucket.
Fucking young'un.
Yeah, youngsters, the youth of today. Well, have you got any plans for later?
Work.
What?
Just work.
Oh, like my
What?
birthdays. Yeah.
Just work. I don't know if Jackie's doing any special dinners or anything, but I'm not expecting anything. So
David said he was going to come round and give you a blowy, but I don't know what's happening. I don't know if that's, I don't know.
There's a question for you, Robbie.
Oh yeah, I've pre-ordered an Amiga keyboard and wondered if you would like to review it. I could have it sent to you from France if you. Oh, I get it. Okay, yeah, sorry. Well, yeah. Maybe we'll talk about that. Figure it out. Indeed.
What's that? How's it pronounced? Anya Omega.
Anima Omega.
Anima.
I actually bought or Anima. I don't know. I bought the V the other day.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, it's very good. I really like it, especially with the PB keyboard. Oh, he's gone again. Yeah. Steve, no, I don't think that's what they've done, but I can't. Yeah. So, no, it. Yeah, to kind of go back to it. Yeah, it's going to be great. It's going to be a lot of people going to go. Got it. Yeah.
I probably won't do that, but I'm sure.
Let's just say I wouldn't mind having one.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll end up in all of our studios, whether they'll stay.
I think it will become a very popular, but very well.
Yeah.
Well, I'm far too busy still trying to make a play to get Vangelis's 80.
Still working on that.
Just because it's that one.
Oh yeah. All right, sounds like I gotta eat dinner. All right, I just want to drop by. Happy birthday, Rob.
Thank you.
It's great.
Thank you very
54
much.
is young as shit.
Yeah.
I hope so.
So
yeah, we remember
less than
54, don't we, Dave?
This
Yeah.
aching pain I've had across my chest all evening is nothing.
Oh, I got one here.
Yeah, I know.
I've had you get these pains and they last like a month or 2 months and they just stay.
Things
And you're
take
just like,
ages to heal.
it's really messed up.
It's like I've had this kind of frozen shoulder thing for a while, and it's now moved kind of across here, and I'm like, am I having a heart attack or is that just a bald man? No, it's just
Oh,
bald
dude,
man.
it's really messed up.
Yeah. When I'm not doing the show on Friday, you'll know why.
The Blade Runner 80 is the actual one I'm after, Wags.
Wow.
It's the one that he had at Nemo all the time.
Oh man, that would be amazing.
It was the first one he
Thank you,
bought as
Manny.
well.
All right, Cleo and I say bye. It's nice seeing everybody.
Bye-bye.
All right,
Take care for it,
later.
Bat.
I think I need to go as well.
Well, we put in a fair amount of time, have we not?
Indeed. It's tradition in our house that we jump on the bed of the person whose birthday it is, so in the morning to do presents and cards. So
Oh, cool.
yeah, we still do that, and even my kids' partners have been roped into it, which was quite embarrassing. Can't remember when that was. Sitting in bed, stark bollock naked, obviously with the quilt over.
Obviously. Yeah.
But, yeah, tomorrow. We shall see.
Yeah, well, I'm woken every morning. Is it always the same? I'm woken up and I open my eyes and there's this great big black dog's head pressed up against my nose like this, looking down. And you can see her doing this because she's wagging her tail so fast. Going, and she's waiting for me to go, I need a coffee. And all I get to say is, I. And she leaps off the bed and runs down the stairs.
Well, the thing is, Jackie's going out early. Well, I say early.
Oh, yeah.
Tomorrow, because she's got to go to mother-in-law's home.
Yeah.
Because some company's coming to pick up the sofas or something. So she said, do you want us to wake you up in bed? I said, well, yeah, we've done it for the last 20-odd years.
Why change now?
Yeah, what time are you getting up? I don't know, about 7. 7?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I must admit, I hate it when Suri does that as well. When she got it, got it all wrong. I think it was the first cloudless morning we'd had for donkeys, and she woke me up at, I think it was 6:15. She go, come on, Dad, it's time to go downstairs and have your coffee and go to work. And I go, what time is it? And I go, oh, Jesus. And I couldn't get back to sleep even. So we sat in the garden together. With old Nelbury, and obviously the pup running around like an idiot, and just waited for the sun to come up proper.
I had this thing the other night, because it's been warm, so we've had the bedroom window. The bedroom was right above.
Yeah.
And we had the windows open, and I came to bed. I think I can't remember if it was after. Was it Friday? Yeah, it was Friday. And I was just getting all my shit together, and I heard this car, or whatever it was, just drive past, but slowly.
Yeah.
This was like 2 a.m. I thought, what the fuck's that? So I looked out the window, and I could see some car lights at the top of the road here. So basically, it's a dead end, bit splits into two. So one, goes left, one goes right. And it had gone up, and it turned around and come down, and it parked the other side of the road, but opposite my house. It was a white transit van, not a proper transit, one of those transit connects, the small ones. I saw, okay, maybe somebody's parking. It doesn't look familiar. You know the vehicles that move around it.
Yeah, yeah.
So about 10 minutes later, it fires up its engine and pulls down the road and gone out of sight. Okay, well, whatever. 10 minutes later, comes back again. Gets to the top of the road, does a 3-pointer.
Yeah.
And then comes back down and parks right out my studio window, which is right underneath my bedroom window.
Yeah.
What the fuck? It's odd. It's odd behaviour. Yeah. And I'm always a bit paranoid about my studio being here, but
and it sort of feels like the casings.
Yeah, and obviously everything's locked, so all the windows are locked. I've got security cameras in here and what have you. So, for what good they'll do. But I heard the door go, as in the van's door. Yeah, so they must have got out and gone somewhere. I thought it's an odd place to stop, right underneath my fucking bedroom window. Anyway, I sort of had a look around. I turned the lights on down here just to make it look like there was somebody around. Yeah. And then I put my head down and go to sleep. And about 20 minutes later, I heard that it started up again and fucked off. And that was it. That was the last I saw of it. So I have no idea what that was. I'm paranoid about that sort of thing. So, anyway.
Oh,
this is what you see in the country when I lived 5 miles down the road. You didn't have any of that stuff. Cars stopped moving around at 9 o'clock at night. Nobody was coming through. But after then, whereas now living sort of in a town, it's a bit more active.
Yeah.
Well, never mind. Right. Well, I better head off and take this sorry old ass up to bed.
Yeah, I should probably do the same. Like I said, I have 2,600 to do tomorrow. Yeah. Let's see, better day. Oh, it's been. Yeah, the other thing is, it's been modded to fucking hell. And I just got this feeling I'm going to be opening it up, and there's lots of badly soldered wires on pots and things running around all over the place, and then just randomly connected to boards here and there for no apparent reason. We've got to work out what the fucking hell they intended. So,
well,
so there's that.
Yeah. I've got more boring stuff about tags. I've got to do
for work?
Yeah, I'm halfway through building a course about tags that are they're RFID tags. They work off of UHF and they're used a lot in the manufacture of vehicles. So every component, particularly the chassis and all this stuff, has a tag on the inside. They're super resilient. They can take coats of chemicals and paints and stuff and still work, and they can work in really extreme temperatures. And basically, it allows them to see exactly where every component of the vehicle might be in the factory at any particular time.
Yeah.
And it's about those. And all they are, they're just little bits of plastic, and they're tamper-proof. Whoa. You can customize the amount of cuts, because when you got some of those stickers and you peel them off, and they're obviously tamper-proof because they start breaking up.
Yeah,
it's all dependent on the amount of cuts that you have in the thing, and you can customize the amount of cuts to make them very, very tamper-proof, or not so tamper-proof. I mean, it's all very clever stuff, but it's boring as hell. I've got to write a course on it, and I'm halfway through it, and it's doing my head in. But I've got 4 weeks left. I've got 4 weeks until I go on holiday. I cannot wait. I go to bed at night just dreaming of driving across France towards the mountains and seeing them looming in the distance. Oh.
So you're going in September?
Last week in August.
So technically 3 weeks then, really.
We don't go until the 24th, which would have been 4 weeks on Saturday. So three
and a bit.
5.
Yeah.
But we're going for about 7 or 8 days, which would be really nice. And hopefully that's all the tourists will have fucked off because they need to all get back for the kids to go to school. We don't have that to worry about this year, so that's fantastic. And normally when we go, it's because in Italy, like everybody goes on holiday at the same time in the summer. The whole fucking country shuts down for 3 weeks. So what's left open is just coffee shops and stuff. A lot of the other places are all closed, so we're going to be going after that. So things will be open and we can go and do a few. We're only there, say, for about a week or so, but there's a big, you see some of these films like Highlander or something where there's a massive, great kind of monastery on the top of a mountain, surrounded by loads of other mountains. There's one of those just round from where we are.
Oh, nice.
So we're going to go and do that, and then we're going to go to Lingotto, which is the old Fiat factory with the racetrack on the top, which is no longer the Fiat factory, but it still has the racetrack on the top, and you can go there and drive electric Fiat 500s around. So I'm going to go and try.
Have a crack at that.
Yeah, but it's also
Turismo for real.
Yeah, and inside it's a it's like a shop, massive shopping centre and cinemas and restaurants and stuff. So we're going to do a day or two in Turin, and then we're going to go up in the mountains. Hopefully the roads will be open again, and go up to some of the lakes. Yeah, just generally chill. I just keep thinking of that. That's all that keeps me going for the next few weeks.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yes, indeed.
Bed beckons.
Right, darlings.
Love to see you again.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for the race earlier.
Yeah. Well, spent more time just trying to get the wheel to work.
At least we got there.
Yeah.
At least we got there.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
All right then, everyone. Take care.
Later.
Stay well and
care.
happy.
Yeah. Bye.
See ya.